Hello everybody, Snowflake here, and welcome to another episode of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Okay, my screen froze for a sec, that made me worried. But yeah, we are coming to the end of the Dragonborn DLC. Today will be the finale of the Dragonborn questline. Of course, we're not done with Solstheim, there's still a bunch of other quests that we will do at various points. But yeah, in the last episode, we made our way through Apocrypha. Specifically, we read the book was called like Epista something. Epista of Reacumen, so on. And we made it all the way to the end where we managed to have a chat with the Daedric Lord of Forbidden Knowledge, Hermaeus Mora. He told us that he was basically the source of Mirak's power, and that he didn't really approve of Mirak's plans to make it back to this world or to Solstheim, because Mirak would then no longer be under Hermaeus Mora's thumb, which is where he prefers it. Now, Hermaeus Mora suggested that it might be time to replace Mirak as a follower, and hinted that I might be auditioning for the part. So he taught me the second word of the Bend Will shout. He also let me upgrade one of my shouts, which I chose to upgrade my Fire Breath shout. So now when I kill people with my Fire Breath, I can summon a fireworm creature to fight by my side for the next 30 seconds. So that's pretty cool. We already saw that in action in the last episode. But yeah, in exchange for him teaching us the third word of power and being able to control dragons for ourselves and being able to match Mirak's power, he wanted the secret of the Skull tribe, which they've been withholding from him for years. And we managed to convince Storn to give up his secrets once we freed all the stones from Mirak's control. That was the sun, earth, wind, beasts, and water stones. I think there was only 5. Well, there's the tree stone as well, but we haven't been able to touch that one. And Storn eventually gave up his secrets and gave up his life in exchange for us learning that final word, which will help us control dragons and should help us match Mirak's power and defeat him. The other thing that happened was Mirak sent another dragon after us once we left in Chardak with Neloth, which we killed, obviously. Yeah, we freed a bunch of people as well. And yeah, now we're getting ready to fight Mirak and finish this off. So we will be doing the quest at the summit of Apocrypha. Hermaeus Mora taught me the final word of power of a Bend Will shout, killing Storn in the process. I now have what I need to return to Apocrypha and face Mirak. So let's go and do that. Wish me luck, guys. I know Sven doesn't like me too much, but wish me luck anyway. Alright, we do actually have to go back to Solstheim before we go to Apocrypha. It doesn't let you read the books, I think, while you're in Skyrim. So I will need to go back there. Weaklings for Tekken swarms would be fearsome in melee combat.
Captain Gjallan does the business around here. I'm just a ship's mate.
Okay, so I should be able to read the other Black Book now. Black Book, Waking Dreams. Don't mind me, guys. Because, yeah, no one comes with me. Reach Mirak's temple. Okay, so we were here before. This was where we first met Mirak, and a bunch of Seekers, I think, kind of beat me to death. Ooh, it's a lot of stuff. Elven War Axe of Stunning. 41. Chance to paralyze the target for 2 seconds, huh? Take that. 16 Accords of Madness, Volume 12, Confessions of a Dunmer Skooma Eater. I said I was going to read that book at some point, didn't I? We found it somewhere where it would have been stealing, but I guess this time we can read it. I am checking if we've read these other books, perhaps. Definitely not the 16 Accords one. Confessions, probably not either. No. Okay, we'll take them anyway. Gold, Potion of Healing, Potion of Warrior, Scroll of Mayhem, the Dragon Break. Yeah, we have read that one. We'll still take it. Okay. Let's read 16 Accords of Madness, Volume 12. I think this is about Sheogorath. I think this might have been in Oblivion as well. 16 Accords of Madness, Volume 12. Malakath's Tale. In the days before the Orsinium's founding, the spurned orc folk were subjected to ostracism and persecutions even more numerous and harsh than their progeny are accustomed to in our own age. So it was that many champions of the Orsina travelled, enforcing what borders they could for the proliferation of their own people. Many of these champions are spoken of yet today, among them the Cursed Legion, Groma the Hairless, and the noble Emeg Grokera. This latter crusader would have certainly risen to legendary status throughout Tamriel had he not been subject to the attention of certain Daedric princes. Ouch. Emeg Grokera was the bastard son of a young maiden who was killed in childbirth. He was raised by the shaman of his tribe, the Grilli Kamaug, in the peaks of what we now call Norma Heights. Late in his 15th year, Emeg forged by hand an ornate suit of scaled armour, a rite of ascension among his tribe. On a blustery day he pounded the final rivet, and draping a heavy cloak over the bulky mantle, Emeg set out from his village for the last time. Word of his exploits always returned home, whether defending merchant caravans from brigands or liberating enslaved beast folk. News of the noble orc crusader began to grace even the lips of Bretons, often with a tinge of fear. Less than 2 years after ascending to maturity, Grokera was making camp when a thin voice called out from the thickening night. He was surprised to hear the language of his people spoken by a tongue that obviously did not belong to an orc. "Lord Kera," said the voice, "tales of your deeds have crossed the lips of many and have reached my ears." Peering into the murk, Emeg made out the silhouette of a cloaked figure, made wavy and ephemeral by the hazy campfire. With a voice alone he had thought the interloper an old hag, but he now decided that he was in the presence of a man of slight and lanky build, though he could discern no further detail. "Perhaps," the wary orc began, "but I seek no glory. Who are you?" Ignoring the question, the stranger continued, "Despite that, Orsima, glory finds you, and I bear a gift worthy of it." The visitor's cloak parted slightly, revealing nothing but faintly glinting buttons in the pale moonlight, and a bundle was withdrawn and tossed to the side of the fire between the two. Emeg cautiously removed the rags in which the object was swathed, and was dazzled to discover the item to be a wide, curved blade with an ornately decorated handle. The weapon had heft, and Emeg realized on brandishing it that the elaborate pommel disguised the more practical purpose of balancing the considerable weight of the blade itself. There was nothing much to look at in its present condition, thought the orc, but once the tarnish was cleaned away and a few missing jewels restored, it would indeed be a blade worthy of a champion 10 times its own worth. "Her name is Neb Crescent," spoke the thin stranger, seeking the appreciation lighting Grokera's face. "I got her for a horse, the secret it warmer climbs, but in my old age I'd be lucky to even lift such a weapon. It's only proper that I pass her on to one such as yourself. To possess her is to change your life forever." Overcoming his initial infatuation with the Ark of Honed Seal, Emeg turned his attention back to the visitor. "Your words are fine, old man," Emeg said, not masking his suspicion, "but I am no fool. You traded for this blade once, and you'll trade for it again tonight. What is it that you want?" The stranger's shoulders slumped, and Emeg was glad to have unveiled the true purpose of this twilight visit. He sat with him a while, eventually offering a stack of furs, warm food, and a handful of coins in exchange for the exotic weapon. By morning, the stranger was gone. In the week following Emeg's encounter with the stranger, Neb Crescent had not left its scabbard. He had encountered no enemy in the woods, and his meals consisted of fowl and small game caught with bow and arrow. The peace suited him fine, and on the 7th morning, while fog still crept between the low-hanging boughs, Emeg's ears pricked up at the telltale crunch of a nearby footfall in the dense snow and forest debris. Emeg's nostrils flared, but he was upwind. Being unable to see or smell his guest, and knowing that the breeze carried his scent in that direction, Emeg's guard was up, and he cautiously drew a neb crescent from its sheath. Emeg himself was not entirely sure of all that happened next. The first moment of conscious memory in Emeg Grokera's mind, after drawing neb crescent, was the image of a curved blade sweeping through the air in front of him, spattering blood over the virginal powder coating the forest floor. The second memory was a feeling of frenzied bloodlust creeping over him, but it was then but he saw for the first time his victim, an orc woman perhaps a few years younger than himself, her body a canvas of grisly wounds enough to kill a strong man 10 times over. Emeg's disgust overwhelmed the madness that had overtaken him, and with all his will enlisted he had released Neb Crescent from his grip and let the blade sail. The discordant ringing had spun through the air and was buried in a snowdrift. Emeg fled the scene in shame and horror, drawing the hood of his cloak up to hide himself from the judging eyes of the rising sun. The scene where Emeg Grokera had murdered one of his own kind was a macabre one. Below the neck the body was flayed and mutilated almost beyond recognition, but the untouched face was frozen in a permanent expression of abject terror. It was here that Sheagora performed certain rites that summoned Malakath, and the 2 Daedric lords held court in the presence of a disfigured corpse. "Why show me this, mad one?" began Malakath once he recovered from his initial wordless outrage. "Do you take such pleasure in watching me grieve the murder of my children?" His guttural voice rumbled, and the patron of the Awesome looked upon his counterpart with accusing eyes. "By birth she was yours, brother outcast," began Sheogorath, solemn in aspect and demeanour, "but she was the daughter of mine by her own habits. My mourning here is no less than your own, my outrage no less great." "I am not so sure," grumbled Malakath, "but rest assured that the vengeance of this crime is mine to reap. I expect no contest from you. Stand aside." As the fearsome prince began to push past him, Lord Sheogorath spoke again. "I have no intention of standing between you and vengeance. In fact, I mean to help you. I have servants in this wilderness, and can tell you just where to find our mutual foe. I ask only that you use a weapon of my choosing. Wound the criminal with my blade, and banish him to my plane, where I can exact my own punishment. The rights of honor killing here belong to you." With that, Malakath agreed, took the wide blade from Sheogorath, and was gone. Malakath materialized in the path of the murderer, the cloaked figure obscured through a blizzard haze. Bellowing a curse so foul as to wilt the surrounding trees, the blade was drawn, and Malakath crossed the distance more quickly than a wild fox. Frothing with rage, he swung the blade in a smooth arc which locked the head of his foe cleanly off, then plunged the blade up to its hilt in his chest, choking up the spurts of blood into a steady growing stain of red bubbling from beneath the scaled armor and heavy cloak. Panting from the unexpected immediacy and fury of his own kill, Malakath rested on the knee as the body before him collapsed heavily backwards, and the head landed roughly upon a broad flat stone. The next sound broke the silence like a bolt. I'm sorry," sputtered the voice of Emeg Grokera. Malakath's eyes went wide as he looked upon the severed head, seeping blood from its wound, but somehow kept alive. Its eyes wavered about wildly, trying to focus on the aspect of Malakath before it. The once proud eyes of the champion were choked with tears of grief, pain, and confused recognition. To his horror, Malakath recognized only now that the man he had killed was not only one of his Orisma children, but very literally a son he had blessed an orc maiden with years hence. Oh, what, he killed his own son? For achingly long moments the two looked upon each other, despondent and shocked. Then silent as oiled steel, Sheogorath strode into the clearing. He hefted Emeg Grokera's disembodied head and bundled it into a small grey sack. Sheogorath reclaimed Neb Crescent from the corpse and turned to walk away. Malakath began to stand, but kneeled again, knowing he had irreversibly damned his own offspring to the realm of Sheogorath, had mourned his failure as the sound of his son's hoarse pleas faded into the frozen horizon. Damn, so Sheogorath did all that to mess with Malakath, basically. Poor Emeg. Okay, Confessions of a Dunmer Skooma Eater. Nothing is more revolting to Dunmer feeling than the sorry spectacle of another Dunmer enslaved by that derivative moon sugar known as skooma. And Nothing is less appetizing than listening to the pathetic tales of humiliation and degradation associated with a victim of this addictive drug. Why, then, do I force myself upon you with this extended and detailed account of my sins and sorrows? Because I hope that by telling my tale, the hope of redemption from this sorry state shall be more widely known, and because I hope that others who have also fallen into the sorry state of skooma addiction may therefore hear of my story, of how I fell into despair, and how I once again found myself, and freed myself from my own self-imposed chains. Because it is widely known to all Khajiit who may be expected to know that there is no cure for addiction to skooma, that once a slave to skooma, always a slave to skooma. Because this is widely known, it is taken to be true, but it is not true, and I am living proof. There is no miracle cure, there is no potion to be taken, there is no magical incantation which frees you from the thrill of skooma running through your blood, but it is through the understanding of that thrill, and the acceptance of the lust within oneself of that thrill, and the casting aside of the shame that the thrill seeker feels when he cannot set aside what it becomes at the end, his only comfort and pleasure. It is through this knowledge and understanding that the victim comes to the place where choices may be made, where despair and hope may be separated. In short, only knowledge and acceptance can deliver into the slave's hands the key that opens his shackles and sets him free. Oh, I was expecting a detailed account of his, story. I guess not. Okay. Well, let's continue looking around. So are we trying to get up there? Probably. Yeah. Okay, I'll take these rune books. Common soul gem, scroll of fast healing. Never know when any of this stuff might come in handy. What else there might be to explore. There's a door here. Doesn't seem to lead to much. Oh, there's a pod. Gold. Some more books. Last King of the Aliens, First Hold Revolt, Poison Song, Real Baron's Eye. Okay. Last King, the First Hold. Last King, the First Hold. First Hold. Real Baron's Eye. Only book 5. Oh no. Oh, we haven't read book volume 1. Read all the other ones, but apparently not that one. Poison Song, I know we've read. We did that last episode. Last King of the Aliens we haven't read either. So Last King and Real Baron's Eye. Okay, let's do it. Last King of the Aliens. This is related to the Umbacano questline from Oblivion, isn't it? Where Umbacano tried to revive this king's power within himself. The Last King of the Aliens by Herminia Sinner, who was the woman who offered you the chance to scam Umbacano and give him the wrong crown and mess up his plans. Which we took her up on, but Umbacano ended up dying before that even mattered. The Aliens, or Heartland High Elves, ruled Cyrodiil in the long ages of myth before the beginning of recorded history. One of the earliest recorded dates, in fact, is the fall of White Gold Tower at First Era 243, which is commonly assumed to mark the end of the Aliens. Although Alien rule over all of Cyrodiil was indeed broken in First Era 243, this was only one of the most obvious stages near the end of a long decline. The first 2 centuries of the First Era saw increasing strife between the great alien lords of Cyrodiil. Alessia appears to have taken advantage of a period of civil war to launch her uprising. Imperial historians have traditionally attributed her victory to interventions from Skyrim, but it appears that she had at least as much help from rebel alien lords during the siege of White Gold Tower. The popular image of the aliens as brutal slave masters is based, in fact, of course, but it is less well known that a number of alien princes continued to rule parts of Cyrodiil after 263. As vassals of the new Empress of Cyrodiil, this suggests either that alien rule was not universally detested, or that Alessia and her successors were more pragmatic than is traditionally believed, or perhaps some of both. In any event, excavations at a number of Ayleid sites show continued occupation and even expansion during the so-called Late Ayleid period, first 0243 to c. 498. At first, many Ayleid lords continued to rule as vassals of the new human regime. In some cases, Ayleid supporters of Alessia were even rewarded with new lands taken from slain enemies. It is not clear to what extent human slavery continued under the Cyrodiilic Empire. Humans continued to dwell in the Ayleid-ruled areas of Cyrodiil. There is nothing definitive to show under what terms. This was an uneasy relationship from the beginning, and was not destined to last long. Resentment of the continued presence of Ayleid nobles within the Empire was a contributing factor to the rise of the so-called Alessian order, founded by Maruk. The first victims of the Alessians were the Ayleids of Cyrodiil. In the early 300s, the surviving Ayleid communities in human-ruled areas were obliterated one by one, refugees temporarily swelling the power of the remaining Ayleid lordships. Then, in 361, the Alessians gained control of the Empire and enforced the Alessian doctrines throughout its domain. The Ayleid lordships were abolished. Enforcement of this decree does not appear to have required much direct violence. It seems that by this point the balance of power was so overwhelmingly against them, and their fate so long foreshadowed, that most of the remaining Ayleids simply left Cyrodiil, eventually being absorbed into the elven populations of Valenwood and High Rock. Indeed, the rise of the Durrani hegemony may be linked to this exodus of Ayleids from Cyrodiil, a connection so far little studied by historians. Still, a remnant Ayleid population seems to have survived the rule of the Alessians, because we hear of the last king of the Ayleids joining the Battle of Glenumbria Moors, when the Durranis decisively defeated the Alessians in 482. How this king's people survived the preceding century is unknown. We do not even know who they were, although recent research points to Nenalata as a possible resting place of this last king. Yep, that was a place we went to. Fortunately, in the current state of the Empire, funds are no longer available for proper scientific investigation of such extensive ruins, so the answer to these questions will have to be left to future generations. Well, not future generations anymore. We actually wouldn't get to fully explore it either, because Mpakano died. So yeah, I guess maybe someone went there in the future and picked up everything and found out. A Real Baron Zaya, Volume 1, by Anonymous. 500 years ago in Mournhold, City of Gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him, a common labourer in the mines of the Lord of Mournhold, for his ability in magic was small. The work was honourable, but paid poorly. His mother made and sold Conbury cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies, no one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof leaked only when it rained. But Symmachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends, and gambling with them at cards. He also drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven lass, although none held his interest for long. He was a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It was rumoured that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Symmachus' 30th year there was great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sang, a queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. When the time came round for the royal child's rites of naming, the mines were closed and Symmachus dashed home to bathe and dress in his best. "I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it," he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been ailing, and besides there would be a great crush of people as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event, and being blind she would be unable to see anything anyway. "My son," she said, "before you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return." Symmachus crossed to her palate at once and noted anxiously that her forehead was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried loose a slat of the wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and over-rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove. The temples were locked and barred. Closed for the ceremony, read all the signs. Symmachus elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. "After the rite, brother," the priest said. "If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. My lord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him." My mother's desperately ill, Symmachus pled. Surely my lord would not miss one lowly priest. True, but the Archcanon will, the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus's desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmachus tried other priests and even a few mages, but with no better result. Armoured guards marched through the street and pushed them aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, my lord, my mother's dying. I forbid her to do so on this glorious night, the lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared slit-eyed at Symmachus. Her nostrils flared in disdain. Guards, she cried, remove this oaf. Rough hands seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from the top of a hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the high-born folk far below. Baron Zaya. The name came dimly to Symmachus's ears as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and preferred her to the twin moons on the other side of the horizon, Joan rising, Joan setting. Behold the Lady Baron Zaya, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods, that she may ever rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its weal, its kith and its ilk. Bless her, bless her. All the people intoned along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone, and in silence he swore a mighty oath that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Baron Zaya he should have for his own pride, and that his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule over Mournhold. I forgot about this part, because I've read the real Baron Zaya in Oblivion, and we've obviously read through the real Baron Zaya series in Skyrim as well, but except for Volume 1. And as we know, Symmachus does end up being Baron Zaya's... Baron Zaya does end up being his own bride, but it didn't seem like it was part of a revenge plot. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he'd first spoken. The man came gladly enough now, returned for the gold Symmachus had, and a promise of more afterward. They found his mother dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. At least pay him back the gold you gave him. For goodness sake. What kind of a priest are you? I'm sorry, brother. It's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There's aught I could do here. Likely. Give me back my money, Symmachus snarled. You've done naught to earn it. He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Symmachus struck him across the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Symmachus snatched up the gold and fled the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over, like a sorcerer's chant. Baron Zaya, he said. Baron Zaya. Baron Zaya. Baron Zaya stood on one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where soldiers milled, dazzling in their armour. Presently they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as her parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad from head to toe in ebony armour. Long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind, splendidly caparisoned. Shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates and turned to salute her. Baron Zaya, they cried. Baron Zaya, our beloved, farewell. The little girl blinked back tears and waved one hand bravely. Her favourite stuffed animal, a grey wolf cub she called Wolfen, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before and had no idea what it meant, save that there was war in the west and the name Tiber Septim was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. Baron Zaya, the soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake until the courtyard was nearly emptied. Some time after came a day when Baron Zaya was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly and borne from the palace. All she could remember of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes filling the sky. She was passed from hand to hand. Foreign soldiers appeared, disappeared, and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks, of travel. One morning she awoke to step out of a coach into a cold place with a large grey stone castle, amid empty, endless grey-green hills covered patchily with grey-white snow. She clutched Wolfen to her breast in both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the grey dawn, feeling very small and very dark in all this endless space, this endless grey-white space. She and Hannah, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid who had been travelling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large grey-white woman with icy grey golden hair was standing by a hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Baronzaya with dreadful, bright blue eyes. "She's very black, isn't she?" "Racist," the woman remarked to Hannah. "Never seen a dark elf before." "I don't know much about it myself, milady," Hannah said. "But this one's got red hair and a temper to match. I can tell you that. Take care, she bites. And worse." "I'll soon train her out of that," the other woman sniffed. "And what's that filthy thing she's got? Ugh!" The woman snatched Wolfen away and threw him into the blazing hearth. Baronzaya shrieked and would have flung herself after him, but was held back despite her attempts to bite and claw at her captors. Poor Wolfen was reduced to a tiny heap of charred ash. "It's just mean, man." Baronzaya grew like a weed, transplanted to Skyrim garden. A ward of Count Sven and his wife, the Lady Inga. Outwardly, that is, she thrived, but always there was a cold and empty place within. "I've raised her as my own daughter," Lady Inga was wont to sigh as she sat gossiping when neighbouring ladies came to visit. "But she's a dark elf. What can you expect?" Baronzaya was not meant to overhear these words, but at least she thought she was not. Her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic hosts. Other less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, and a little misplaced magic, just a small fire spell here, and a little levitation spell there, and as she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men, who could provide very pleasant sensations, and to her astonishment, gifts as well. Inga disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Baronzaya, so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. "She's wonderful with the children," Inga added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Baronzaya. "I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm." The tutor had been hired when Johnny was 6 and Baronzaya 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea scandalized Count Sven and Lady Inga, so Baronzaya was given a small bow and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folk were about, and knew she was good as or better than they. "She's very proud, though, isn't she?" one of the ladies would whisper to Inga, and Baronzaya, pretending not to hear, would nod silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the Count and his lady. There was something about them that provoked contempt. Afterwards she came to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of Darkmoor, Keep's last titled residents, and she finally understood. They were posers, impostors, not rulers at all. At least they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them, a good clean hatred quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repellent insects, who could be despised but never feared. Once a month a courier came from the Emperor, bringing a small bag of gold for Sven and Inga, and a large bag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Baronzaya, her favourite treat. On these occasions she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as a skinny dark elf could be made to look in Inga's eyes, before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all of them looked her over in much the same way a farmer would look over a hog he is readying for market. Ouch. In the spring of her 16th year, Baronzaya thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. A stable boy, Straw, a big, muscular, blond lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Baronzaya saw the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, disguised herself as a boy in one of Johnny's old tunics and a pair of his cast-off breeches. And on one fine spring night, she and Straw took the 2 best horses from the stable and rode hard through the night toward Whiterun, the nearest city of any importance and the place where Straw wanted to be. But Mournhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Baronzaya as a lodestone draws iron. In the morning they abandoned the horses at Baronzaya's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down, and she hoped to throw off any pursuers. They continued on foot until the late afternoon, keeping to side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gates just before dawn. Baronzaya had prepared a pass of sorts for Straw, a makeshift document stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. She had reasoned correctly, as it turned out, but by now the gate guards would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy travelling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Straw were a common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely that he would draw attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Sven's estate, which was his birthplace. Together they made their way to a run-down inn of the poorer quarters of Whiterun. Gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the morning chill, Baron Zaya's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to them. They entered the inn separately. Straw paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle, an immense meal, and 2 jugs of ale. Baron Zaya sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, and made love vigorously with a narrow cut. Afterward they fell into an exhausted, dreamless sleep. They stayed for a week at Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Baron Zaya burgled a few houses at night. She continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black to further the disguise, and kept out of sight as much as possible. There were few dark elves in Whiterun. One day Straw got them work as temporary guards for a merchant caravan travelling east. The one-armed sergeant looked her over dubiously. Heh, he chuckled. Dark elf, ain't you? Like sending a wolf to guard the sheep, that is. Still, I need arms, and we ain't going near enough Morrowind, so as you can betray us to your folk. Homegrown bandits would as fain cut your throat as mine. The sergeant turned to give Straw an appraising look. Then he spun back abruptly toward Baron Zaya, whipping out his short sword, but she had her dagger out in the twinkling of an eye, and was in a defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled round to the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with yon bow, Dark Elf? Baron Zaya demonstrated her prowess briefly. Aye, not bad at all. And you'll be keen of eye by night, boy, and of ear in tall times. A trusty Dark Elf makes as good a fighting man as any could ask for. No, I served under Simicus himself before I lost this arm and got invalided out of the Emperor's army. You could betray them. I know folk could pay well. Straw said later as they bedded down for their last night at the ramshackle lodge. We'll rob them ourselves, and very rich those merchants are, Barry. Baron Zaya laughed. Whatever would we do with so much money? Besides, we need their protection for travelling quite as much as they need ours. You buy a little farm, you and me, Barry, and settle down, all nice-like. Peasant, Baron Zaya thought scornfully. Straw was a peasant, and harboured nothing but peasant dreams. But all she said was, Not here, Straw, we're too close to Darkmoor still, but I have other chances farther east. The caravan went only as far east as Sungard. The Emperor Tiber Septimi had done much in the way of building relatively safe and regularly patrolled highways, but the tolls were steep, and this particular caravan kept to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hazards of wayside robbers, both human and orcish, and roving brigand bands of various races. But such were the perils of trade and profit. They had 2 such encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Baron Zaya's keen ears warned them of in plenty of time for them to circle about and surprise the lurkers, and a night attack by a mixed band of Khajiit, humans, and wood elves. The latter were a skilled band, and even Baron Zaya did not hear them, sneaking up in time to give much warning. This time the fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Straw got a nasty cut on his thigh before he and Baron Zaya managed to gash his Khajiit assailant's throat. Baron Zaya rather enjoyed the life. The garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evening sitting around the campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and General Simicus. This Simicus had been made general after Mournhold fell, the sergeant said. Okay, getting himself a promotion. He's a fine soldier, boy. Simicus is. There was more than soldiery involved in that Morrowind business, if you take my meaning. Well, you know all about that, I expect. No, I don't remember, Baron Zaya said, trying to sound nonchalant. I've lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man. They're both dead, though. Tell me, what happened to the Lord and Lady of Mournhold? The sergeant shrugged. I ain't never heard. Dead, I expect. 'Twas a lot of fighting before the armistice got signed. It's pretty quiet now. Maybe too quiet, like a calm before a storm. Say, boy, you going back there? Maybe, Baron Zaya said. The truth was that she was drawn irresistibly to Morrowind and Mournhold like a moth to a burning house. Straw sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy anyway since they could not bed together, as she was supposed to be a boy. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Do what you gotta do, man. Baron's Eye rather missed it too, but not as much as Straw did, seemingly. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave him a bonus nonetheless when they turned the offer down, and parchments of recommendation. Straw wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard, but Baron's Eye insisted on continuing their travels east. "I'm the Queen of Mournhold by rights," she said, unsure whether it was true, or was it just a daydream she had made up as a lost, bewildered child. "I want to go home. I need to go home." That, at least, was true. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter, they were at Riften and nearing the Morrowind border, but the weather had grown severe as the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth till mid-spring. Baron's Eye stood on top of the city walls. They stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall guarding Morrowind beyond. "Barry," Straw said gently, "Mournhold's a long way off yet, nearly as far as we've come already, and the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs, and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for spring." "Yes, Hillgrot Tower," Barry said, referring to the dark-elven township that had grown up around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. "Wish God would let me across, Barry. They're crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you go alone. I won't try and stop you, but what will you do? Silkwood Tower is full of Imperial soldiers. Will you become a washing woman for them, or a camp follower?" "No," Baron's Eye said slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure she could earn a modest living by sleeping with the soldiers. She'd had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim, when she dressed as a woman and slipped away from Straw. Ouch. She'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Straw was sweet but dull. She'd been startled, but extremely pleased when the men she picked up offered her money afterward. Oh wow, so she didn't even want the money. She was just having some fun. Straw had been unhappy about it though, and would shout for a while, then sulk for days afterward if he caught her at it. He was quite jealous. He'd even threatened to leave her. Not that he ever did, or could. Poor Straw. But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts, and Baron's Eye had heard some very ugly stories during their treks. The ugliest of them by far had come from the lips of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and were proudly recounted. They'd been trying to shock her and Straw, she realized, but she also comprehended that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk, and hated it more that she had to hear it. There was a part of him that was fascinating, nevertheless. Baron's Eye sensed this and encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but he said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly she didn't feel that way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. "And why do you go with other men?" Straw had asked on one occasion. "I don't know," Straw sighed. "They say dark elven women are like that." Baron's Eye smiled and shrugged. "I don't know. Or no. Maybe I do. Yes, I do know." He turned and kissed him affectionately. "I guess that's all the explanation there is." And there is Volume 1, so I believe we have completed that series now. There. Stuff here too. Quill, rolls of paper, quill, more books. Bone Part 1. Yes, we're reading it. Bone Part 1 by Tavi Dromio. "It seems to me," said Garaz thoughtfully, looking into the depths of his flint, "that all great ideas come from pure happenstance. Take for instance the story I told you last night about my cousin. If he hadn't fallen off that horse, he never would have become one of the Empire's foremost alchemists. It was late one midday night at the King's Ham, and the regulars were always especially inclined toward philosophy." "I disagree," replied Jamara firmly but politely. "Great ideas and inventions are most often formed slowly over time by diligence and hard work. If you'll recall my tale from last month, the young lady, who I assure you is based on a real person, only recognized her one true love after he had slept with practically everyone in North Point. I put it to you that neither is the case, said Halgerd, pouring a topper on his mug of grief. The greatest inventions are created by extraordinary need. Must I remind you of a story I told some time ago about Arslik Owen and the invention of bone mold? Bone part one. So this is about bone mold, like armor, which we have and we found here in Solstheim. The problem with your theory is that your example is entirely fictional, sniffed Jamara. I don't believe I remember the story of Arslik Owen and the invention of bone mold, frowned Garaz. Are you sure you told us? Well, this happened many, many years ago, when Vardenfell was a beauteous screen land, when Dunmer and Chima and Dwemer and Nord lived together in relative peace when they weren't trying to kill one another. Halger relaxed in his chair, warming to his theme. When the sun and moon all hung in the sky together. Lord, mother, and wizard, grumbled Jamara. If I'm going to be forced to hear your ridiculous story again, pray don't embellish and make it any longer than it has to be. This all happened in Vardenfell quite some time ago, said Halgerd, ignoring Jamara's interruption with admirable restraint during an era of a king you would never have heard of. Arslik Owen was one of this king's nobles, and very, very disagreeable fellow. Because of his allegiance to the crown, the king had felt the need to grant him a castle and land, but didn't necessarily want him as a neighbour, so the land he granted was far from civilization. Right in an area of Vardenfell that is, even today, not quite civilized to this day, Arslik Owen built a walled stronghold and settled down with his unhappy slaves to enjoy a quiet if somewhat grim life. It was not long before his stronghold's integrity was tested. The tribe of cannibalistic Nords had been living in the valley for some time, mostly dining on one another, but occasionally foraging what they liked to call dark meat. The Dunmer. Jamara laughed with appreciation. Marvellous. I don't remember that from before. It's funny how you don't hear much about the Nord's rampant cannibalism nowadays. This was obviously, as I've said, quite some time ago, said Halgerd, glaring at part of his audience with civil malevolence, and things were in many ways quite different. These cannibalistic Nords began attacking Arslik Owen's slaves in the fields, and then slowly grew bolder, until they held the very stronghold itself under siege. They were quite a fearsome sight, you can imagine, a horde of wild-eyed men and women with dagger-like teeth filled to tear flesh, wielding massive clubs, cloaked only in the skins of their victims. Arslik Owen assumed that if he ignored them, they'd go away. Fortunately, the first thing that the Nords did was to poison the stream that carried water into the walled stronghold. All the livestock and most of the slaves died very quickly before this was discovered. There was no hope of rescue, at least for several months, when the king's emissaries would come reluctantly to visit the disagreeable vassal. The next closest source of water was on the other side of a hill, so Arslik Owen sent 3 of his slaves with empty jugs to bring some back. They were beaten with clubs and eaten before they were a few feet outside the stronghold gates. The next group he sent through, he gave sticks to defend themselves. They made it a few feet farther, but were also overwhelmed, beaten, and devoured. It was obvious that better personal defence was required. Arslik Owen went to talk to his armourer, one of his few slaves with specific talents and duties. Slaves need armour if they're going to make it to the river and back, he said. Collect every scrap of steel and iron you can find. Every hink, knife, ring, cup, everything that isn't needed to keep the wall sturdy. Smelt it and give me the most and the best armour you can, very, very quickly. The armourer, whose name was Gorkif, was used to Arslik Stone's demands and knew that there could be no compromise in the quality and quantity of the armour, or the speed at which he worked. He laboured for 30 hours without a break and recalled without any water to slake his thirst as he struggled with the kiln and anvil. I feel like he probably could have had some water. Someone could have at least brought it to you, you know? Until finally he had 6 suits of mixed metal armour. 6 slaves were chosen, clad in the armour, and sent with jars to collect river water. At first the mission progressed well. The Nord attacked the armoured slaves with their clubs, but they continued their march forward, warding off the blows. Gradually, however, the slaves seemed to be walking uncertainly, dazed by the endless barrage. Eventually, one by one, they fell. The armour was peeled from their bodies. They were eaten. Slaves couldn't move quickly enough in that heavy armour you made, said Arslik Owen to Gorkif. I need you to collect all the cadavers of the poison livestock, strip their skin, give me the most and the best leather armour you can. Very, very quickly. Gorkif did as he was told, but it was a particularly repulsive task given the rancid state of the livestock. Normally it takes quite a time to treat and cure leather, so I understand, but Gorkif worked at it tirelessly, and in half a day he had 12 suits of leather armour. 12 slaves were chosen, clad in the armour, and sent with jars to collect river water. They progressed at first much better than the earlier expedition. Two fell almost immediately, but the others had some luck out maneuvering their assailants while deflecting an occasional blow of a club. Several got to the river, 3 were able to fill up their jars, and one fellow very nearly made it back to the stronghold gates. Alas, he fell and was eaten. Minors possessed a remarkably healthy appetite. What we need before I completely ran out of slaves, said Arstic Owen thoughtfully to Gorkith, is an armor sturdier than leather, but lighter than metal. But no bone? The armor had already considered that and taken stock of the materials available. He had thought about doing something with stone or wood. There were practical problems of demolishing more of a stronghold. The next most prevalent stuff present in the stronghold was skinned dead bodies, hunks of muscle, fat, blood, and bone. For 6 hours he toiled relentlessly until he produced 18 suits of bone mold, the first ones ever created. Osticone was somewhat dubious at the sight and smell, but he was very thirsty and willing to sacrifice another 18 slaves if necessary. Might I suggest, Gorkliff queried tremulously, having the slaves practice moving about in the armor, here in the courtyard, before sending them to face the Nords? Osticone coolly allowed it, and for a few hours the slaves wandered about the stronghold courtyard in their suits of bone mold. They grew used to the give of the joint, rigidity of the backplate, the weight pushed onto their shoulders and hips. They discovered how to plant their feet slightly askew to keep their balance steady, how to quickly turn, pivoting without falling down, how to break into a run and stop quickly. By the time they were sent out of the castle gate, they were easily very nearly almost amateurs in the use of their medium-weight armor. 17 of them were killed and eaten, but one made it back with a jar of water. It's perfect nonsense, said Jamara, but my point is still valid even so. Like all great inventors, even in fiction, the armorer worked diligently to create the bone mold. I think there was a good deal of happenstance as well, frowned Garaz, but it is an appalling story. I wish you hadn't told me. If you think that's appalling, grinned Halgerd, you should hear what happened next. Perhaps at some point we will. Quill. First, a revised history. Pretty sure we haven't, in fact. And indeed we haven't. First, a revised history. On the bank of Lake Fjelding stands first a grand mead hall. We heard about this in the last episode, when we were cleansing one of the stones as a mead guy. A grand mead hall that serves as a home and centre of operations for a most valiant clan of Nord warriors. Long ago, a small group of Skarl decided to leave the main village and free themselves of their brethren's strict adherence to nature worship. They sought to live life as their ancestors had in Skyrim. Free to kill what they wanted when they wanted, free to worship in any manner they chose. The group braved the harsh weather and travelled south toward Lake Fjelding, where they found the perfect location for a new settlement. There they decided to construct a grand mead hall that would serve as their new home and hunting lodge. After several months of building, the companions had completed the task and named the mead hall Thirsk. The settlers looked upon all they had accomplished and were truly proud of their accomplishment, but their happiness was short-lived, and the settlers soon learned that not everyone celebrated the construction of Thirsk. As the mead hall was being erected, so too was the noise and commotion of construction, disturbing an ancient creature that lay dormant under the ice. It was a tragic twist of irony, therefore, that as the last beam of the great hall was nailed in place, the slumbering beast did finally awaken. His ancient name was the Udefrichter, though the settlers know him only as Death. Did we meet the Udefrichter in Oblivion? I don't actually remember. I don't think we did. But in Oblivion, on top of one of the mountains, which I believe is on the border of Skyrim, there is a creature called the Udefrichter Matron, which is one of the toughest creatures in the game. He's not part of any quest, but he's very strong, and he's like transparent as well, so he sort of blends in with the background. This is the story about him, I guess. And there are like 2 warriors he killed. And I believe they're probably connected to this first mead hall as well. I might be remembering that wrong though. But the settlers knew him only as Death. The Udefrichter came to the newly completed mead hall and wreaked vengeance upon those who had shattered the peace of his long cold sleep. He killed without warning, without mercy, reducing the first Nords to half their number. It was the valiant sorcerer Eldred Icelight who finally drove the beast back to his lair beneath the frozen lake, and used his magic to seal the entrance with a great wall of ice. The horror was over, but the price was great. It took the settlers 2 months to fix the damage done by the Udefrichter, and with so many strong hands now gone, it was slow and tedious work. Finally, Thirsk stood tall and proud once more, but even though the settlers had worked together to construct the mead hall and drive away the threat of the Udefrichter, tensions quickly grew over who would serve as their leader. Most of the men considered Hrothmund the Red their de facto chieftain, as he was the strongest and most capable of the lot. But one warrior, Drengo Bronzehelm, disagreed. He thought himself most capable to rule over Thirsk, and loudly voiced his opposition to Hrothmund, knowing that conflict and discord would only serve to destroy the new life they had worked so hard to create. Hrothmund the Red exercised his only true option. He swung his great axe and beheaded Drengo Bronzehelm where he stood. The Nords appreciated more than anything a warrior's prowess in battle, and Drengo's slaying proved to them that Hrothmund was indeed most worthy to be first chieftain. Didn't sound like a battle, it sounded like he just pulled his axe out and chopped his head off on the spot. So that the other Nords would never forget he had proven his right to lead, Hrothmund placed Drengo's head on a pedestal in the centre of Thirsk's main hall for all to see. And so began Thirsk's most time-honoured tradition. Any warrior, regardless of race or sex, could claim leadership of the mead hall by displaying the most impressive battle trophy on the great hall's pedestal. So long as the spirit of Hrothmund the Red consented, that warrior would be named chieftain. Hrothmund's Bane. For 21 years, Hrothmund the Red ruled over Thirsk and its residents as chieftain. With his soft voice and great axe, Hrothmund brought peace and prosperity to Thirsk, but peace proved to be Hrothmund's undoing. For the mighty Nord grew restless in the warmth and safety of the mead hall. He longed for battle and adventure, to feel the frost in his veins once more, and could ignore the call of valor no longer. When word spread of a giant, bloodthirsty white wolf terrorizing travellers in the Moistring Mountains, Hrothmund took up his great axe and set out to defeat the beast alone. The men of the mountains named him Ondiaga, the fell wolf. The beast measured as large as an ox, with fur as white as new-fallen snow, and it was said no man or woman alive could bring Ondiaga down. The words of the mountain folk proved true, for while Hrothmund did hew one leg from the fell wolf, Ondiaga devoured the mighty Nord whole, leaving only his great axe as a grim reminder of man's failure against beast. Filled with sorrow and rage, the residents of Thirsk marched to the mountains in search of a wolf, called by them Hrothmund's Bane. Only together did they manage to slay Ondiaga, and his family feasted on his roasted flesh. The following is a list of Thirsk's chieftains since Hrothmund first ruled. Hrothmund the Red, Nord male, slew Drengo Bronzehelm and presented his head as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 21 years, slain and devoured by Ondiaga the fell wolf. Iskaror Whitewave, Nord female, slew the necromancer Hildir Wormheart and presented his heart as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 4 years. Einar, Nord male, slew the frost giant Gwolog and presented his foot as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 6 years. Gisel Roundgut, Nord male, slew Einar and presented his sword as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 2 months. Einar the Younger, Revenge of the Sun. Nord male, slew Gisel Roundgut and presented his stomach as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 7 years. Guryot Goror, Nord male, slew the White Witch Katla and presented her staff as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 2 years. Amelie Bontaku, Breton female, first non-Nord, slew Guryot Goror and presented his head as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 3 years. Thormur's Stormkiller, Nord male, slew the brothers Annie and Ali and presented their enchanted hammers as battle trophies, ruled over Thirsk for 16 years. Aegiliath, Nord female, slew Odni the Unfaithful and presented her hand as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 8 years. Cassina Aurelia, Imperial male, slew the Imperial hero Claudius Anzione and presented his sword as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 3 weeks. Fraud. Eldjar Bearskinner, Nord male, slew the Imperial fraud Cassina Aurelia and presented his tongue as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 5 years. Falki the Fat, Nord male, slew a pack of 6 rabid wolves and presented their claws as battle trophies, ruled over Thirsk for 3 months, succumbed to madness and death as a result of rabies. Guess that's what killing wolves can do to you. Svanna the Knife, Nord female, slew Greta Wolfchild and presented her sword as a battle trophy, ruled over Thirsk for 4 years. Pioneer Whitebeard, Nord male, slew 3 Orc raiders and presented their eyes as battle trophies, ruled over Thirsk for 22 years. Skjoldr Wolfrunner, Nord male, slew the wizard Gris for yellow and presented his head as a battle trophy. Ruled over first for 3 years, slain in the mead hall. There is here a period of unrecorded histories. At some point the Udir Fricta was dealt with once and for all, but the leader of Fersken this time is unrecorded. There were apparently several other chieftains who came and went before the resumption of a record. The first devotion to oral tradition means these names may forever be lost to history. Gergen the Colossus, Nord male, slew Fjold the Free-Minded and presented his brains as a battle trophy, ruled over Firsk for 6 years. Rebecca the Stone, Nord female, slew 7 Imperial pirates and presented their helmets as battle trophies, ruled over Firsk for 3 years. Hjarknir Greenhand, Nord male, slew an entire grove of Spriggans and presented their taproot hearts as battle trophies, ruled Firsk for 27 years. Bjorn the Intrepid, Nord female, slew the great beast of Ilfark and presented its stomach as a battle trophy, rules Firsk as of this writing. Cool. We might see her, I guess, if this is up to date. Expansion. Oh, never mind. The first mead hall is nearly the same today as it was at its founding, a testament to the quality of its construction. But while Firsk itself did not grow, its inhabitants did, and before long the grand mead hall could not house all who wished to dwell within. So over the years, many Nords have left Firsk to establish their own private dwellings out in the wilderness of Solstheim, relying on the Iron's many caves and natural shelters. But those who left are always welcome back at Firsk, and many return frequently to enjoy the mead hall's hospitalities. It is also important to know that although much time has passed since the group first left the Skarl village, the Skarl and First Nords have always remained civil to one another, and even trade resources on occasion. Relationship with Raven Rock. The First Nords hold the same relations with Raven Rock that they once held with the Empire and its predecessors were more known on Solstheim, a deliberate disinterest and lack of complications. Both sides remain happy if they can plausibly believe the other doesn't exist, which is not to say there is any cause for enmity, rather there is simply no cause for fellowship among these two very different cultures. Law and order within Firsk. Within the mead hall, the chieftain serves as judge, jury, and executioner if necessary. The reality is that Firsk has always been a fairly peaceful place, with camaraderie and goodwill the norm. Solstheim can be a harsh home, and the Nords of Firsk have long realized that fighting each other isn't nearly as productive as battling the island's bears, wolves, draugr, reeklings, and whatever other fell creatures may roam the land. Still, there is the occasional disagreement which more often than not ends in bloodshed, and every few years someone gets it into his head to challenge the chieftain to a blood duel to try to gain possession of Firsk. Generally speaking, the Nords of Firsk are one big, happy, barbarian-like family, and like any family, they have their squabbles. The Ash Times. Since the eruption of the Red Mountain, the southern portion of Solstheim has been lost to waste and dark elf occupation. Firsk sits just above the desolated area, though, and happily escaped the destruction that fell over much of the land. In the years since, Firsk has taken its role as haven all the more seriously, the focus on hospitality and on welcoming outsiders, whether they seek respite from the southern ashlands or the northern chill. There it is. And finally we've got Changed Ones. Right, we have not read that. Changed Ones. Of all the Atada who wandered Nirn, Trimac was the strongest. He, for a very long time, fooled the Aldbury into thinking that tears were the best response to the sundering. They cried him to shame their ancestors, especially the feminine Altba. The unit took the missing god's name in vain, calling his narratives into question. So one day, Boethia, Prince of Plot's precocious youth, tricked Trimac to go into his mouth. Okay. Boethia talked like Trimac for a while, then, and gathered enough people to listen to him. Boethia showed them the lies of the Atada, the Aedra, and told them Trinimac was the biggest liar of all, saying all this with Trinimac's voice. Boethia told them as before him the triangle truth. He showed them with Mephala the rules of Sigic endeavour. He taught them how to build houses and what items they needed to bury in the corners. He demonstrated the right way to wear their skin. He performed the way to walk to achieve an ecstasy. Then Boethia relieved himself of Trinimac right there on the ground before them to prove all the things he said of the truth. It was easy then for his new people to become the Changed Ones. It's a very short book. There we go. And I think that's about it. You come over here, right? Alright, up here then. On to the Magica. Why I would need that. Let's go into chapter 2. Oh god. I forgot, get near this water and tentacles start slapping you. Alright, look at it. Is this close enough? No, we're good up here. Okay, scroll of Fireball, Inquil Quill, Guardian and the Traitor. Doesn't sound like one we've read. And it's not. A Guardian and the Traitor by Lucius Gallus, Fellow of the Imperial Library, year 376 of the Third Era. One of the more intriguing legends found on the island of Solstheim is the story of a mythical figure whose name is long forgotten, but whom time remembers as the Traitor. Certain that this myth is rooted in history, I set out to learn what I could, and perhaps piece together a presumptive account of the events that gave rise to the legend. The tale is remembered best by the shamans of the Skal, that unique tribe of Nords whose culture evolved along an entirely divergent path from that of their brethren in Skyrim. I spoke at length to the shaman of Skal Village, a wise and hospitable man named Braiga Wintermoon. He described an age long ago when dragons ruled over the whole world and were worshipped as gods by men. Presiding over this cult of dragon worshippers were the dragon priests, powerful mages who could speak the dragon language and call upon the power of the Foom, or voice. According to the legend, one such dragon priest was seduced by a dark spirit named Hermamora, an unmistakable analogue for the Daedric prince Hermaeus Mora. Oh, it is about Narak. Lured by promises of power, this treacherous priest secretly plotted against his dragon master. The traitor's plot was discovered by one of his contemporaries, another dragon priest whom legend named the Guardian. The two fought a mighty battle that lasted for days, each hurling terrible arcane energies and Foom shouts at the other. So great and terrible were the forces unleashed in this contest that Solstheim was torn apart from the mainland of Skyrim. Here the myth of clearly descends into the realm of pure fantasy. The Guardian, whom the legend presents as the paragon of loyalty and nobility, finally defeats the despicable traitor, who seems to represent all that is corrupt and evil in man. Their epic duel is clearly representative of a greater struggle between good and evil. Perhaps it is this timeless quality that has kept the tale alive for so long. Unlike many similar myths, the tale of the Guardian and the Traitor does not feature a suitably heroic ending. Hermamora snatches the traitor away just as the Guardian is about to strike the killing blow. The dragons appoint the Guardian ruler of Solstheim, but not before he is compelled to swear an oath of vigilance to watch for the traitor's return. His reign is by all accounts a time of peace and prosperity for the people of the land, and he is remembered as a wise and just leader. No further mention is made of the traitor, but neither is he thought to be dead. The legend ends on a cautionary note that the people of Solstheim, the heirs of the Guardian, must remain wary, lest the dark influence of Hermamora, or even the traitor himself, return some day. Although no physical clues exist now on Solstheim to suggest the presence of the dragon cult, it is hardly difficult to believe that it might once have flourished here. Perhaps some hidden tomb still waits to be discovered that will tell the truth of the tale. Temple of Marak. There are other tantalizing clues, though, perhaps these connections strain the bonds of credibility. For example, is it possible that the Skal deity, the Allmaker, is some distant echo of mighty Alduin, the World Eater of the ancient Nord pantheon? Perhaps not, but one thing is certain. Solstheim's history is riddled with unanswered questions. Perhaps future generations will pull aside the veils of mystery and reveal the truth about the origins of the skull and the identities of the guardian and the traitor. We figured out the traitor, I think. Oh. Okay, I read a book. And people weren't happy when I read that book. What did I even piss off here? Did whatever it was like fall into the... I don't know. God. Gold. Oh, a Poison Song Book 6. Haven't read that one yet, and also the Posting of the Hunt. Oh, that would have been here, wouldn't it? Okay, 2 more books. The Poison Song Book 6 by Briston Zell. The magnificent sprawl of the stronghold of Indoranion was aglow in the light of a setting sun. Commander Jasrat watched it slowly disappear into the horizon as he led the caravan southwestward. It was a strange practice for him to lead a night operation, but scarcely more bizarre than anything else he was facing. He was only 70 years of age, far from old for a Bosmer, and nearly felt like he belonged to another era. He had known the land of East Vardenfell his entire life. Every forest, every garden, every small village between Red Mountain and the Sea of Ghosts had been home to him, but now it was all different, twisted into a world he did not recognize since the eruption and the year of his son's death. It made night travel all the more treacherous, but it was a risk he was ordered to take. The Ashmire appeared quite suddenly. If a sharp-sighted scout hadn't seen it and given the signal, the entire caravan might have been swallowed whole. Jasrat cursed. It had not been on the map, but that was hardly surprising. It was a huge unnamed scale stretching as far as anyone could see. The commander considered his options. He might lead his party to the southeast toward Teleroon, and then try and approach due west. As he consulted his map, he noticed a glimmer of a campfire in the distance. Accompanied by his lieutenants, Jasrat drove his guar forward to investigate what happened to what appeared to be an Ashlander man and woman. "This is no longer your realm," he bellowed. "Don't you know it's been ruled by the temple that these are house lands now?" The couple shuffled to their feet and began quietly walking away toward a narrow ridge between Hill and Ashmire. Jasrat called them back. "Do you know a way around the scave?" he asked. They nodded, their eyes still to the ground. Jasrat signaled to his caravan. "You will lead us, then." There was a treacherous winding crossing almost too tight for the guars. The wagons themselves scraped as the drivers pulled to avoid the Ashmire. The Ashlander man and woman whispered to one another as they led the caravan. "What are you mumbling about, Noir?" Jasrat hollered. The man did not turn around. "My sister and I were talking about the Dagoth rebellion. She was guessing that you were bringing arms to the stronghold at Fallon Serrano, which is why you chose to cross the Ashmire rather than taking a road." "I might have known," Jasrat laughed. "You Ashlanders are so hopeful whenever you see signs of trouble in the houses and the temple. I hate to dampen your spirits, but what you're speaking of is hardly a rebellion. Merely a few isolated incidents of unpleasantness. Tell your sister that." As they plodded onward, the narrow ridge began to taper even more. The Ashlanders found a low, jagged crevasse in the hills, a crack from a lava flow even predating Sun's death. The caravan scored the rock walls as it moved through. Commander Jasrat, after 20 years of uncertainty in a land he did not understand, felt a twinge of his old instinct. This, he thought to himself, would be a fine place for an ambush. "Ashlander, how close are we?" he shouted. "He arrived," Dagoth Typhon replied, and gave the signal. "Oh dear. Great place for an ambush indeed." The assault was over in mere minutes, as it had been calculated from the start. When the last body of the house guard had sunk beneath the Ashmire, only then was the inventory of the caravan revealed. It was better than they had hoped. Virtually everything the rebellion needed: Daedric swords, dozens of suits of armor, quivers of fine ebony bolts, and rations enough to last for weeks. "Go on ahead to the camp." Typhon smiled at his sister. "I'll lead the caravan. We should be there within a few hours' time." Akra kissed him passionately. "Sister, eh?" And gave a sign of recall. In an instant she was back in her tent, exactly as she had left it. Humming the song, she removed the Ashlander rags and chose an appropriately diaphanous gown from her trunks. I don't know what that word means, but can only imagine, based on what just happened, what it could mean. Precisely the sort of dress Typhon would love seeing her in when he returned. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guessed it. Marassa, she called to her servant, summon the troops together. Typhon and the others will be here very soon with all the weapons and rations we need. Marassa can't hear you now, said a voice Akra hadn't heard in weeks. She turned, expertly removed every trace of surprise from her face. It was indeed Indora Bainera, but not the quivering creature she had left behind at the massacre at Sandhill House. This woman was an armoured warrior who spoke with mocking confidence. She wouldn't be able to summon the troops if she could. You may have weapons and rations, Akra, but there's no one left to arm or feed. Dagoth Akra made the sign of recall, but nothing happened. The moment we heard you banging around in the tent, my battle mages casted a fusion of all magicka. Bainera smiled, opening the tent further to invite a dozen house soldiers in. You won't be leaving. If you think that thy brother will walk into your trap, you underestimate his allegiance to the song. Akra sneered. It tells him everything he needs to know. They convince him to no longer fight it, and let it lead him and us to our ultimate victory. I've known him longer and better than you ever did, said Bainera coldly. I want to hear what the song is saying to you. I want to know where I can find Tay. Typhon, my lady, Akra corrected her. He is no longer a slave to your house of the temple's lies. You can torture me all you wish, but I swear to you the next time you see him, it will be because he wishes it, not you, and that will be your very last moment alive. Don't you worry, Sergio. Bainera's Nightblade winked at her. Everyone says they won't break under torture, but everyone always does. Bainera left the tent. It was all a part of warfare, she understood that, but there would be little relish in witnessing it. She could not even watch as the house soldiers disposed of the rebel corpses. She had hoped she would grow numb to the bloodshed after weeks of following Typhon and Akra, massacre after massacre. It didn't matter to her that now the bodies were of her enemies. Death was still death. She'd only been in her tent for a few minutes when her Nightblade appeared. Not so tough as she appeared, that one, he grinned. In point of fact, all I had to do was ask her nice and point my dagger at her belly. She was blubbering everything. Not too surprising, really. It's always the ones that talk big that crumble fast. I remember way back a couple years ago, before you was even born. Carolyn, what did she say? Bainera asked. The song, whatever that is, told her brother that she got herself caught and not to return to camp. The Nightblade replied, only a trifle annoyed at having his fascinating story cut short. He's got a half dozen with him, and they're going to try to assassinate the fellow that led to the Indoril army in the war. General Indoril Triffitt. Uncle Triffitt, Bainera gasped. Where is he stationed now? Not sure myself, Sergio. Do you want me to ask if she knows? I'll come with you, said Bainera. As they walked towards Akra's tent, cries of alarm sounded. The situation became abundantly clear even before they reached the site. 3 guards were dead and the prisoner had escaped. Interesting woman, said Garon. Weak heart, but a strong arm. Should we send word of warning to General Indoril Triffitt? If we can find where he is in time, said Bainera. There we go. Poison Song, Book 6. Next up, the posting of the hunt. The writing in the book appears to be a hasty transcription, perhaps from dictation or copied from a longer work. Let no man say before a witness that the hunt has not been called, nor the rites declared or the ancient offices observed. The ritual of the innocent quarry, also called the Wild Hunt, is an ancient rite drawing magical energy from the powerful magical stream that engulfs this realm. The creators and times of the rituals are long forgotten, but followed properly. The rite brings great power and prestige to the huntsman. The ritual pits the all-powerful huntsman and their greater and lesser dogs against the pitiful and doomed innocent quarry, called by tradition the hare, after the mortal creature of human hunts. At once the huntsman is transported by the exquisite thrill and glory of the might and dominion over his helpless prey, and at the same time touched by the tragic, normal, and ultimately futile plight of the innocent quarry. In the highest aesthetic realization of the ritual, the ecstatic rapture of the kill is balanced by the huntsman's identification with the sadness and despair of the innocent quarry. As in pieces, the body of the innocent hare is torn. The huntsman reflects on the tragic imbalances of power and the cruel injustices of the world. As the hunt begins, the lesser dogs assemble before the green crystal reflections of the chapel of the innocent quarry. Inside the chapel, the huntsman, the greater dogs, and the master of the hunt perform the rites that initiate and sanctify the huntsman, the hunt, and the innocent quarry. Then the huntsman emerges from the chapel, displays the spear of bitter mercy, and recites the offices of the hunt. The offices explains the laws and conditions of the 4 stages of the hunt: the drag, the chase, for cool, and for view to the kill. Stage 1, for drag, in which the lesser dogs drag the ground to flush out the hare. Stage 2, for chase, in which the greater hounds drive the hare before them. Stage 3, for call, in which the greater hounds trap the hare and summon the huntsman for the kill. Stage 4, the view, in which the huntsman makes the kill with a ritual spear of bitter mercy, and calls upon the master of the hunt to view the kill by ringing the town bell. The master of the hunt then bestows a bounty upon the huntsman bold who has wielded the spear of bitter mercy in the kill. The master of the hunt also calls upon the huntsman bold to name the next hare for the next hunt, though the huntsman bold himself may not participate in the next hunt. The officers of the hunt, which the huntsman, master, and hounds are solemnly sworn to honour, detail the practices and conditions of the hunt. These practices and conditions, also known as the law, strictly define all details of the hunt, such as how many hounds of each sort may participate, how the spear of bitter mercy may be wielded, and so forth. In addition, the law states that the hare must have a genuine chance to escape the hunt, no matter how slim. In practice, this condition has been defined as the availability of 6 keys, which, if gathered together in the Temple of Daedric Rite, permit the hare to teleport away from the hunt, and so elude the huntsman and his spear. It is inconceivable, of course, that the hare might actually discover the keys and escape, but the forms must be observed, and tampering with the keys or cheating the hare a genuine chance of finding or using the keys is a shameful and unforgivable betrayal of the law of the hunt. The ritual of the hunt grants the huntsman protection from all forms of attack, including mortal and immortal weapons and no sorceries of all schools. Huntsmen are cautioned, however, that the ritual does not protect the huntsman from the potent energies of his own spear, and cautions against reckless wielding of the spear in close melee, darkness, or other dangerous circumstances. For a single touch of the spear of bitter mercy means instant and certain death for innocent hare or fellow huntsmen alike. The right to name of wild hunt is a grand and grave right indeed, as all but the high Daedra laws are vulnerable to the potent sorceries of a spear of bitter mercy. The spear itself is therefore a terrible weapon, and it is forbidden to remove it from the ground of a ritual hunt. Right. Interesting stuff. Okay, we've got a heavy armor forging book, which is probably a smithing book. Yep. Heavy armor forging by Sven Two Hammers. Heavy armor must be designed to take a lot of punishment. It will receive direct blows from all sorts of weapons while protecting the wearer. Leather strips are used to make the straps and bindings in all armor. Iron and steel are easy to work. Just heat them up and pound them into shape. The heat of a forge is not critical. Avoid filing off any of the metal. Always try to conserve the metal and work it back into shape. Iron armor requires a large number of iron ingots. A smith might need a couple of dozen to complete a full set of iron armor. Steel armor primarily uses steel ingots, but some iron is used as well. Dwarven armor is made from dwarven metal. The secret of this material was lost when the dwarves disappeared millennia ago. Now it can only be found as scrap in the ruins of their abandoned cities and fortresses. Orcish armor requires large amounts of orichalcum melted with a bit of iron. Heat should be used sparingly, let it become brittle. The orcs are masters of this technique, but it can be learned by any smith with patience and skill. Steel plate mail is made by adding steel to molten corundum. The alloy is stronger than either metal by itself. Corundum is a finicky material requiring the heat from the forge to be steady and not very much. Ebony can only be worked when heated. It will develop small cracks that eventually shatter the material if hammered cold. Unlike most other armors, ebony will not alloy with iron. It must be used pure. I can only tell you tales of how to make Daedric armor. I have never seen it myself, nor do I know anyone that has. The stories that say it should always be worked on at night, ideally under a new or full moon, and never during an eclipse. A red harvest moon is best. Ebony is the principal material, but at the right moment, the Daedra hearts must be thrown into the fire. Interesting. And the Daedra heart's the only difference between ebony and Daedric armor, but a significant one. Okay, well, there is Seeker. I'm gonna save just in case something bad happens. Alright, we already read this one. The Waters of Oblivion. Nope, that's a new one. Still in combat? No. Cool. Okay, the Waters of Oblivion. 120 numbered ages in the void that fated folk had grown deep-schooled in evil. Then the bright god resolved to punish those faithless spirits and shatter the unruly caitiffs, those huge unholy scavers loathsome to the light, who repented exceedingly that they had gazed upon oblivion, and seen there the first of dark kin, and welcomed them as brothers and sisters. The principalities of victory behold how great was the wickedness of the wayward spirits, and saw that they were bold in sin and full of wiles. They resolved then to chasten the tribes of Daedra, and smart dark kind with hammer in hand. But ever shall darkness contest the light, and great were the powers that breathed the void and laid waste upon one another. And no oath might bind them, so deep were they in envy and perfidy. For once the portals are opened, who shall shut them upon the rising tide? Ah, that's it. Short but sweet. I'm guessing we're supposed to go up, but... Another pod. Soul Gems, a book called Deathbrand, Rising Threat Volume 1, and a Battle Axe. Spell Tome. Deathbrand and Rising Threat. Rising Threat we've done. Deathbrand we have not. Okay. Deathbrand. Pirate's Tale. Haknir Deathbrand was dying. For Garruk Windrime, ship's court's master, it was unthinkable. His grandfather had served under Haknir nigh on 60 years before. And even then he was a legend among the pirates of the north. The king of ghosts, they called him. As eternal and pitiless as the sea he assailed. To Garruk, who had seen him charge into battle, clad in armour of gleaming stalrim, like the kings of old, his twin swords scything men like grass, Haknir was practically a god. But none feared Haknir more than his own crew. They knew his rages, his fits of madness, how he delighted in torture and murder for its own sake. And there were even darker rumours. Some said he fed upon the blood and souls of those he killed to extend his unnatural life. Some thought him a Daedra, loosed upon the mortal world. And others said he owed his life and power, his armour and swords, to a pact with Dagon, Prince of Destruction, and the seal of that pact was a terrible wound that scarred his fate, never to heal, a deathbrand which no man could look upon without flinching. All these things ran through Garruk's mind as he took his place on deck at the head of the crew, exchanging a curt nod with Fallon, the ship's helmsman and his chief rival. By sundown he thought one of them would be captain, the other would be dead. When Haknir finally emerged from his cabin, the crew fell silent. He looked frail, his voice raspy, but even so he had a presence about him. As he looked over his men, the most brutal murderers ever to ply the northern seas, not one could meet his gaze. At last he sighed. You wish to know who will be my successor, and how my share of the treasure shall be divided? That was the question, but even so there were murmurs of protest. Haknir cut them off. All these years I have looked for one who is worthy to take my place, or strong enough to take it from me. Not one of you even comes close, and so none of you shall have it. He extended his hand. In Dagon's name I place a curse upon my armour, and my swords, this ship and all it carries. Until the day when one of you can best be in combat, you shall have not a single coin. He looked up at them. Be grateful I have left you with your lives. Garruk and Fallon shared a single glance. If anyone else said such a thing, there would have been mutiny. Hungry treasure-mad pirates against one old man. But this was Haknir. The crew was silent. Haknir threw a map at Garruk's feet. Garruk, take a longboat and bury my armour in the places I have marked. Fallon, we sail to my tomb, where you shall leave me with my gold. Then burn your ships, do as you will. I am your captain no more. And with that he turned and stalked back to his quarters. At daybreak Garruk took his leave and sailed in a longboat with 3 of his men. They landed on a shoal to the north of Solstheim, at the place Haknir had marked, made camp and began to dig. But already greed stirred in Garruk's heart. Time and again he glanced at the iron-bound chest they had brought with them. The old man was gone, perhaps already dead. His orders foolish. That night Garruk pried open the chest and drew out the helm within. The star rim shimmered in the moonlight. It was time. Time for a new king of ghosts to rise. He placed the helmet on his end. And you have star rims like that material in Solstheim, isn't it? That really rare material that It's really hard to find, I think. And he screamed, and they said you can hear that screaming still, on moonlight nights on a rocky shoal off the northern coast of Solstheim. Postscript. This story is one of the last in the Haknir saga, a tale surrounding the life and adventures of a legendary pirate king, Haknir Deathbrand. How much of it is actually true, if indeed any of it is true, will lead to the reader's discretion. R.T. Strudden, House Reader and Scribe. There we have it. Another little section here. Okay, I'm guessing these stairs only get revealed at a certain point by doing something. Probably that. Boneless limbs. Yikes. On Apocrypha, bonus limbs added. Well, we unlocked the path. Can we read the book? Oh, that reminds me to learn Battle Axe. Okay. A writhing mass of heaped appendage, slipping grass for squirming slick, extender reach to touch for face, burn remind, reveal the quick. That's what it says. Heaped appendage, touch for face, burn the mind. I wonder if that's a riddle that might help us later. It. Okay, chapter 3. Door that I assume is not meant to open yet. There's another one. Oh, we're hurting. Alright, got caught. Wait, this is a dead end. Right, there we go. Scroll of Guardian Circle, Spell Tome Lesser Ward, The Night Mother's Truth, and the Poison Song Book 7. Wow, we're getting close to completing this series. Alright, Poison Song I know we haven't read. The Night Mother's Truth we have not read either. So another 2 books to peruse. Do we know Lesser Ward? Yes. The Night Mother's Truth by Gaston Bellafort. Although various works have been listed on the subjects of both Morrowind's Morak Tong and Tamriel's more widespread Dark Brotherhood, there remains confusion as to precisely when and how these 2 field assassins' guilds formed, or more specifically when and how the Dark Brotherhood split from the Morak Tong, as the former is widely accepted to have sprung from the latter. The largest point of contention seems to be the figure of the Night Mother, a woman who figures prominently in both organizations. Through extensive research and interviews and not inconsiderable risk to my own life, though the Dark Brotherhood holds this information sacred, I finally solved this ages-old mystery. I finally uncovered the Night Mother's truth. Although her name has been lost to time, the Night Mother was once a mere mortal. A dark-elf woman who lived in a small village once located where the city of Bravil stands now. Oh, so Bravil's the origin of the Night Mother, as well as where the statue was in Oblivion. In the Imperial province of Cyrodiil, she was a respected member of the Morak Tong, and like her fellow members, this woman made her trade as an assassin in service to the Dacic Prince Mephala. In fact, the woman held the title of Night Mother, reserved for the highest-ranking female member of the organization. To be Night Mother of a particular sect, that was to be that group's matron, the favored of Mephala, both respected and feared. However, it was not Mephala who facilitated the transformation from woman to spectre, but another, some would say, far deeper form of evil. Sithis, the Dreadlord, embodiment of the unending void. Following the potentate's assassination in Second Era 324, strife descended upon the Morak Tong, and the guild was all but eradicated in Cyrodiil and much of the Empire. It was shortly after these events that the Dharma woman claimed to hear the voice of Sithis himself. The Dreadlord, she claimed, was displeased. He was unhappy with the Morak Tong's lack of success. The void, he told her, was hungry for souls, and it was her destiny to set things right. And so, according to Dark Brotherhood legend, Sithis visited the Night Mother in her bedchamber, and begat her 5 children. 2 years passed before the unthinkable happened. The Dark Elf woman followed through with the Dreadlord's ultimate plan one night. She murdered her children and sent their souls straight to the void, straight to their father. When they learned of this affront to decency, the people of the village rallied against the woman, for such an act was considered incomprehensible, even for a Night Mother of the Morak Tong. And one night of vengeance they descended upon the woman, killing her and burning down the house in which the atrocity took place, and that was the end of the story. Or so everyone thought. Little more than 30 years later, an unnamed man heard a strange, comforting voice inside his very head. And I call it listener of the Dark Brotherhood? Just as the Dharma woman claimed to hear the voice of Sithis inside hers, the voice identified herself as the Night Mother and named the man Listener, the first of many. And so the unholy matron set her servant on his path, who had found a new organization, the Guild of Assassins known as the Dark Brotherhood, in service not to Mephala, but to the Dreadlord Sithis. Morak Tong, now surviving only in Morrowind, was an artifact of a forgotten age. The Dark Brotherhood would marry business with death. The organization would grow in wealth and power, and the void would swell with fresh souls. It was, the Night Mother told her listener, a perfect arrangement. In the early days of the Dark Brotherhood, the bodies of the Night Mother and her children were recovered from their original burial site and interred in a crypt beneath the site of her house, and there they remain, even today. So if in your travels you find yourself in the city of Bravil, and make a wish at the statue of a lucky old lady, as is the local custom, know that you stand on sacred if evil ground, for you stand above the Night Mother, the unholy matron herself, and your luck has just run out. Oh, so the whole world knows that the Night Mother is under Bravil now. Interesting. So she got exposed at some point. Okay, for Poison Song Book 7. We just read 6, so some continuity there. The Poison Song Book 7 by Bristin Zell. Triffith stood on the parapets of Berizamane and considered the volcano. Metaphors the poets used fell rather flat in his view. A festering wound it could be called with its blood-like lava. The King of Ash too could be applied when one looked at its perpetual crown of smoke. And yet none of that would do, for nothing in his experience could convey the sheer magnitude of the mountain. Red Mountain was many miles away from the fortress, and yet it filled the horizon utterly. Before he could feel too small, however, he heard his name being called within. There was some consolation that though he was insignificant compared to the mountain, he was still in possession of certain power and influence. "General Doral Trippeth," said Commander Rail, "there's trouble at the east gate." The trouble was scarcely more than a skirmish. An Ashlander, drunk perhaps on Shine, had begun a fight with the house guard at the back gate. As they tried to drive him away, his cousins joined him, and soon there were 6 Ashlanders together, brawling with a dozen of Triffith's guards. If the Noirs had not been well armed, the fight could have been finished almost before it began. As it was, by the time the general arrived with more of his guards, 2 of the Ashlanders were dead, and the others had taken flight. "It's the smoke in their brains," Ryle shrugged. "It makes them mad." Triffith climbed back up the stairs and returned to his chamber to dress for dinner. General Dradoran Barilk and Councillor Hlalu Nothok will be arriving very shortly to discuss the temple's plans for reorganizing the house lands of Morrowind. Mournhold was to be renamed Almalexia. A great new city in honor of Vivek was to be built, but with whose gold? It made his head hurt. There were so many details. A long night of argument, threats, and compromises were ahead. The general's mind was so occupied that he nearly put his house robes on backwards. He also did not notice the shadowy figure steal out from behind the tapestry and close the door to the bedchamber. It was not until Triffith heard the sound of the latchbolt fall that he turned around. Slipped in when I was distracted by the fracas at the back gate. Very clever, Tay, he said simply. Or do you call yourself Dagoth Tifon these days? You should know all my names. The young man snarled, unsheathing his sword. I was Tifon before you butchered my family and sought to dispel my tribe. I was Tay when you brought me into your house to poison me against my own people. Now you may call me Vengeance. There was a knock on the door. Typhon and Trelith did not move. Typhon and Trelith did not move their eyes from one another. The knocking became a loud pounding. General Lindor Triffith, are you well? Is there something wrong? If you're going to kill me, boy, you'd best do it quickly. Triffith growled. My men will have that door down in 2 minutes. You don't tell me what to do, Uncle. Typhon shook his head. It's strong on my ancestors to instruct me. It tells me you made my father beg for his life before you killed him, and I want to see you do the same. If your ancestors are all knowing, Triffith smiled, why are they all dead? Typhon made an inhuman noise in the back of his throat and advanced. The door began to buckle at the pounding, but it was sturdy and secure. The general's estimate of his life expectancy at 2 minutes seemed clearly erroneous. The pounding suddenly stopped. A familiar voice replaced the sound. Tay, called Bainara, listen to me. Typhon smirked. You're just in time to hear your uncle beg for his miserable life, cousin. I was afraid you'd be too late. The next sound you'll hear will be the death rattle of a man who slayed my house. The song is what's enslaved you, not Uncle Triffith. You can't trust it. It's poisoning you. It let you be manipulated first by that mad old woman, and now by that evil witch Akra who calls herself your sister. Typhon pressed the tip of his sword so it touched the general's throat. The older man stepped backwards and Typhon advanced. His eyes followed the length of his arm to the grip of the blade. The silver ring of Dagoth caught the red light of a volcano from the battlements outside the window. Tay, please don't hurt anyone anymore. Please, if you just listen to me and not the song just a moment, you know what's right. I love you. Bainara stifled her sobs to keep her voice clear and calm. There was a noise on the stairwell behind her. The general's guard had finally arrived with a battering ram. The door splintered and burst open in 2 strikes. General Indoro Triffith was holding his throat, staring out the window. Uncle, are you all right? Bainara ran to him. He nodded his head slowly and removed his head. There was only the barest of scratches on his neck. Where's Tay? He jumped out the window, said Triffith, pointing out into the distance, where a figure was riding a guard toward the volcano. I thought he was going to kill himself, but he had an escape figured out. We'll get him, Sergio, General, said Commander Rail, calling to the guards to get their mounts. Bainara watched them go and then kissed her uncle quickly and ran out to her own guar in the courtyard. Sweat drenched Tay's body as he rode closer and closer toward the summit of Red Mountain. Guar was breathing hard, trudging along even more slowly, yelling out little grunts of complaint about the heat. Finally, he abandoned his steed and began to climb the near vertical surface. Ash blew down the face of the volcano into his eyes. Near blind, it was almost impossible to ignore the persistent, clamorous notes of the song. A silken stream of crimson lava studded with crystalline formation surged a few feet away, close enough that Tay could feel his flesh begin to burn and blister. He turned from it and saw a figure emerge through the smoke. Bainara. What are you doing, Tay? She cried over the howl of the volcano. Didn't I tell you not to listen to the song? The first time, the song and I both want the same thing. He yelled back. I can't ask you to forgive me, but please try to forget. He pulled himself higher, out of Bainara's sight. She screamed his name, scaling the rocks until she found she was close to the open crater. Waves of boiling gas washed over her, and she dropped to her knees, gasping. With a rippling miasma, she saw Tay standing at the mouth of the volcano. Flames erupted from his clothes and hair. He turned to her just for a moment and smiled. Then he leapt. Bainara was in a daze as she began the long, treacherous climb down the volcano. She began to think of the projects ahead, whether enough provisions and storage at the house in Gorm for the meeting of the houses. The councillors were bound to stay there for weeks, maybe months. There was much work to be done. Slowly, as she descended, she began to forget. It would not last, but it would be a start. Dagoth Akra stood as near to the mouth of the volcano as she could stand, blinking her eyes at the ash, soaked by the heat. She watched all and smiled. On the ground was a silver ring with the seal of House Dagoth. Typhon had been sweating so much it had slipped off. She picked it up and put it on her own finger. Touching her belly, she heard a new refrain of a poison song, and more went begin. So it carries on. Unlucky. I did not think that would kill me. How far back does that take? No. I've.
Talk to Captain Gallup.
Alright, no, that wasn't the save, was it? Please tell me I'm still in chapter 3. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh, stupid. That wasn't the right one. Okay. Oh, now they're different books. Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Damn it. Charwish Conninger Letters, Volume 4. We had one of those books before. Damn, that sucks. Gotta sort of remember that we've read those two books before. Volume 2, okay. Yeah, now we've got duplicates, God's sake. The Charwick Conninger Letters, Book 4. 8 Suns Dawn, 3rd Era 412, Amiglyph, Somerset Isle. My good friend, Lord Gemin, you must forgive me for not meeting you at the palace personally, but I have been unavoidably, tragically detained. I left the front gate and door unlocked, and if you're reading this, you must have made it at least as far as the antechamber to the east drawing room. Perhaps you've already wandered the estate and seen some of its delights before coming to this chamber. The 7 fountains of marble and porphyry, the reflecting pool, the various groves, the colonnades and quincunx. I know you would have already gone to the 2nd floor suites in the west wing, as you would have had to pass this room first and picked up this letter. But believe me, they are beautifully appointed with magnificent balustrades, winding staircases, intimate salons, and bedchambers worthy of your affluence. The price of this property is exorbitant, certainly, but for a man like you who seeks only the best, this is a villa you must have. As you undoubtedly noticed as you arrive through the gates, there are several smaller buildings ideally suited to be guard stations. I know you were concerned with security. I am an intensely greedy man, and there is nothing I would have liked more than to meet you here today, show you the grounds, fawn on you obsequiously, and collect a fat percentage of the cost of the sale when you bought this marvellous palace, as I am sure you would have. My dilemma that caused my inexcusable absence began shortly after I arrived here early to make certain the villa was well cleaned for your inspection. A man named Koninga crept up behind me and gripped me by the throat, clamping his left hand over my mouth and nose and throttling me with his right hand, crushing the soft spot on my throat just below the thyroidal cartilage. He effectively strangled me in a few quick but very painful minutes. I'm currently buried in a pile of leaves in the north statuary parterre, close to the exceptional sculptural representation of the transformation of Trinimac. It should not be too long before I am discovered. Someone at my bank will surely notice my absence in due time. Koninga might have buried me deeper, but he wanted to be ready for the arrival of his old partner, Charwich. Perhaps part of you thinks it best to stop reading now, Lord Gemin. You're looking around the antechamber and seeing nothing but doors. The large one you took to come in from the garden is locked now behind you, and without a better knowledge of the layout of the estate, I could not recommend you attempt to flee down a corridor that might easily come to a dead end. No, much better to keep reading and see where this is going. Koninga, it seems, was in a partnership with his friend Charwick to try to recover Azura's star. They understood it to be in the possession of someone named Hadwath Naethwyr, a man who conjured up the Daedra Prince Azura herself to acquire it. As Naethwyr originally hailed from Higher Rock, Charwick went there to look for him, while his partner searched Morrowind. They planned to communicate their findings by letters sent through couriers. Charwick's first letter stated that he had found information that Naethwyr had a mysterious patron named Baliasir, a fact he had learned at a cemetery with a gravestone of Naethwyr's sister Perira and a lycanthropic caretaker. Koninga replied back that he could find nothing about Baliasir, but believed that Naethwyr had returned to High Rock with Perira after getting the star. Charwick's last letter was written on his deathbed, having sustained mortal wounds from his battle with Baliasir, who it seemed had been a mighty Daedra Lord. Koninga grieved for his friend and travelled the span of the Empire to Wayrest to pay his call of condolences on Lady Morling, the woman at whose house Charwick had been starving. After making some inquiries, Koninga learned that her ladyship had left the city quite suddenly. She had been entertaining a guest named Charwick, and it was understood that he had died, though no one ever saw the body. Certainly no healers had been sent to her house on the 13th of last seed of last year, and no one in Wayrest, just like no one in Telarune, had ever heard of Baliasir. Poor Koninga was suddenly unsure of everything. He retraced his late partner's path through Borean and Grimtree Gardens, but found that the Naethwyr family crypt was elsewhere, in a small town in the barony of Dwinnen. There was indeed a lycanthropic caretaker, fortunately in human form at the time. When questioned using the technique of strangulation release, he told Koninga the story that he had told Charwick many months before. Hadwath and Perira Naethwyr had returned to Dwinnen, intent on settling old business. As the star requires potent spirits for power, they thought they would begin small by capturing the spirit of a werewolf they knew of in a family graveyard. Sadly for them, their grasp exceeded their reach. When the poor caretaker resumed his human form one morning, he found himself lying next to the shredded, bloody bodies of the Naethwyr siblings. Distressed and fearful, he brought the corpses and all their possessions down into the crypt. They were still there when Charwick came, and as too was Azura's star. Koninga now saw things clearly. The letters he had received from Charwick were lies, intended to keep him away. Undoubtedly with the assistance of Lady Morling, his new partner, he had concocted stories, including one of his own demise, to trick Koninga into abandoning the quest for the star. It was clearly a sad statement on the nature of friendship, and one that needed immediate correction. It took the better part of 6 months for Koninga to find his old partner. Charwick and Lady Morling had used the power of the star to make themselves very wealthy and powerful. They assumed a number of different identities in their travels through High Rock and Skyrim, and then down to Valenwood and Somerset Isle. How could Azura's star make you that wealthy? It's a refillable soul gem, so what, they just kept recharging weapons and charging for it? Along the way, of course, the star itself disappeared, as great Daedric artifacts always do. The couple still had much wealth, but their love sadly fell on troubled times. When they reached Alinor, they parted ways. One must assume that during their months together, Charwick must have told Lady Morling about Koninga. It's pleasant to think of the loving couple laughing over the stories they were telling him about the mythical and dangerous Baliasir. Charwick must not have given his former beloved a very accurate physical description, however, because when Lady Morling, then under the identity of the Countess Ziliana, met Koninga, she had no idea who he was. It came as quite a surprise to her when he began strangling her and requesting information about her former paramour. Before she died, she told Koninga what Charwick's new name and title was, and where he was looking for a new palace. She even told him about me. Given all the twists and bends the last month's chase took him on, it was not difficult to find which palace Charwick was looking to buy, and what time his appointment was to view it. When he had merely to arrive early, dispose of me, and wait. Is this Charwick? Then our story must sadly end. I look forward to seeing you soon. Yours, Sirix Goinifi, former estate banker. P.S. Charwick, turn around now or don't. Your choice. Your friend Koninga. Oh, they're both undercover. So Koninga's a lot undercover and was working for Charwick. But both were under identity, but the difference is Koninga knew who Charwick was. Now, they both know who each other are. I'm gonna say, and I just want to see something. Okay, so this one won't attack me. Yeah, that is most of my health. So yeah, I just really need to not be hit by those at all. Okay. And this one, for some reason, doesn't attack. Okay, let's... Okay, common soul gem, fast healing, quill, inkwell, paper. There's a pod here. And there's also a book, Song of the Alchemists. Guessing would be an alchemy skill book. Not one we've read. Right, 41 Alchemy. The Song of the Alchemists, Ancient Tales of the Dwemer, Part 5, by Marabar Sul. When King Marinea's alchemist had to leave his station after a laboratory experiment that yielded detonation, the king went out with the king did want, a new savant, to mix his potions and brews, but he declared he would only choose a fellow who knew the tricks and the tools. The king refused to hire on more fools. After much deliberation, discussions, and debates, the king picked two well-learned candidates. Xanthippus Minferk and Emphatic Fair, an ambitious pair, vied to prove which one was the best. Said the king, there will be a test. We went to a large chamber with herbs, gems, tomes, pots, measuring cups with under high crystalline domes. Make me a fabric that will make me invisible, laughed the king in a tone some would call risible. So Emphatic Fair and Xanthippus Minferk began to work, mincing herbs, mashing metal, refining strange oils, cautiously setting their cauldrons to burbling boils, each on his own, sending mixing bowls mixing, sometimes peeking to see what the other was fixing. After they had worked for nearly 3/4 an hour, both Xanthippus Minferk and Emphatic Fair winked at the other. Certain he won, said King Marineon. Now you must taste the potions you've wrought. Take a spoon and sample it right from your pot. Minferk vanished as his lips touched his brew, but Fair tasted his and remained apparent in view. You think you mix silver, blue diamonds, and yellow grass? The king laughed. Look up there, up to the ceiling glass. The light falling makes the ingredients you choose quite different hues. What do you get? Asked the floating voice bold, of a potion of red diamonds, blue grass, and gold. By Dwemer God, said Fair, his face in a wince, I've made a potion to fortify my own intelligence. Publisher's note. This poetry is so clearly in the style of Gorf Bellin that it really does not need any commentary. Note the simple rhyming scheme of AABBCC, the sing-song but purposefully clumsy meter, and the recurring jokes of the obviously absurd names, Emphatic Fair and Xanthippus Minferk. A final joke where the stupid alchemist invents a potion to make himself smarter. By pure accident would have appealed to the anti-intellectualism of audiences in the interregnum period, but would certainly be rejected by the Dwemer. Note that even Marabar Sul refuses to name any Dwemer gods. The Dwemer religion, if it can even be called that, is one of the most complex and difficult puzzles of their culture. Over the millennia, the song became a popular tavern song in High Rock, before eventually disappearing from everything but scholarly books, much like the Dwemer themselves. Okay, we've got a pod. Gold, Petty Soldier, Manners of Pelagius, and the Songs of Pelinal, Volume 1. Manners of Pelagius we've read. As we have with Song of Pelinal, Volume 1. I have a pod down here. And the Skumarites we've done. Great Harbingers, Nerevar at Red Mountain. Nerevar, no. Great Harbingers, no. And the Bear of Markov. Also no. We're a triple threat then. Okay. Great Harbingers of the Companions. Ah, okay, this is a Companions book. This history is recorded by Swick the Long-Sighted of the Circle of Jorvaska in the Third Era. While I am not gifted with a sharp gift of words, I have learned the stories of the companions before me, and set to record them that they might not be lost when I am. Hereafter is the list of notable harbingers of the companions, those who led us through the darkness to glories in Sovngarde. Notes on the harbinger. The companions have never had a true leader since Ysgramor. None have been mighty enough to corral the great hearts that beat within Jorvaska, while others, like mages and thieves, need the blessings of their hierarchy to know how to dress. We companions are capable of leading our own destinies to glory. The harbinger advises, resolves disputes, and helps to clarify when questions arise of the nature of honor. In the thousands of years the companions have held at Jorvaska, there have been harbingers both terrible and brilliant, those known for their arm, those for their hearts, and those for their minds. Here are listed some of the most gloried harbingers who inspire song and deed. Ysgramor, the first harbinger, the first man, the bringer of words, and the one who first bound the companions to honor in that far-off land of long ago. Better people have written of him, so I will not attempt to meet their words. Jeek of the River, captain of the Jorvaska during your return, discoverer of the Skyforge, founder of Whiterun, and keeper of the original Oath of the Companions, now lost to time. While other crews sought glory and conquest, his was the first to settle, and serve as protector for the less war-gifted in the land as they came behind. Mrith Will were withdrawn. Several hundred years after the death of Ysgramor, the companions as we now know them were soldiers for hire, little better than mercenaries. Our services could be purchased for the fighting of wars, but the commitment to individual honor meant that often shield-bearers would be forced to face each other on a field of battle. The bonds of honor which bind the companions threatened to break, until Mrithwil, in his wisdom, decreed that we would no longer be party to any war or political conflict of any kind. Because of his steady hand, the companions today are known as impartial arbiters of honor, in addition to their glories on the field of battle. Thirok the Lofty, the first harbinger to not be of ancestral Edmoran blood. This was around the time that the Nords began to think of themselves as such, and there were great disputes about purity and the legacy of Ysgramor. Thirok first came to Jorvaska as a servant, but the Red Guard quickly proved his mettle when treated disrespectfully by one of the less honor-bound warriors of the time. Granted the stature of an honorary companion after saving the life of Harbinger Torvar the Unmentioned, he became known as the most capable of shield-bearers in the hall, with speed and cunning surpassing any of the old Edmoran stock. His time as Harbinger was short-lived, but it is said that his field knowledge of blade work continues to pass to every new companion through their training. Henantir the Outsider. Same name as the guy in Bravil in Oblivion that got stuck in the dream world. The first Elven Harbinger. Like Sirok before him, he was initially subject to ridicule when arriving at Jorvaska, for this was the time near the closing of the First Era, when elves were not permitted to be full companions, and few were even allowed to see the inside of a hall. Henantir was humble in the daylight hours, performing any task asked of him. At night he trained fiercely in the outside yard, allowing himself only minutes of sleep before resuming his servant duties the next day. So he toiled through several harbingers, never resting, never complaining, and always keeping his mind and body sharp. Given his long life, he came to be trusted by the new companions as the one who them learned the ways of honor. When one such pupil had aged into an old man and become harbinger himself, Henantir was the one on his deathbed. With all companions assembled, he named Henantir as his successor, saying, "Even an elf can be born with the heart of a Nord sometimes." There were some number of companions who laid down their weapons that day, but those who remained knew the truth of honor, and it is their legacy we continue to bear. Maka of the Piercing Eyes, a harbinger known for her great beauty, but any who underestimated her on account of it would never make the mistake again, was said to have once stared down half an opposing army, then slaughtered the remainder single-handedly. Her disappearance in her 8th year as harbinger has never been explained, but many slanderous lies claim to make accountings for it. Colonel Longnose, after the dark periods in the late Second Era when a string of false and dishonourable harbingers laid claim to Jorvaska, it was Colonel Longnose who gathered the true hearts of the companions in the wilds and stormed Jorvaska itself, killing the usurpers and returning honour through blood. In the old ways, he began the tradition of trusted advisors called the Circle, after our great lord Ysgramor's council of captains, who would serve as examples to the young and newer companions. By ensuring that the notions of honour can have an unbroken string of tradition, he steadied the course of the companions and restored our destinies to that of Ysgramor's, pressing ever onwards to Sovngarde. Cool. Nerevar at Red Mountain. The following is from the Apocrypha, the hidden writings of a tribunal temple. It is a scholarly retelling of a tradition transmitted through the Ashlanders concerning the battle at Red Mountain and subsequent events. The Ashlanders associate this tale with a telling of Alangro Sul, the shield companion of Nerevar who came to live among the Ashlanders after the death of Nerevar and during the ascension of the tribunal. There are many varying treatments of the story, but the primary elements are consistent throughout the tradition. The murder of have we read this? Murder of Nerevar, the tragic fate of Dagoth, and the profane source of the tribunal's divine power are denied by temple doctrine as ignorant Ashlanders' superstition and not widely known among civilized Dunmer. Resdane, present-day Morrowind, was contested ground between two very different types of myrrh. Hold on a minute. I think we have read this one. Not sure. I've got an idea to find out.
Northern maidens, ships. Huh?
Oh wait, I'm going to this length. I do want to know if I've read this one before.
Captain Gallen does the business around here.
Yep. Whenever I do, I cannot quick save her. Yep, okay. Cool. It must have been one we read fairly recently. Okay. And what was the other book? The something? Bearer of Markov. Crimes of Ulfric Stormcloak by Arianus Arius, unbiased Imperial scholar. Ulfric Stormcloak is considered a hero by many for his part in quelling the Forsworn uprising. It is said that when the Empire abandoned Skyrim and the natives of the Reach rebelled, undoubtedly due to the Nords' poor treatment of them, Ulfric Stormcloak and his militia was there to retake their land from the Forsworn. In all the bravado and epic yarns the skalds compose of his exploits, you would think Ulfric to be a giant of a man, equal to that of Tiber Septim in his cunning leadership and decisive actions. But the truth is far more revealing. Yes, from Ford Era 174 to 176, the Forsworn did in fact rule over the Reach as an independent kingdom from Skyrim. Yes, this was accomplished while the Empire was beset by Aldmeri Dominion forces and could not send the Legion to re-establish order, and yes, Ulfric Stormcloak did quell the rebellion without Imperial assistance. That much is true. What the bards often fail to tell in their stories is that the Forsworn Kingdom was quite peaceful for those 2 years they were in power. True, some crimes were committed against former Nord landowners, often those accused of being the harshest towards their native workers, but on the whole the Forsworn ruled their lands fairly, and were making overtures to be recognized by the Empire as a legitimate kingdom. In the wake of the aftermath of the Great War, you can imagine the backlog on stately matters the Empire had. Before a peace treaty could be resolved with the Forsworn, a militia led by Ulfric Stormcloak seized the gates of their capital, Markarth. What happened during that battle was war, but what happened after the battle was over is nothing short of war crimes. Every official who worked for the Forsworn was put to the sword, even after they had surrendered. Native women were tortured to give up names of Forsworn fighters who had fled the city or were in the hills of the Reach. Anyone who lived in the city, Forsworn and Nord alike, were executed if they had not fought with Ulfric and his men when they breached the gates. "You are with us, or you are against Skyrim," was the message on Ulfric's lips as he ordered the deaths of shopkeepers, farmers, and elderly, and any child old enough to lift a sword that had failed in the call to fight with him. So when a grateful empire had accepted Ulfric's victory and sent soldiers to re-establish the rule of law in the Reach, it was no surprise that he would demand to be allowed to worship Talos freely before the Legion could enter. With chaos running through the streets of Markarth and the reports of deaths rising every day, the Empire had no choice but to grant Ulfric and his men their worship. We allowed them to worship Talos in full violation of the White Gold Concordat with the Outbreak Dominion, which recognizes the elven belief that Talos as a human cannot be one of the divines. In jeopardizing the treaty that so many sacrificed for during the Great War, the Empire was wrong. But what choice did they have, I ask you, against the bearer of Markarth, Ulfric Stormcloak? No is not an answer. Interesting take. Maybe Ulfric not so great as he is proclaimed to be. Delving pincers. On Apocrypha, delving pincers. Crushing razors, hollow shells that snap, that twitch, that cinch and rend to hold the subject bodily till mind blows soft and life meets end. Now, which door does that open? Oh, all the way back here. Alright. Onto Magica. Scry. It's another one of those rotating platforms. Suppose not. Onto Magica. Suggests there's a fight coming up. Seems like things are rotating. Fast healing, scroll stone flesh. That's a soul gem. Catalogue of weapon enchantments. I guess this is enchanting skill. Yep. Complete catalogue of enchantments for weaponry by Yvonne Bian, Synod researcher. Within this catalogue are all the known varieties of weapon enchantments that modern mages can cast. No pretense is made that this list is complete. New discoveries are made and new enchantments are revealed often enough that this work will eventually become outdated. Those who follow may choose to revise this work as needed. Weapons such as axes and bows can hold a wide variety of enchantments. The most common are fire, frost, and lightning, but simple yet effective enchantments burn, freeze, or shock when they draw blood. Only slightly less common are weapon enchantments that drain magicka or stamina. These drain off a wizard's reserve of power, tiring him magically, just as the weapons that drain stamina tire their victims physically. Unlike the elemental enchantments, the enchantment alone cannot kill, although the weapon itself can still take a life. Equally less common are the enchantments of fear. There are two varieties, one for the living and one for the undead. The former will only affect living creatures, not undead, or magical constructs such as Atronax, dwarven automatons. The latter cause Draugr, skeletons, vampires, and the like to flee. There is no known fear enchantment that will affect dwarven machines. A particularly insidious, but somewhat common enchantment is Soul Trap. Upon entering the blood, the victim's soul is bound, Should he die shortly thereafter, his soul, guessing the soul, is siphoned off to a nearby soul gem. This form of magic should only be used against beasts and monsters. To use it against men or elves is abhorrent. And necromancers really agree with that. Noticeably more rare are the absorbing enchantments. There are 3 known types which drain the victim's health, magic, or stamina. The weapon becomes a conduit, transferring the stolen energy from the victim to the wielder. These are sometimes referred to as vampiric enchantments. As discussed above, absorbing magic and stamina is not in itself deadly. Absorbing health can actually steal the life from a creature. Actually, the rarest of enchantments are those of banishment and paralyzation. Banishment only affects summoned Atranax or undead raised by wizards. The banishment breaks the link between the caster and the creature. Summoned Atranax return to the Oblivion plane from whence they came. Raised undead are released. It is important to note that self-willed undead are not affected by banishment. Paralyzation is simple, yet deadly. The affected creature becomes rigid and unable to move for a short time. This is one of the most prized enchantments among warriors. A paralyzed opponent can be dispatched with ease. It is important to note that many creatures are immune to paralysis, such as Atranax, skeletons, ice wraiths, and dwarven automatons. That is interesting to note. Probably the biggest takeaway from this book, in case we needed to know. Charcoal? Poison Song, Book 4. We haven't read Book 4, have we? Let's say here. I don't think we have. I think that's one of the gaps. 2 and 4 were gaps that we had not read yet. The Poison Song, Book 4 by Bristin Zell. Akra sat by the hearth in Tay's room reading her book by the fire. It concerned some minutiae of theosophy that she did not believe in, but nevertheless found morbidly compelling. When the door opened and she heard Tay enter, she finished the paragraph she was reading before looking up. "I've been here for hours, darling. If I knew you were going to be so late, I would have brought more books," she giggled. When she saw Tay's face and the state of his clothing, her manner lost all frivolity. "What happened to you? Are you all right?" "I've been to see my old childhood nursemaid, Edaba," he said in a strange voice. It was a sudden change of plans. I hadn't realized she was in Mournhold. "I wish I had known where you were going," she said, rising slowly from her chair. "I would have loved to have met her." "Well, it's too late now. I've killed her." Akra inhaled deeply, studying Tay's frozen face. She took his hand. "Perhaps you ought to tell me everything." Tay let his beloved lead him to the hearth, where he sat blinking at the fire. He looked down at the silver ring on his finger. "Before I killed her, she gave me this. This was sealing ring of the House Dagoth. She told me I was the bearer of the inheritance, and the song I bear all the time in my head, the one that called me to kill another boy when I was young, and then Edaba herself, is the song of my ancestors." Tay fell silent, Akra knelt by his side, stroking his ringed hand. "Tell me more." "My tutor, Kina Kafrisi, taught us that the House Dagoth was a curse on Morrowind. He said that when they were all destroyed at the end of the war, the very earth itself breathed in relief." Tay closed his eyes. "I can see the obliteration. I can even hear it in the song. Edaba told me that the 5 houses adopted the orphan children of Dagoth, raising them in their own traditions. I thought she was mad or a liar. The real lie was all those years I thought my family was House Endoriel." "What are you going to do?" Akra whispered. "Well, Edaba told me to follow the song to my destiny." Tay laughed bitterly. "But the song led me to kill her, so I don't know if she'd still give me that recommendation now. I know that I need to leave Mournhold. Before I knew what I was doing, I set a fire in her tenement. The guards were called. I just don't know where I'd go." "You have many friends to shield you if you prove yourself to be the new leader of the Return of the 6th House." Akra kissed the ring. "I will help you find them." Tay stared at her. "Why would you help me?" "When you thought I was your cousin of the House Endora, you did not mind having me go. It might well have been incestuous," Akra replied, meeting his eyes. "I have heard the song too. It is not as strong with me as it was with you, but I never chose to ignore it. It told me more than the ridiculous temple priests and priestesses ever could. I know that my true name was Dagoth Akra, and I knew that I had a brother." "No," Tay said through gritted teeth. "You're lying. You are Dagoth Typhon." Tay shoved Akra hard against the wall and ran from the room. As he fled through the hall, he heard the sound of Kalkar's footfall on the stairs behind him, a percussive instrument in the song that was rising in his heart and head. "Cousin," the senior initiate was saying, "have you heard about the fire? Tay unsheathed his dagger in turn, burying it to the hilt in Calcare's throat. Cousin, he hissed. I am not your cousin. The streets of Mournhold were lit by the red glow of a tenement fire, spreading through the tight alleyways by a steady and intense gust of wind. It was as if Dagorfair himself was looming over the city, fanning the flames his air had struck. The house guard running toward the blaze stopped at the sight of Tay, standing uncertainly, swaying before the front door of Calcare's house, a bloody blade in his hand. What you done, Sergio? Tay ran through the forest, his cape whipping behind him by the force of a howling wind. The guard clambered after him, sword drawn. He had no need to investigate the house to see the murder. He knew. For hours Tay raced through the wilderness, the song pushing him onward. The sound of his pursuer faded away. At last the trees thinned, and he saw nothing before him but air and water. A cliff, 100 foot long, plunged into the inner sea. The song told him no. It pulled him north, sweetly promising a place to rest among friends. More than friends, people who would worship him as the heir of Dagoth. As he slowly walked toward the edge of the cliff, the song became more threatening, warning him not to seek to avoid his fate. There was no escape but death. Tay spat a curse upon his house and threw himself headfirst over the cliff. It was another glorious day on the island of Gorn, the first one in weeks that Bainera could truly enjoy. Uncle Triffith had important company, housemen from far away, and she had been required to attend every dinner, every meeting, every ceremony. As a child, she remembered, she had hoped for some attention. Now nothing was more blissful than time away from her duties. There was only one thing she wanted to do that she had to do indoors, and that was writing a letter to her cousin. But that could wait until the evening, she told herself. After all, he had not written her in many days. It was the influence of that girl, Acra. Not that she seemed disagreeable, but Bainera knew how one's first love could be all-consuming. At least she had read about it. As he walked idly through the wildflower meadow, Bainera was distracted with her thoughts. But she did not hear her maid Hilima calling. She was quite startled when she turned to see the young servant running up. Sergio, she said breathlessly, please come. Someone has washed up on the shore. It's your cousin, Sergio and Doral Tay. Yep. I do remember that. And, well, I didn't remember him washing up, but then I remember Bainera was taking care of him in Volume 5. Okay, next up is History of Raven Rock. Volume 2. The History of Raven Rock, Volume 2 by Lyra Teleno. Forward. Raven Rock is one of the more interesting colonies of Morrowind of the last 2 centuries. So much has happened to this tiny town in such a short amount of time, and so many lives have been affected by it, I felt it necessary to describe its rich history within these volumes. During my research, I lived in Raven Rock for almost 3 years, and I got to know many of my fellow Dunmer who call Raven Rock their home. I hope that my readers will appreciate the amount of fortitude and perseverance that it must take to endure life in such an inhospitable and untamed land. After a few years, the relentless ash storms from the ever-erupting Red Mountain had transformed Solstein's southern reaches into pure ash wastes reminiscent of those present on Vardenfell itself. The storms would leave behind deep dunes of ash that made life exceedingly difficult in Raven Rock. In order to protect the town from these drifts, Brower Morvain proposed that the East Empire Company construct a large wall of her own design to protect the east end of town. The company quickly agreed and provided the necessary funds. After almost a year, the construction was complete, and the huge edifice was named the Bulwark. The wall proved to be extremely effective and allowed work to continue unabated in the mines. We've heard the Bulwark before. Those guards are like, oh, you should see the Bulwark at night, it's dangerous, or something like that. At Ford Era 16, when Solstheim was passed into the hands of the Dunmer people, the East Empire Company was forced to relinquish Raven Rock's control to House Redoran. The council quickly named Brower Morvain as councillor of their new town, and allowed her to rule Solstheim as she saw fit. As a result of this changing of the guard, almost the entire Imperial population left Raven Rock and returned to Cyrodiil. Brower continued to welcome the Dunmer that elected to settle on Solstheim. Some chose to stay in Raven Rock to work in the mines, and others took to more familiar territory and began a nomadic lifestyle in the ash wastes. The next few decades were the golden years for Raven Rock. Brower Morvain was keeping the peace, the mines were still producing large quantities of ebony, and the Dunmer that lived on the island were happy. After almost 50 years of prosperity, in Ford Era 65, Brower Morvain finally succumbed to old age and passed away. She was interred in the family's ancestral tomb, and her son, Lera Morvain, took her place. The people who had lived in Raven Rock during Brower's time as councillor We're pleased to discover that Leril shared his mother's notions of rulership. He was fair and compassionate, which kept the people on the island quite happy for many decades. And there we go. Okay, we've got a scry there. We want to go somewhere there. Let's do a quick save, just to be sure. There's another pod here. Gold, resist fire. Songs of Skyrim revised. Don't think we've read that one. Nope. Amulet of Kings, Poison Song, Book 7. Great, okay. We have read it. We don't have to read it again, but at least we have a copy of it, so we don't have to remember that we've already read it. Okay, the Amulet of Kings we have read. So it's just Songs of Skyrim revised. Songs of Skyrim Revised Edition, compiled by Giraud Germain, historian of the Bard's College, Solitude. Ragnar Vavent is a traditional song of Whiterun. Despite the acclaimed final image, the song is generally regarded as light and rollicking and a favourite in inns across Skyrim. Oh, we've heard Ragnar Vavent from Sven the Bard in Riverwood, but I guess we'll say it ourselves. Ragnar Vavent. There once was a hero named Ragnar Vavent, who came riding to Whiterun from Old Oric's stead, and the braggart did swagger and brandish his blade as he told of bold battles and gold he had made. Then he went quiet did Ragnar Vavent when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said, "Oh, you talk and you lie, and you drink all your mead, and my fingers high time but you lie down and bleed." And so then came the clashing and slashing of steel as the brave ass Matilda charged in full of zeal, and the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more, when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor. Yeah, Bard's College are going to love me when I eventually join them. The Dragonborn comes has been handed down from generation to generation of bards. The Dragonborn in Nord culture is the archetype of what a Nord should be. The song itself has been used to rally soldiers and to bring hope. The Dragonborn comes, our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. I don't quite remember how the tune of this song went. With the voice-building power of the ancient Nord art, believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. For darkness has passed and the legend it grows. You'll know, the Dragonborn's come. The age of oppression and the age of oppression are variants of one song. It isn't known which of the two was written first, but the tune with loyalty-appropriate lyrics is quite popular on both sides of the war. The age of oppression we drink to our youth, and today's come and gone. The age of oppression is now nearly done. Oh, I've heard this one too. We'll drive out the Empire from this land that we own. With our blood and our seal, we will take back our home. All hail to Ulfric, you are the High King. In your great honour we drink and we sing. When we children of Skyrim, we fight all our lives. And when Sovereign God beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that sullied our hopes and our dreams. The age of aggression. We drink to our youth today's... Oh, so there's a variation of it for the Empire and for the Stormcloaks. We drink to our youth, today's come and gone, for the age of aggression is just about done. We'll drive out the Stormcloaks to restore what we own, more blood on our steel, we'll take back our home. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings, on the day of your death, we'll drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. When Sovereign God beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean, of the scourge that sullied our hopes and our dreams. The following is an ancient song we've only recently begun to translate. Without a tune or a short pronunciation, the song is lost to time. It's included here to show the deep history of song here in Skyrim. The original version. Dovahkiin, Nal Ok Zin Los Farli. Oh, this is the Dovahkiin song, isn't it? Dovahkiin, Nal Ok Zin Los Farlin. Watan Fokul, Wafarak Astval, Akvin Og Pal, Grabfot, Nus Tonsing Jozan, Dovahkiin, Fakir, Gadmu, Dral, Ranu, Kuduot, Wala Opok, Link Grabfot, Akvinte, Musikfun, Tofinke, Ehid, Olos, Fumanitov, Akvin, Relic, Dojul, Wafansulek, Marit, Fakir, Krehet, Akvin Zur, Trikot, na tomorrow friend. Hulot talagan ta vokane. Sa fu medantus within kokoron pa. Ofidova kin kumeit okrein. Akvigel Lothoda Lovedvinko Flinkla Tovize Marinkain. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Maze for Dayan Alduin Felusion Quizzing start now. Ovamba Lokwa Devon Fin Lane. Zalsul and the lock for the full over knock. Fingos Nalot Mafrak Agros. Pakisal Finkostin no Brain Aldu Jot. Tovakinkos Finsa Victormos. I was probably really wrong with that. I don't remember entirely how it went, but hopefully I was somewhat in tune. And my translation. Dragonborn by his honor is sworn to keep evil forever at bay, and our faces falls round when we hear triumphs shout, Dragonborn, for your blessing we pray. Hearken now, sons of snow, to an age long ago, and a tale boldly told of one who was king to both worm and the races of man, with a power to rival the sun, and the voice he did wield on that glorious field, when great Tamriel shuddered with war. Mighty foot like a blade cut through enemies all, as the Dragonborn issued his roar. And the scrolls have foretold of black wings in the cold, that their brothers wage war come unfurled. Alduin, being of kings, ancient shadow unbound, with a hunger to swallow the world. But a day shall arise when the dark dragon's lies will be silenced forever and then. Fair Skyrim will be free from foul Aldu once more. Dragonborn be the saviour of men. Hey, we did it. Tale of the Tongues is a newer song, and that's come into favour since the Dragonborn put down Alduin. It actually describes the events of the first battle against the dragons. Oh, this is the first time the Dragonborn did it. Not about me. Tale of the Tongues, Alduin's wings that did darken the sky, his raw fury's fire, and his scales sharpened scythes. Men ran and they cowed, and they fought and they died. They burned and they bled as they issued their cries. We need saviors to free us from Alduin's rage. Healers on the field of this new war to wage, and if Alduin wins, man is gone from this world, lost in the shadow of the black wings unfurled. But then came the tongues on that terrible day, said fast as winter they entered the fray, and all heard the music of Alduin's doom, the sweet song of Skyrim, sky-shattering fume. And so the tongues freed us from Alduin's rage, gave a gift of a voice ushered in a new age. If Alduin is eternal, then eternity's done, for his story is over, and the dragons are gone. Wait. No, this is about me. This is the song that Sven sings once you've beaten the Dragonborn. Interesting. What does this do? Something. Came from here, right? Or did we? Yeah, we did. Okay. You know what I just did? I opened my door. And more pods. Some ancient knowledge. Name of a medium with red, gold, steady soul gem, and a clairvoyance spell. Cool. You learned that one. Okay, that's the book we're looking for, isn't it? Just want to try something. Do I want to try something? Yeah. Yeah, probably do. Okay, so we have been there. Okay. I just wanted to see if it would let me fall down. Not really, was the answer. Okay, there's more beyond there. Which goes to chapter 4. Oh, that goes, I guess, to the next chapter. You'd think so. This is the door we just opened. I think this was a bonus door. I don't think we actually needed this one, but this will probably have to be a mega chest with some good stuff in it. Vessel. Yep, glass shield, Elven Mace of Lightning. Charbot Coiling V2, which we've read now. Common Souls, 236 gold. Prison Songbook 7 again. Lost Legends we've read, because that's quest related. I believe. Sometimes mix these up. Yep. The Old Ways and Varieties of Faith in the Empire are the ones that we may not have read. Old Ways and Varieties of Faith. Yeah, okay, we need to read both of those. Elven Mace of Lightning. I'm gonna keep the base damage. One of the best base damage, I believe. Okay, let's go with the Old Ways. By Celerus the Lawmaster. We know who the old ways are well aware. We who know the old ways are well aware of the existence of a spiritual world invisible to the unenlightened, just as one living in a kingdom but unaware of the political machinations underneath may see a new tax or battle preparation as the caprices of fortune. Many observe floods, famines, and madness with helpless incomprehension. This is deplorable, as the great Quilian Darnizan moaned. The power of ignorance can shatter ebony like glass. What, after all, is the origin of these spiritual forces that move the invisible strings of Mundus? Any neophyte of Artaeum knows that these spirits are our ancestors, and that while living they too were bewildered by the spirits of their ancestors, and so on back to the original Achaia. The Daedra and gods to whom the common people turn are no more than the spirits of superior men and women whose power and passion granted them great influence in the afterworld. Certainly this is our truth and our relation, but how does it help us in our sacred duty as Selifer and Sai, or providing grave and faithful counsel to lesser men? Primarily, it is easy to grasp the necessity both of endowing good men with great power and making powerful men good. We recognize the multiple threats that a strong tyrant represents, breeds cruelty which feeds the Daedra, but we fear and hatred which feeds the Daedra of Anima. If he should die having performed a particularly malevolent act, he may go to rule in oblivion. Worst of all, he inspires other villains to thirst after power, and other rulers to embrace villainy. Knowing this, we have developed patience in our dealings with such despots. They should be crippled, humiliated, impoverished, imprisoned. Other councillors may advocate assassination or warfare, which, aside from its spiritual insignificance, is expensive and likely to inflict at least as much pain on the innocents as the brutish dictator. No, we are intelligence gatherers, dignified diplomats, not revolutionaries. How then are our councillors faithful? They are faithful only to the old ways. It is essential always to remember the spiritual world while keeping our eyes open in the physical one. Performing the rites of Moawita on the second of Half-Fire and the Vigil on the first and second seed are essential means of empowering salutary spirits and debilitating unclean ones. How then are we at once faithful to those we counsel and to the Isle of Artaeum? Perhaps the sage the Herete said it best. In Mundus, conflict and disparity would bring change, and change is the most sacred of the 11 forces. Change is the force without focus or origin. It is the duty of a disciplined Psijic, enlightened one, to dilute change where it brings greed, gluttony, sloth, ignorance, prejudice, cruelty. Here Teherete lists the rest of the 111 prodigalities, and to encourage change where it brings excellence, beauty, happiness, and enlightenment. As such, the faithful council has but one master, his mind. If a man the Psijic council asks wickedly, and brings Oginfer bad change, and will otherwise not be counsel, it is the Psijic's duty to counterbalance the Ognifer by any means necessary. Emphasis mine. A student of the old ways may indeed ally himself to a lord, but it is a risky relationship. It cannot be stressed enough if the choice be wisely made. Should the lord refuse wise counsel and order the Psijic to use the Herete's outmoded word to perform and act contrary to the teachings of the old ways, There are few available options. Vasigic may obey, albeit unwillingly, and fall prey to the dark forces against which he has devoted his life. Vasigic may abandon his lord, which will bring shame on him in the Isle of Artaeum, and so may never be allowed home again. Vasigic may simply kill himself. Yeah, I guess that was a little bit about Vasigic Order, which we might find out a little bit later in this series. Next up is Varieties of Faith in the Empire, by Brother Mikhail Karkuksa of the Imperial College. This is my best attempt at a listing of the pantheons and associated divine spirits of Tamriel's dominant cultures. This list is by no means complete. The imperial city of Cyrodiil alone boasts a vast host of saints and holy spirits. It only includes the most important spirits revered by native members of the culture. Other Retada, especially Daedra, are often familiar and known to many cultures. Those specific names are included here only when they possess a particular cultural significance. The omission of any reference of the worships of the Argonis of Blackmarsh is a result of my complete inadequacy in reconciling the obscure and contradictory accounts available to me on that subject. The 8 pantheons: Cyrodiil, Akatosh, Dibella, Arche, Zenithar, Mara, Stendar, Kinnereth, Julianus, Shazar, Tiber Septim, House, Raymond. Okay, so the 8 divines plus some bonus figures. Skyrim: Alduin, Dibella, Orce, Sun, Mara, Stun, Kinner, Janal, Shor, Izmir, Hermamora, Malok. When we met a lot of those. Ultima: Oriel, Trinimac, Magnus, Sirabane, Ifre, Xerxes, Mara Stendar, Lorcan, Finasta. Bosma: Oriel, Ifra, Arche, Zen, Xerxes, Bandar, Mara Stendar, Lorcan, Hermamora, Joan, Jode. Some overlap with Cyrodiil there. Dunmer: Almalexia, Vivek, Sophosil, Boethia, Mephala, Azura, Lorcan, Nerevar, Molagbar, Malakath, Sheogorath. Names there, got a lot of the Daedric princes there. Yakuda, that's Red Guards, I believe. Sartikal, Rutka, Tuwaka, Zet, Morwa, Tava, Maluk, Diagna, Sep Hunding, Leki, Onsi. Bredni: Akatosh, Magnus, Ifrit, Debella, Arche, Zenithar, Mara, Stendar, Kinnereth, Julianus, Shior, Finasta. Elsewhere: Alkosh, Kenafi, Riddlefar, Jagajay, Mara, Surendar, Lorkaj, Rajin, Bandar, Azura, Sheogorath. Sheogorath as well. Azura, Lorkaj, probably Lorcan. There's some overlap. Note on the divine spirits of the pantheons. Akatosh, Dragon God of Time. Akatosh is the chief deity of the 9 divines, the major religious cult of Cyrodiil and its provinces, and one of 2 deities found in every Tamrielic religion. The other is Lorcan. He is generally considered to be the first of the gods to form in the beginning place, after his establishment. Other spirits found the process of being easier, and the various pantheons of the world emerged. He is the ultimate god of the Cyrodiilic Empire, where he embodies the qualities of endurance, invisibility, and everlasting legitimacy. Alduin, World Eater. Alduin is the Nordic variation of Akatosh, and only superficially resembles his counterpart in the 9 divines. For example, Alduin's sobriquet, the World Eater, comes from myths that depict him as the horrible, ravaging firestorm that destroyed the last world to begin this one. Nords therefore see the god of time as both creator and harbinger of the apocalypse. He is not the chief of the Nordic pantheon. In fact, that pantheon has no chief. See Shore below, but its wellspring albeit a grim and frightening one. Alkosh, Dragon King of Cats. Interesting. Peridata dynasty, an equine deity, a variation on the Altmeri Oriel, and thus an Akatosh's culture hero for the earliest Khajiit. His worship was co-opted during the establishment of a riddled Far, and he still enjoys immense popularity in elsewhere's wasteland regions. He is depicted as a fearsome dragon, a creature the Khajiit say is just a real big cat. He repelled an early Aldmeri pogrom of Pelennor Whitestrait during mythic times. Almalexia, Mother Morrowind. Most traces of Akatosh disappeared from ancient Chima legends during their so-called exodus, primarily due to their god's association and esteem with the Aldmeri. However, most aspects of Akatosh which seem so important to the mortal races, namely immortality, historicity, and genealogy, have conveniently resurfaced in Almalexia, the most popular of Morrowind's divine tribunal. Arche, god of the cycle of life and death, member of the 9 divines pantheon, and popular elsewhere as well. Arche is often more important in those cultures where his father Akatosh is either less related to time, or where his time aspects are difficult to comprehend by the layman. He is the god of burials and funeral rites, and is sometimes associated with the seasons. Its priests are staunch opponents of necromancy and all forms of the undead. It is said that Arcade did not exist before the world was created by the gods under Lorcan's supervision / urging / trickery. Therefore he is sometimes called the Mortal's God. Auriel, king of the Aldmer. The elven Nakatosh is Auriel. Auriel is the soul of Anuiel, who in turn is the soul of Anu the Everything. He is the chief of most Aldmeri pantheons. Most Aldmeri and Bosmeri claim direct descent from Auriel. In his only known moments of weakness, he agreed to take his part in the creation of a mortal plane, that act which forever sundered the elves from the spirit worlds of eternity. To make up for it, Auriel led the original Aldmer against the armies of Lorcan in mythic times, vanquishing that tyrant and establishing the first kingdoms of the Aldmer, Aldmora and Aldnafe. He then ascended to heaven in full observance of his followers, so that they might learn the steps needed to escape the mortal plane. Azura, goddess of dusk and dawn. Azura was the god ancestor that taught the child of the mysteries needed to be different from the Altmer. Some of her more conventional teachings are sometimes attributed to Boethia. In the stories, Azura is often more a communal cosmic force of a race as a whole than an ancestor or a god, also known as the anticipation of Sofa Sil. And elsewhere, Azura is nearly a wholly separate entity, yet she is still tied into the origins of Khajiit out of Altmeri stock. Bandar, the bandit god. In most regions, Bandar is a marginal deity, a trickster spirit of thieves and beggars. Elsewhere, he is more important and is regarded as the pariah. In this aspect, Bandar becomes the cleverness or desperate genius of the long-suffering Khajiit, whose last-minute plans always upset the machinations of their elven or human enemies. Boethia, Prince of Plots. Heralded by the prophet Veloth, Boethia is the original god ancestor of the Dark Elves. Through his illuminations, the eventual Shima, or Changed Folk, renounced all ties to the Altmer and founded a new nation based on Daedric principles. All manner of Dark Elven cultural advances are attributed to Boethia, from philosophy to magic to responsible architecture. Ancient Velothi allegories are uniformly heroic successors of Boethia and for enemies of every type. Foundation stories of Chimeric struggle, also known as the anticipation of Almalexia. The Yagna are a recalced god of the sideways blade. Warrior thuggish cult of the Red Guards originated in Yokuda during the 27 snake folk slaughter. The Yagna was an avatar of the Hunding, Yokudan god of Make Way, see below, that achieved permanence. He was instrumental to the defeat of the left-handed elves, as he brought orichalc weapons to the Yokudan people to win the fight. In Tamriel, he led a very tight-knit group of followers against the Orcs of Orsinium during the height of their ancient power, but then faded into obscurity. He is now little more than a local power spirit of the Dragontail Mountains. Debella, goddess of beauty. Popular god of the Nine Divines, in Cyrodiil she has nearly a dozen different cults, some devoted to women, some to artists and aesthetics, and others to erotic instruction. Well, Kevin. Hermamora, a woodland man. Ancient Admoran demon who at one time nearly seduced the Nords into becoming Aldmer. Most Ysgrimmar myths are about escaping the wilds of old Hermamora, also called the Demon of Knowledge. He is vaguely related to the cult origins of a Morag Tong, Forester's Guild, if only by association with his brother/sister, Mephala. Hunding, the Make-Way god. Yokudan spirit of perseverance over infidels. The Hunding is a divine called Hunding. It's hard to take that seriously. The Hunding is historically materialized whenever the Red Guards need to make way for their people. In Tamrielic history, this has only happened 3 times, twice in the First Era during the Ragada invasion and once during the Tybur War. In this last incarnation, the Hunding was said to have been either a sword or a crown, or both. Junal, Rune God, the Nordic god of hermetic orders. After falling out of favour with the rest of that pantheon, he became Julianos of the Nine Divines. He is absent in modern Skyrim mythology. Jode, Big Moon God, Altmeri god of the Big Moon, also called Massa or Maras Tir. In Khajiit religion, Jode is only one aspect of the lunar lattice, or Shakache. Joan, Little Moon God, Altmeri god of the Little Moon, also called Secunda or Stendar Sorrow. In Khajiit religion, Joan is only one aspect of the lunar lattice, or Shakache. Julianus, god of wisdom and logic, often associated with Junal, the Nordic father of language and mathematics. Julianus is the Cyrillic god of the literature, law, history, and contradiction. Monastic orders founded by Tiber Septim dedicated to Julianus are the keepers of the Elder Scrolls. Kin, Kiss at the End, Nordic goddess of the storm, widow of Shore, and favoured god of warriors. She is often called the mother of men. Her daughter sought the first Nords for use of a Foom, or storm voice. Kinnereth, goddess of air. Kinnereth is a member of the Nine Divines, the strongest of the sky spirits. In some legends, she is the first to agree to Lorkhan's plan to invent the mortal plane, and provide the space for its creation in the void. She is also associated with rain, a phenomenon said not to occur before the removal of Lorkhan's divine spark. Leki, saint of the spirit sword. Goddess daughter of Tulpapa, Leki is the goddess of apparent swordsmanship. The Natatambu of Yakuda warred to a standstill during the Mythic era to decide who would lead the charge against the left-handed elves. Their swordmasters, though, were so skilled in their best-known cuts as to be matched evenly. Leki introduced the ephemeral feint. Afterwards, the victor emerged, and the war with the Altmer began. Lorkhan, the missing god. This creator trickster tester deity is in every Tamrielic mythic tradition. His most popular name is the Altmeri Lorkhan, or Doomdrum. He convinced or could contrive the original spirits to bring about the creation of a mortal plane, upsetting the status quo, much like his father Padme had introduced instability into the universe in the beginning place. After the world has materialized, Lorkhan is separated from his divine center, sometimes involuntarily, and wanders the creation of the Atada. He and his metaphysical placement in the scheme of things is interpreted a variety of ways. In Morrowind, for example, he is a being related to the Psijic endeavor, the process by which mortals are charged with transcending the gods that created them. To the High Elves, he is the most unholy of all higher powers, as he forever broke their connection to the spirit plane. In the legends, he is almost always an enemy of the Altmer, and therefore a hero of early mankind. Lorkaj, Moonbeast, Prairie Data Dynasty Anaquinin deity, easily identified with the missing god Lorkhan. Magnus, Magus. The god of sorcery, Magnus withdrew from the creation of the world at the last second, though it cost him dearly. What is left of him on the world is fell to control by mortals as magic. One story says that while the idea was thought up by Lorkhan, it was Magnus who created the schematics and diagrams needed to construct the mortal plane. So he's an architect, basically. He is sometimes represented by an astrolabe, a telescope, or more commonly, a staff. Interesting, remember that. Cyrodiilic legends say he can inhabit the bodies of powerful magicians and lend them his power, associated with Zurin Arctus, the Underking. Malakath, god of curses. Malakath is a reanimated dung that was Trinamech. A somewhat weak but vengeful Daedra, the Dark Elves say he is also Malak, the god king of the Orcs. He always tests the Dunmer for physical weakness. Why the Dunmer specifically? Maluk, Hordring, an enemy god of the Ragada, led the goblins against the Red Guards during the First Era, fled east when the army of the Hunding overtook his goblin hordes. Okay, so goblin god. Malok, Malakath, an orcish god. Malok troubled the heirs of two Malakas troubled the heirs of King Harold for a long time, fled east after his defeat at the Battle of Dragonwall, ca. First Era 660. His rage was said to fill the sky with his sulphurous hatred, later called the Year of Winter and Summer. Mara, goddess of love. Nearly universal goddess, origin started in mythic times, a fertility goddess. In Skyrim, Mara is a handmaiden of Kir. In the Empire, she is Mother Goddess. She is sometimes associated with Nir of the Anuat, the female principle of the cosmos that gave birth to creation. Depending on the religion, she is either married to Akatosh or Lorkhan, or the concubine of both. Mehrunes Dagon, god of destruction, coming right after goddess of love. Popular Daedric power. He is associated with natural dangers like fire, earthquakes, and floods. In some cultures, though, Dagon is merely a god of bloodshed and betrayal. He is an especially important deity in Morrowind, where he represents its near inhospitable terrain. Methala, Andragine. Methala is the web spinner or the spider god. In Morrowind, he or she was the ancestor that taught the Chima the skills they would need to evade their enemies or to kill them with secret murder. Enemies were numerous in those days since the Chima were a small faction. He or she, along with Boethia, organized the clan systems that eventually became the basis of the great houses. He or she founded the Morag Tong, also called the anticipation of Vivek. Molag Bal, god of schemes, king of rape. Oh dear. He's not the most pleasant of fellows, is he? Daedric power of much importance in Morrowind. He is always the archenemy of Boethia, the prince of plots. He is the main source of the obstacles to the Dunmer and preceding Chima people. In the legends, Molag Bal always tries to upset the bloodlines of houses, or otherwise ruin Dunmeri purity. A race of super monsters said to live in Molag Amur are the result of the seduction of Vivek during the previous era. Morihaus, first breath of man, ancient cultural hero god of the Syro-Nordics. Legend portrays him as the taker of the citadel, an act of mythic time that established human control over Valley Heartland. He is often associated with the Nordic powers of Thun, and therefore with Kinnereth. Mora, Teat god. Okay, god of Teats. Yokudan fertility goddess, fundamental deity in the Yokudan pantheon and the favourite of Tall Papa's wives. Still worshipped in various areas of Hammerfell, including Strosmakai, Mora is always betrayed as forearm so that she could grab more husbands. Do what you gotta do. Nerevar, God-Killer, the Chimera King of Resdain, the Golden Age of Old Veloth, slain during the Battle of Red Mountain. Nerevar was the herald of the Triune Way, and is the foremost of the saints of Dunmary faith. He is said to have killed Dumak, the last Dwarven king, and feasted on his heart. Onsi, Boneshaver, notable warrior god of the Yokudan Ragada. Onsi taught mankind how to pull their knives into source. Orke, Old Knocker, a lone god of the Nords, who seem to have taken up his worship during ultimate rule of Atmora. Nords believe they once lived as long as elves until Orke appeared. Through heathen trickery, he fooled them into a bargain that bound them to the Count of Winters. At one time, legends say, Nords only had a lifespan of 6 years due to Orke's foul magic. Shaw showed up, though, and through unknown means removed the curse, thereby throwing most of it onto the nearby orcs. Finester, hero god of the Somerset Isle, who taught the Outlaw how to naturally live another 100 years by using a shorter walking stride. Rajin, footpad. Thief god of the Khajiiti, who grew up in the Black Kyogo section of Senchol, the most famous burglar in Elsewhere's history. Rajin is said to have stolen a tattoo from the neck of Empress Kintera as she slept. That's pretty wild. Raymond the Cyrodiil. Culture god hero of the Second Empire, Raymond was the greatest hero of the Akaviri trouble. Indeed, he convinced the invaders to help him build his own empire, and conquered all of Tamriel except for Morrowind. He instituted the rites of becoming emperor, which included the ritual gears to the Amulet of Kings, a soul gem of immense power. His dynasty was ended by the Dunmeri Morag Tong at the end of the First Era, also called the Worldly God. Riddlethar, Two Moons Dance, the cosmic order deity of the Khajiiti. The Riddlethar was revealed to Elsewhere by the prophet Ridfar Ridata, the Main. Riddlethar is more a set of guidelines by which to live than a single entity, but some of his avatars like to appear as humble messengers of the gods, also known as the Sugar God. Rupka, Tall Papa, chief deity of the Yokudan pantheon. Rupka, more commonly Tall Papa, was the first god to figure out how to survive the hunger of Satakal. Following his lead, the other gods learned the walkabout, or a process by which they could persist beyond one lifetime. Tall Papa set the stars in the sky to show lesser spirits how to do this too. When there were too many spirits to keep track of, though, Rupka created a helper out of the dead skin of past worlds. This helper is Sep, seen below, who later creates the world of mortals. Satakal, the world skin, Yokudan god of everything, a fusion of the concepts of Anu and Padme. Basically, Satakal is much like the Nordic Alduin, who destroys one world to begin the next. In Yokudan mythology, Satakal had done, and still does this many times over, a cycle which prompts the birth of spirits that could survive the transition. These spirits ultimately become the Yokudan pantheon, popular god of the Alikian nomads. Sheogorath, the mad god. The fearful obeisance of Sheogorath is widespread, and is found in most Tamrielic quarters. Contemporary sources indicate that his roots are in Aldbury creation stories, wherein he is born when Lorcan's divine spark is removed. One crucial myth calls him the Sithis-shaped hall of the world. Sheor, bad man. Yeah, this one's a bad man. In Brethni, the bad man is the source of all strife. He seems to have started as the god of crop failure, but most monotheologians agree that he's a demonized version of the Nordic Shor, born during the dark years after the fall of Sarfol. Sep, the snake. Yokudan version of Lorcan. Sep is born when Tall Papa creates someone to help him regulate the spirit chariot. Sep, though, is driven crazy by the hunger of Satakal, and he convinces some of the gods to help him make an easier alternative to the walkabout. This, of course, is the world as we know it, and the spirits who followed Sep become trapped here to live out their lives as mortals. Sep is punished by Tall Papa for his transgressions, but his hunger lives on as a void in the stars, a non-space that tries to upset mortal entry into the far shores. Shazar, god of man. Cyrodiilic version of Lorcan, whose importance suffers when Akatosh comes to the fore of Imperial, really Alessian religion. Shazar was the spirit behind all human undertaking, especially against Alpmary aggression. He is sometimes associated with the founding of the first Cyrodiilic battle mages. In the present age of racial tolerance, Shazar is all but forgotten. Shor, god of the underworld. Nordic version of Lorcan who takes sides with men after the creation of the world. Foreign gods, i.e. elven ones, conspire against him and bring about his defeat, dooming him to the underworld. Like more myths depict him as a bloodthirsty warrior king who leads the Nords to victory over their Alpmary oppressors time and again. Before his doom, Shor was the chief of the gods, sometimes also called Children's God. See Orke above. Sophasil, mystery of Morrowind. God of the Dharma, Sophasil is the least known of the Divine Tribunal. He is said to be reshaping the work from his hidden clockwork city. Stendarr, god of mercy, god of the Nine Divines. Stendarr has evolved from his Nordic origins into a deity of compassion, or sometimes righteous rule. He is said to have accompanied Tiber Septim in his later years. In early Alpmary legends, Stendarr as the apologist of men. Stun, god of ransom. Nordic precursor to Stendarr, brother of Sun, Shieldbane and Sor, Stun was a warrior god that fought against the Alpmary pantheon. He showed men how to take and the benefits of taking prisoners of war. Sirabane, warlock's god. An Alpmary god ancestor of magic, Sirabane aided Bendu Ollo in the fall of the Slurred. Through judicious use of his magical ring, Sirabane saved many from the scourge of the Thracian plague. He is also called the apprentice's god, for he is a favourite of the younger members of the Mages Guild. Tava, bird god. Yokudan spirit of the air. Tava is most famous for leading the Yokudans to the Isle of Hern after the destruction of their homeland. She has since become assimilated into the mythology of Kinnereth. She is still very popular in Hammerfell amongst sailors, and her shrines can be found in most port cities. Tiber Septim, Talos the Dragonborn. Heir to the seat of Sundered Kings, Tiber Septim is the most important hero god of mankind. He conquered all of Tamriel and ushered in the Third Era and the Third Empire, also called Izmir, Dragon of the North. Trinimek, strong god of the early Altmer, in some places more popular than Auriel. He was a warrior spirit of the original elven tribes that led armies against the men. Boethiah is said to have assumed his shape in some stories. He even eats Trinimek, so that he could convince a throng of Altmer to listen to him, which led to their eventual Chimeri conversion. Yeah, we read about that earlier. He vanishes from a mythic stage after this to return as the dread Malakath. Altmere propaganda portrays this as the dangers of Dunmary influence. Sun, extinct Nordic god of trials against adversity, died defending Shor from foreign gods. Tuwaka, tricky god. Yokudan god of souls. Tuwaka, before the creation of the world, was the god of nobody really cares. Why is that capitalized? When Tor Papa undertook the creation of the Walkabout, Tuwaka found a purpose. He became the caretaker of the far shores and continues to help Red Guards find their way into the afterlife. His cult is sometimes associated with Arche in the more cosmopolitan regions of Hammerfell. Vivek, master of Morrowind. Warrior poet, god of the Dunmer, Vivek is the invisible keeper of the Holy Land, ever vigilant against the dark gods of a volcano. He or she has saved the Dunmary people from certain death on numerous occasions, most notably when he or she taught them how to breathe water for a day so that he or she could flood Morrowind and kill the Akaviri invaders, ca. 2nd Era 572. Xerxes. Xerxes is the god of ancestry and secret knowledge. Oh, so that's why it was called the Mysterium Xerxes in Oblivion. He began as a scribe to Auriel and has kept track of all Alpmerian accomplishments, large and small, since the beginning of time. He created his wife Ogma, his favourite moments in history. Ogma and Finium is like the reward for completing Hermaeus Moro's quest in Oblivion. And that's also very much linked to knowledge. Interesting. I wonder how that all fits together. Aethra, god of the forest. Most important deity of the Bosmeri pantheon. While Auriel, Time Dragon, might be the king of gods, the Bosmer revere Aethra as the spirit of the now. According to the Wood Elves, after the creation of the mortal plane, everything was in chaos. The first mortals were turning into plants and animals, and back again. Then Aethra transformed himself into the first of the Elnathe, or Earthbones. After these laws of nature were established, mortals had a semblance of safety in the new world, because they could finally understand it. Aethra is sometimes called the Storyteller, for the lessons he taught the first Bosmer. Some Bosmer still possess the knowledge of the Chaos Times, which they can use to great effect. The Wild Hunt. Izmir, Dragon of the North. The Nordic aspect of Talos. He withstood the power of the Greybeard's voices long enough to hear their prophecy. Later, many Nords could not look on him without seeing a dragon. Zen, god of toil. Bosmori, god of payment in kind. Studies indicate origins of both Argonian and Akaviri mythologies, perhaps introduced into Valenwood by Kofringi sailors. Ostensibly an agriculture deity, Zen sometimes proves to be an entity of a much higher cosmic order. His worship died out shortly after the Nahatan flew. Zet, god of farms. Yakudan, god of agriculture. Pronounced his father after the world was created, which is why Tall Papa makes it so hard to grow food. Zenithar, god of work and commerce, trader god. Member of the Nine Divines, Zenithar is understandably associated with Zen. In the Empire, however, he is a far more cultivated god of merchants and middle nobility. His worshippers say, despite his mysterious origins, Zenithar is the god that will always win. Alright, well, certainly a large variety of what's it called? Deities. Yeah, books there. Sneak increased. I didn't even realize. Is there something up there, maybe? Yeah, I think so. Prying orbs. On Apocrypha, prying orbs added. What takes the world enlightened sense can also seek the outward gleam. They rob the all of essence to report the nothing that they have seen. It's going to take someone smarter than me to put all this together. Looting books. Are they going to fall on me? And something up there almost attacked me. Does this feel like a word wall? And it's not. Lots of stamina. Well, we're good for now. We're in chapter 3 now, right? Yeah, chapter 4. Oh, detected. Sneaker. Okay. Just one? Okay. Alright, I think we're good. Should be shouting more, shouldn't I? Unshunak's Fire and Faith. Doesn't sound like a book I've read. Scroll of Bane of the Undead. Alright, another book. Let's crack it open. Nchunak's Fire and Faith. This book is a translated account of Nchunak's travels among the various colonies of Adwema, explaining the theories of Kagranak. I made inquiry as to the state of enlightenment among the people he spoke for. He answered that with respect to the theories of Kagranak there was but one scholar near who could guide the people through the maze that leads to true misunderstanding. He informed me, however, that in Karaka the precepts of Kagranak were taught. He said that nothing pleased him more than to see the Dwemer of Karaka, the most learned people in the world, studying Kagranak's words and giving consideration to their place in the life to come, and where neither planar division nor the enumeration of amnesia nor any other thing of utility was more valued for the understanding of the self and its relationship to the heart. I was gracious enough to receive this as a high compliment, and removing my helm, I thanked him and departed with an infinity of bows. And that's it. Alright. Fire Sword, Poison Song Book 2. That's the one we're missing, right? Yep. And Treatise on Eleatic Cities. Seems like it's not one we've read either. Okay then. Alright, The Poison Song, Book 2. Let's start. The Poison Song, Book 2 by Bristin Zell. Tay felt no guilt, which frightened him. All through the long... Okay, he's just killed, what was his name? The kid that he went with. I wouldn't give him the artifact. Vasta, that was the one. Tay felt no guilt, which frightened him. All through the long, fast walk away from the gorge, through the woods, across the dry creek bed, he chatted merrily with Bainera, fully aware that he had just committed murder. Whenever his mind strayed from the conversation, and he thought back on the last moments of Vasta's short life, the song would soar. He could not think of the boy's death, but Tay knew he was responsible. "You're a mess," cried Aunt Elia the moment she saw the two children emerging from the woods onto the grounds of Sandhill House. "Where have you been?" "Didn't Vasta already tell you?" asked Tay. The scene played itself out as Tay knew it would. Every dancer in the song performing their steps as choreographed, Aunt Elia saying that she had not seen Vasta, Bainera, not yet frightened, making up an innocent lie about the threesome not having strayed far, saying he must have gotten lost, a slow but steady rhythm of panic intensifying as night began to fall, and Vasta had not yet returned. Bainera and Tay tearfully were surprised how easy it was for him to cry without feeling, admitting where they had been, and leading Uncle Triffith and a crowd of servants to the junk pile and gorge. The tireless search through the woods as night turned to dawn. The weeping, the light punishment, merely cries of anger that Bainera and Tay suffered for losing their young cousin. It was thought from their stricken expressions that the children felt guilty enough. They were sent to bed at dawn while the hunt through the woods continued. Tay was drifting to sleep when his nursemaid Edaba came into his room. The look of unwavering love and devotion had not left her eyes, and he sank gratefully into his dreams and nightmares with her holding his hand. The song wafted almost imperceptibly through his consciousness as he again had the vision of a room in the castle. The girl and her baby, the bird in the rafters, the dying fire, the sudden explosion and violence. Breathless, Tay opened his eyes. Edaba was stealing out the door, softly humming the song to herself. In her hand was the crystal globe from his satchel. For a moment he hesitated, about to cry out. How did she know the song? Was she aware that he had murdered another boy to get the globe? Somehow he knew that she was helping him, but she knew all and loved him and sought only to protect him. The next day, the next week, and the next month were all the same. No one spoke very much, and when they did, it was to suggest new places to look for the missing boy. Everywhere had been searched thoroughly. Tay was curious why they never looked in the gorge, but he understood how inaccessible it was. A side effect of Vasta's absence was that the tutorial sessions with Kenna Gafrisi took on a more serious, even academic quality. The younger boy's high spirits and meagre attentiveness had always cut the lessons short, but sensible Bainera and quiet Tay were ideal pupils. He was particularly impressed by how focused they became during a rather dry history lecture about the heraldic symbols of House of Morrowind. "The crest of Achlalu features a scale," he sniffed disdainfully. "They see themselves as great compromisers, as if that was something honourable. Many hundreds of years ago they were the tribesmen following Resdane who chose—" "Pardon me, Kenna," asked Bainera, "what is the crest with the insect on it?" "You don't know House Redoran?" asked the tutor. lifting up one of her shields. I know you have a sheltered life on Gorn, but you're surely old enough to recognize. Not that one, Kenna, replied Tay. I think she means the other crest with an insect. I see, nodded Kenna Gafrisi, brow furrowed. Yes, you'd be too young to have seen the crest of the sixth house, the house of Dagoth. Our enemies together were the accursed heretical Dwemer at the War of the Red Mountain, now totally destroyed, thanks be to Lord Mother and Wizard. That house was a curse on our land for millennia, and when at last their pestilence was snuffed out, the very earth itself breathed a cloud of fire and ashen relief, bringing night to day for over a year's time. Bainer and Tay knew they could not speak, but they exchanged knowing glances at one another as the tutor enlarged on the theme of the great wickedness of the Dwemer and the House Dagoth. As soon as the lesson ended, they walked silently out of Sandhill House until they were far from all ears and eyes. The afternoon sun stretched out the shadows of the spear-like trees surrounding the meadow. Off in the distance they could hear the sounds of the workers beginning their preparations for the autumn-tide harvest, yelling to one another unintelligibly in coarse and familiar accents. That was definitely the symbol on that shield you found at the garbage heap, Bainera said at last. Everything there must be remnant of the House Dagoth. Tay nodded. His mind was on the strange crystal glow. He felt a light vibration of soundless music touch his body, and knew he was discovering a new cadence of the song. Why would our people have burned and discarded all that? He asked thoughtfully. Do you think the House Dagoth was so evil that everything associated with them could have been cursed? Bainera laughed. At the height of day, all talk of curses in the evil sixth house were pure supposition, something to add romance to one's life, but nothing to worry about. The two children walked back to the castle for yet another in a series of cold, quiet dinners. As the night fell, Bainera looked through the treasures she had picked up in the junk heap. By the light of the moons, the small jars, the talk with orange gemstones, the bits of tarnished silver and gold of no obvious purpose, all took on a sinister aspect. Revulsion overtook her feeling of admiration instantly. There was a strange energy to them, a tincture of death and corruption that was undeniable. Bainera ran to the window and vomited. Looking out of the dark open lawn below, she saw a figure below lighting an arrangement of candles in the shape of a large insect, the symbol of the House Dagoth. When it looked in her direction, she pulled back, but she saw the face illuminated by the tallows. It was Ediba, Tay's nursemaid. The next morning, Bainera left the castle grounds early, bearing a large sack filled with her treasures. She carried them to the dumping ground and left them there. Then she returned and told her Uncle Triffith what she had seen the night before, leaving out only what had made her sick in the first place. Ediba was banished from the Isle of Gorn without discussion. She wept, begging to be allowed to say goodbye to Tay, but all believed that would be too dangerous. When Tay asked what had become of her, he was told she had to return to her family on the mainland. He had grown too old for a nursemaid. Bainera never told him what she knew, because she was afraid. Ooh. Well, we know what happened after that. Treaties on Aleadic cities. Vasa Balim and the Neferavigim. Test of Dagon, chapter 10. Vasa Balim. That was where we got Mehrunes Razor, isn't it? In the Mehrunes Dagon DLC quest in Oblivion. I will not be the first scholar to point to a combination of benign intent and arrogance on behalf of the Aleads as the source of many ruinous affairs for the old Heartland Elves. The Neferavigim, a foul construct of Mehrunes Dagon, was erected to be ever watchful for pilgrim who would approach it and best an unknown trial of worth. It is said that such a pilgrim will be rewarded with the blessing of Mehrunes Razor, a vicious blade through which Dagon himself can claim the souls of those it strikes. Benign intent compelled Alead folk to seek out the Neferavigim. Arrogance let them believe themselves capable of despising any who would seek the razor. So was built Vasa Balim, a great ringed labyrinthine city during the height of Alead rule. Sure as death, pilgrims came to Vasa Balim. After years, the elves drove back many, until it came to pass that a vampire slipped into the city unnoticed. Merfolk were touched with a foul affliction, throwing the city into a gathering storm of madness and ruin. And soon it seemed none was left to prevent the razor from being recovered. Then suddenly Vasa Balim was gone. Historic accounts dispute whether it happened through some final safety, a natural cataclysm, or by the touch of the divines themselves. Whatever the cause, history agrees on the result. The mountains of eastern Niben swallowed Vasa Balim, and the Neferavigim with it. Prayer has remained hidden since the early days of the First Era. If the tale is true, then somewhere on the eastern fringes of the Niben Valley, where man's rule has scarcely reached through the years, the Neferavigim still lies in wait, and among a city of unliving abominations entombed within the cold bowels of the mountain. And there we have it. Is this stamina? Yep. And what do you have for me? Naravarman and Star, we just read Azidal's Descent. We've seen this book, but I don't think we've read it. No, I don't believe so. Poison Songs, book 4 and 6. Plateau Major Light Pity Soldier, book Gold. Okay. Azidal's Descent by Halund Greycloak. In the days beyond memory when men first walked the lands of Skyrim, there arose in the city of Sarfel a great enchanter. As a boy, his gift of magic and artifice had been evident to his tutors. As a man, his skill surpassed them all. And finding nothing more to learn among his kin, he left wife and child and set out to train under the elven masters. A year became 2, then 3, and when finally his path led him back to Sarfel, he found only ruins. For the elves had sacked the city, and all that lived there were dead or gone. Amid the ashes and the smouldering ruins of his home, he swore a terrible oath of vengeance, and from that comes the name the legends give him, Azidal, the embittered destroyer. Alone he could do nothing, and so he bided his time, delving deeper into his art than any before him. From the Dwemer he learned the 7 natures of metal and how to harmonize them. From the Alias the ancient runes and dawn magic even the elves had begun to forget. Among Falmer and Chimera and Altba he travelled, taking what he could from each and all the while plotting how he might turn that knowledge against them. Finally word reached him of Ysgramor and his companions, newly arrived from Admora. For 3 days and nights he rode north and met them as they made landfall on the icy coast near the ruins of Sarfel, which the elves had fortified against them. He offered the companions his service, and all he had produced in his years of labour. And with Admora and steel imbued with his enchantments, the elves fell before them, and at last he had his revenge. But he was not content. His craft had become his life, and his hunger for knowledge still gnawed at him, driving him to delve ever deeper. At long last he exhausted the lore of the elves, but it was not enough. He saw the secrets of dragon runes, and won for himself a seat among their high priests, but it was not enough. At length he turned his gaze to the plains of oblivion, and found there both power and madness. Some say he ventured there never to return, others that he was betrayed by his fellow dragon priests and killed, or driven into hiding in the ruins beneath his beloved Sarfel. Among the Skull of Solstheim, it is said he fled to their island, and was sealed in the depths of Colbjorn Barrow together with the loss of his relics. Yep, we got a quest related to that, actually, a while ago. That is the tale as it was told among the bards of Winterhold. Whatever the truth, the legend of Azidal was intended as a warning. In pursuit of perfection, one must take care that the pursuit itself does not become all-consuming. Cool. There was also a spell tome. Mage lights. Okay, we know that one. That felt important. Oh. Okay, interesting. It glows up after a little while. Yeah, you've got some more books down here. Some of them burned. Some of them just ruined. Okay, killing before you're killed. Yeah, we've read that one. 2920 Sun's Dusk, Volume 11. No, we have not. Sun's Dusk, Book 11 of 2920, The Last Year of the First Era by Karlovac Townway. 2 Sun's Dusk, 2920, Telarune, Morrowind. And to see you, Night Mother, said the guard. A Kofringi tribesman who presents his credentials as Lord Zook of Black Marsh, part of the Imperial garrison of Gideon. What makes you think I'd have even the slightest possible interest in seeing him? asked the Night Mother with venomous sweetness. He brings a letter from the late Empress of the Cyrodiilic Empire. You're having a busy day, she smiled, clapping her hands together with delight. Show him in. Zook entered the chamber. His metallic skin, though exposed only at his face and hands, caught the lights of the fireplace and the lightning of the stormy night from the window. The Night Mother noted also that she could see herself as he saw her, serene, beautiful, fear-inspiring. He handed her his letter from the Empress without a word. Sipping her wine, she read it. Duke of Morrowind also offered me an appreciable sum. Duke of Morrowind also offered me an appreciable sum to have the Emperor murdered earlier this year, she said, folding the letter. His payment sunk and never was delivered. It was a considerable annoyance, particularly as I had already gone to the trouble of putting one of my agents in the palace. Why should I assume that your more than generous payment from a dead woman will arrive? I brought it with me, said Zook simply. It is in the carriage outside. Then bring it in, and our business is complete, smiled the Night Mother. The Emperor will be dead by year's end. You may leave the gold of our Paladif, unless you'd care for some wine. Zook declined the offer and withdrew. The moment he left the room, Miramore slipped noiselessly back from behind the dark tapestry. The Night Mother offered him a glass of wine, and he accepted it. I know that fellow, Zook, said Miramore carefully. I didn't know where he worked for the old Empress, though. Let's talk about you some more, if you don't mind, he said, knowing he would, in fact, not mind. Let me show you my worth, said Miramore. Let me be the one to do the Emperor in. I've already killed his son, and you saw there how well I can hide myself away. Tell me you saw one ripple in the tapestry. The Night Mother smiled. Things were falling into place rather nicely. If you know how to use a dagger, you'll find him at Bodrum, she said, and described to him what he must do. 3 Sun's Dusk, 2920, Mournhold, Morrowind. The Duke stared out the window. It was early morning, and for the 4th straight day, a red mist hung over the city. Flashing lightning, a freakish wind blew through the streets, ripping his flags from the castle battlements, forcing all his people to close their shutters tightly. Something terrible was coming to his land. He was not a greatly learned man, but he knew the signs. So too did his subjects. When will my messengers reach the free? He growled, turning to his castle. Vivek is far to the north, negotiating a treaty with the Emperor, the man said, his face and voice trembling with fear. And Alexei and Sophasil and Necrob, perhaps they can be reached in a few days' time. The Duke nodded. He knew his messengers were fast, but so too was the hand of oblivion. 6 Sun's Dusk, 2920, Bodrum, Morrowind. Torchlight caught in the misting snow gave the place an otherworldly quality. The soldiers from both camps found themselves huddled together around the largest of the bonfires, winter bringing enemies of 40 of warring close together. When only a few of the Dunmer Guard could speak of Cyrodiilic, they found common ground battling for warmth. When a pretty Redguard maiden passed into their midst to warm herself before moving back to the treaty tent, many a man from both armies raised their eyes in approval. The Emperor Raymond III was eager to leave negotiations before they had ever begun. A month earlier he thought it would be a sign of goodwill to meet at the site of his defeat to Vivek's army, but the place brought back more bad memories than he thought it would. Despite the protestations of potentate Vasidius Shai, the rocks of the river were naturally red, he could swear he saw splatters of his soldiers' blood. We have all the particulars of the treaty, he said, taking a glass of hot Uel from his mistress' quarter, but here and now is not the place for signing. We should do it at the Imperial Palace with all the pomp and splendour this historic occasion demands. You must bring Alexei with you too, and that wizard fellow. Sophasil, whispered the potentate. When? Asked Vivek with infinite patience. In exactly a month's time, said the Emperor, smiling magnificently and clambering awkwardly to his feet. We will hold a grand ball to commemorate. Now I must take a walk. My legs are all cramped up with the weather, Corda. My dear, will you walk with me? Of course, Your Imperial Majesty, she said, helping him towards the tent's entrance. Would you like me to come with you as well, Your Imperial Majesty? Asked Vasidius Shai. Or I? Asked King Trozel, Central, the newly appointed advisor to the court. It won't be necessary. I won't be gone a minute, said Raymond. Miramore crouched in the same rushes he had hidden in nearly 8 months before. Now the ground was hard and snow-covered, and the rushes slick with ice. Every slight movement he made issued forth a crunch. If it were not for the raucous songs of a combined Morrowind and Imperial army gathered about the bonfire, he would not have dared creep as close to the Emperor and his concubine. They were standing at the curve in the frozen creek below the bluff, surrounded by trees sparkling with ice. Carefully, Miramore removed the dagger from its sheath. He had slightly exaggerated his abilities with the short blades of the Night Mother. True, he had used one to cut the throat of Prince Juelek, but Valand was not in any position to fight back at the time. Still, how difficult could it be to stab an old man with one eye? What sort of blade skill would such an easy assassination require? His ideal moment presented itself before his eyes. The woman saw something deeper in the woods, an icicle of an unusual shape, she said, and darted off to get it. The Emperor remained behind, laughing. He turned to the face of the bluff. To see his soldiers singing their song's refrain, his back to his assassin. Miramore knew the moment had come. Mindful of the sound of his footfall on the icy ground, he stepped forward and struck. Very nearly. Almost simultaneously, he was aware of a strong arm holding back his striking arm, and another one punching a dagger into his throat. He could not scream. The Emperor, still looking up at the soldiers, never saw Miramore pulled back into the brush, and the hand much more skilled than his slicing into his back, paralyzing him, his blood pooling out and already crystallizing on the frozen ground. Miramore watched, dying, as the Emperor and his courtesan returned to join the camp up on the bluff. We read this one? Feel like we may have read this one. We'll keep going. 12 Sunstars, 2920, Mournhold, Morrowind. A gout of ever-erupting flame was all that remained of the central courtyard of Castle Mournhold, blasting skyward into the boiling clouds. A thick, tarry smoke rolled through the street, igniting everything that was wood or paper on fire. Winged bat-like creatures harried the citizens from their hiding places out into the open, where they were met by the real army. The only thing that kept all of Mournhold from burning to the ground was the wet, sputtering blood of its people. Mayor's Dagon smiled as he surveyed the castle crumbling. "To think I knew they didn't come," he said aloud, his voice booming over the chaos. "Imagine missing all this fun." His attention was arrested by a needle-thin shaft of light piercing through his black and red shadowed sky. He followed it to its source. Two figures, a man and a woman, standing on the hill above town. The man in the white robe he recognized immediately as Sopha Sil, the sorcerer who had talked all the princesses of Oblivion into that meaningless truce. "If you come from the Duke of Mournhold, he isn't here," laughed Mehrunes Dagon, "but you might find pieces of him the next time it rains." "Daedra, we cannot kill you," said Almalexia, her face hard and resolute, "but that you will soon regret." Two living gods and a prince of Oblivion engaged the battle on the ruins of Mournhold. 17 Sunstars, 2920, Telarune, Morrowind. "Night Mother," said the god, "correspondence from your agent in Imperial Palace." The Night Mother read the note carefully. The test had been a success. Miramore had been successfully detected and slain. The Emperor was in very unsafe hands. The Night Mother responded immediately. So the Night Mother intended for Miramore to die. 18 Sun's Dust, 2920, Balmora, Morrowind. Sopha Sil, face solemn and unreadable, greeted Vivek at the Grand Plaza in front of his palace. Vivek had ridden day and night after hearing about the battle in his tent in Bodrum, crossing mile after mile, cutting through the dangerous ground at Dagoth Air at blinding speed. To the south, during all the course of the voyage, he could see the whirling red clouds and knew that the battle was continuing day after day. In Nissus, he met a messenger from Sopha Sil, asking him to meet at Balmora. "Where is Almalexia?" "Inside," said Sopha Sil wearily. There was a long, ugly gash running across his jaw. "She's clearly ancient, but Mehrunes Dagon will not return from Oblivion for many a moon." Almalexia lay on a bed of silk, tended to by Vivek's own healers. Her face, even her lips, was grey as stone, and blood-stained with the cause of her bandages. Vivek took her cold hand. Almalexia's mouth moved wordlessly. She was dreaming. She was battling Mehrunes Dagon again amid a firestorm. All around her, the blackened husk of the castle crumbled, slashing sparks into the night sky. Daedra's claws dug into her belly, spreading poison through her veins while Almalexia throttled him. As she sank to the ground beside her defeated foe, she saw that the castle consumed by fire was not Castle Mournhold. It was the Imperial Palace. 24 Sun's Dust, 2920, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. A winter gale blew over the city, splashing the windows and glass domes of the Imperial Palace. Quivering light rays illuminated the figures within in surreal patterns. The Emperor barked orders to his staff in preparations for the banquet and ball. This was what he enjoyed best, more than battle. King Drozel was supervising the entertainment, having strong opinions on the matter. The Emperor himself was arranging the details of the dinner. Roast nebfish, vegetable marrow, cream soups, buttered helarak, cod scrum, tongue and aspic. You know, I think we have read this, even though I've literally just finished reading it. Anticipations. Not sure, we'll hold on to that for a moment. Hawker attacks. We've read.
Talk to Captain Garland if you're looking to...
I should probably just create another save there at this point.
Ask...
Okay, let's create a new save. Why did my weapons get put away? Okay. And I forgot the title of the book I was looking for. Oh, Anticipations. Okay, we haven't read that because we only have one copy of it. Okay then. The Anticipations. The Daedra are powerful ancestor spirits, similar in form and substance to the Tribunal, blessed be their holy names, but weaker in power and more arbitrary and removed from the affairs of mortals. In old times, the Climber worshipped the Daedra as gods, but they did not deserve this veneration, for the Daedra harmed their worshippers as often as helped them. The advent of the Tribunal, blessed be their holy names, changed this unhappy state. By the apotheosis, the Tribunal, blessed be their holy names, that's going to be annoying, became the protectors of the high ancestor spirits of the Dunmer, and bade the Daedra to give proper veneration and obedience. The three good Daedra, Boethia, Azura, and Nephala, recognized the divinity of the triune ancestors, blessed be their holy names. The rebel Daedra, Molag Bal, Manakath, Sheogorath, and Mehrunes Dagon refused to swear fealty to the Tribunal, blessed be their holy names, and their co-worshippers were cast out. These rebel Daedra thus became the four corners of the House of Troubles, and they continued to plague our tranquility and tempt the unwary into heresy and dark worship. Wait. The method is a good one, but she started it. Morak Tom, for the Assassin's Guild. And they continue to plague our tranquility and tempt the unwary into heresy and dark worship. The priests of the temple remain ever vigilant for signs of the adversary's return, sometimes aided by the loyal free good Daedra, who are familiar with the wiles of their rebellious kin. The good Daedra are known to the temple as the Anticipations, since they are the early ancestral anticipations of the loving patronage of the Tribunal. The Anticipations are the Daedra lords Boethia, Nephala, and Azura. Boethia is the anticipation of Almalexia, but male to her female. Boethia was the ancestor who illuminated the elves ages ago before the Mythic Era. He told them the truth of Lorcham's test and defeated Oriel's champion Trinimac. Boethia ate Trinimac and voided him. The followers of Boethia and Trinimac rubbed the soil of Trinimac upon themselves and changed their skins. Nephala is the anticipation of Vivek, but manifold and androgynous. Mephilar taught Vachimer to evade their enemies or kill them with secret murder. Enemies were numerous in those days, since Vachimer were small, with enemies on all sides. Mephilar organized the clan systems that eventually became the Great Houses. Later, Mephilar created the Morak Tong. Yeah. Azura is the anticipation of Sophisil, but female to his male. Azura was the ancestor who taught Vachimer how to be different from the Altma. Her teachings are sometimes attributed to Boethia. In the stories, Azura is often encountered more as a communal progenitor of a race as a whole, rather than as an individual ancestor. She is associated with dusk and dawn and is sometimes called the Mother Soul. Azura's star, also called the Twilight Star, appears briefly at dawn and dusk, low on the horizon below the constellation of the Steed. Azura is associated with mystery and magic, fate, and prophecy. And there we go. Yeah, no need for that, guys. Relax. Okay, up here we've been. So the only way left to go, I think, is this way. Okay, we'll take a potion of vigorous healing. And we got 2 pathways. Let's go. So that's health and stamina. Oh. Wait, what? The heck just happened? It's closed as soon as I went on it. It was a longer pathway before, wasn't it? Okay, so I guess we're not going that way. Or that way. That's confusing. Okay, there's clearly nowhere else to go. Where's that? Okay, well I guess we go back. There's another. Oh. Okay. Paragon, Moon, and Star, Straw the Mayhem. So we went. This is where we were before, though, right? Maybe not? I guess not. I'm just confused. What's the point of this area? I assume if I get close... No? I don't get the feeling these things are going to be important. We came in through here. Should probably go up. More unsettling sounds, more books. Muffled, Fury, Oak Flesh, Fireball. Thanks for the help. God. Boethiah's Glory. Yeah, let's check Boethiah's Glory, because I know we've read the rest. Nope. Okay. We'll learn more about Boethiah. Boethiah's Glory. Look upon the face of Boethiah and wonder. Raise your arms that Boethiah may look on them and bestow a blessing. Know that battle is a blessing. Know that death is an eventuality. Know that you are dust in the eyes of Boethiah. That's reassuring. Long as the arm of Boethiah and swift as a blade. Deep as the cut and subtle as a poison. Worship, O faithful. Pray your death is short. Worship, O faithful. Pray your death is quiet. Worship, O faithful. Worship the glory that is Boethiah. I bet that's literally it. Valuable book, apparently. People will pay 25 gold to read that. Okay, that's the book we're looking for. It's a Font of Magica. Gnashing Blades. Okay. Oh yes, like on Apocrypha Gnashing Blades. Bone extrusions, gash and grind, in moistened depths of snacking heat, while tearing flesh from averse bone, the body whole prepares to eat. It's fun. Okay. Plenty more books in this little area here. Alright, well, we won't be tempted just yet. Oh, the Wolf Creep. Okay. How many of these have we read? Two, 3, 5, 6, and 7. Biography of Baron Zaya. I think we've read that series. Yep. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, I believe it was. So we have not read The Wolf Queen, Volume 4. The Wolf Queen, Book 4, by Warring Jarth. From the pen of a 1st century 3rd era sage, Montakai, 3rd era 109, 10 years after being crowned Emperor of Tamriel, Antiochus Septim impressed his subjects with little but the enormity of his lust for carnal pleasures. By his second wife, Gisilla, he had a daughter in the year 104, who he named Kintira. his great grand aunt, the Empress. Enormously fat and marked by every venereal disease known to the healers, Antiochus spent little time on politics. His siblings, by marked contrast, excelled in this field. Magnus had married Helena, the Cyrodiil queen of Lilmoth, the Argonian priest king having been executed, and was representing the imperial interests in Black Marsh admirably. Sepphoris and his wife Bianchi were ruling the Hammerfell kingdom of Gelaine with a healthy brood of children, but no one was more politically active than Potema, the wolf queen of the Skyrim kingdom of Solitude. 9 years after the death of her husband, King Mantiarco, Potema still ruled as regent for her young son Uriel. Their court had become very fashionable, particularly for rulers who had a grudge to bear against the emperor. All the kings of Skyrim visited Castle Solitude regularly, and over the years emissaries from the lands of Morrowind and High Rock did as well. Some guests came from even farther away. Third Era 110. Potema stood at the harbour and watched the boat from Piandonia arrive. Against the grey, breaking waves where she had seen so many vessels of Tamrielic manufacture, it looked less than exotic, insectoid certainly, with its membranous sails and rugged chitin hull. But she had seen similar, if not identical, seacraft in Morrowind. No, if not for the flag which was markedly alien, she would not have picked out the ship from others in the harbour. As the salty mist ballooned around her, she held out her hand in welcome to the visitors from another island empire. The men aboard were not merely pale, they were entirely colourless, as if their flesh were made of some white limpid jelly. But she had been forewarned. At the arrival of the king and his translator, she looked directly into their blank eyes and offered her hand. The king made noises. "His great majesty, King Orgnum," said the translator haltingly, "expresses his delight at your beauty. He thanks you for giving him refuge from these dangerous seas." "You speak Cyrodiilic very well," said Potema. "I am fluent in the languages of 4 continents," said the translator. "I can speak to the denizens of my own country Piandonia, as well as those of Admora, Akavir, and here in Tamriel. Yours is the easiest, actually. I was looking forward to this voyage." "Please tell His Highness that he is welcome here, and that I am entirely at his disposal," said Potema, smiling. Then she added, "You understand the context. I am just being polite." "Of course," said the translator, and then made several noises at the king, which the king reacted to with a smile. While they conversed, Potema looked up to the dock and saw the now familiar grey cloaks watching her, while they spoke with Levlet, Antiochus's man. The Sijic order from the Somerset Isle. Very bothersome. "My diplomatic emissary, Lord Vokran, will show you to your rooms," said Potema. "Unfortunately, I have some other guests as well who require my attention. I hope your Great Majesty understands." His Great Majesty King Orgnum did understand, and Potema made arrangements to dine with the Piandonians that evening. Meeting with the Sijic order required all of her concentration. She dressed in her simplest black and gold robe and went to her stateroom to prepare. Her son Uriel was on the throne playing with his pet Jugat. "Good morning, Mum." "Good morning, darling," said Potema, lifting her son in the air with feigned disdain. "Talos, but you're heavy. I don't think I've ever carried such a heavy 10-year-old. "That's probably because I'm 11, said Uriel, perfectly aware of his mother's tricks. "And you're going to say that as an 11-year-old I should probably be with my tutor." "I was fanatical about studying at your age," said Potema. "I am king," said Uriel petulantly. "But don't be satisfied with that," said Potema. "By all rights you should be emperor already. You understand that, don't you?" Uriel nodded his head. Potema took a moment to marvel at his likeness to the portraits of Tiber Septim. The same ruthless brow and powerful chin. When he was older and lost his baby fat, he'd be a splitting image of his great-great-great-great-great-granduncle. Behind her she heard the door opening and an usher bringing in several grey cloaks. She stiffened slightly, and Uriel Onkyo jumped down from the throne and left the stateroom, pausing to greet the most important of the Sijics. Good morning, Master Yekesis," he said, enunciating each syllable with a regal accent that made Potema's heart soar. "I hope your accommodations at Castle Solitude meet with your approval." "They do, King Uriel, thank you," said Yekesis, delighted and charmed. Yekesis and his Sijics entered the chamber, and the door was shut behind them. Potema sat only for a moment on the throne before stepping off the dais and greeting her guests. "I am so sorry to have kept you waiting," said Potema. "To think that you sailed all the way from the Somerset Isles, and I should keep you waiting any longer. You must forgive me." It's not all that long of a voyage," said one of the grey cloaks angrily. "It isn't as if we sailed all the way from Piandonia." "Ah, you see my most recent guests, King Orgnum and his retinue," said Potema breezily. "I suppose you think it unusual me entertaining them, as we all know the Piandonians mean to invade Tamriel. You are, I take it, as neutral in this as you are in all political matters." "Of course," said Yakesis proudly. We have nothing to gain or lose by the invasion. The Psychic Order preceded the organization of Tamriel under the Septim dynasty, and we shall survive under any political regime. Either like you flee on whatever mongrel happens along, are you? Said Potema, narrowing her eyes. Don't overestimate your importance, Yakesis. Your Order's child, the Mage's Guild, has twice the power you have, and they are entirely on my side. We are in the process of making an agreement with King Orgnum. When the Piandonians take over and I am in my proper place as Empress of this continent, then you shall know your proper place in the order of things. With a majestic stride, Potema left the stateroom, leaving the grey cloaks to look from one to the other. We must speak to Lord Levlet, said one of the grey cloaks. Yes, said Yakesis, perhaps we should. Levlet was quickly found at his usual place at the Moon and Nausea Tavern. As the three grey cloaks entered, led by Yakesis, the smoke and the noise seemed to die in their path. Even the smell of tobacco and flame dissipated in their wake. He rose and then escorted them to a small room upstairs. You've reconsidered, said Levlet with a broad smile. Your Emperor, said Yakesis, and then corrected himself. Our Emperor originally asked for our support in defending the west coast of Tamriel from a Piandonian fleet in return for 12 million gold pieces. We offered our services at 50. Upon reflection on the dangers that a Piandonian invasion would have, we accept his earlier offer. The Mage's Guild is generously, perhaps for as low 10 million gold pieces, said Yakesis quickly. Over the course of dinner, Potema promised King Orgnum through the interpreter to lead an insurrection against her brother. She was delighted to discover that her capacity for lying worked in many different cultures. Potema shared her bed that night with King Orgnum, as it seemed the polite and diplomatic thing to do. Actually, as it turned out, he was one of the better lovers she had ever had. He gave her some herbs before beginning that made her feel as if she was floating on the surface of time, conscious only of the gestures of love after she had found herself making them. She felt herself like the cooling mist, quenching the fire of his lust over and over and over again. In the morning, when he kissed her on the cheek and said with his bold white eyes that he was leaving her, she felt a stab of regret. The ship left harbour that morning en route to the Somerset Isles and the imminent invasions. She waved him off to sea, she footsteps behind her. It was Levlet. I will do it for 8 million, your highness, he said. Thank Amara, said Potema. I need more time for an insurrection. Pay them from my treasury, and then go to the Imperial City and get the 12 million from Antiochus. We should make a good profit from this game, and you, of course, will have your share. 3 months later, Potema heard that the fleet of the Piandonians had been utterly destroyed by a storm that had appeared suddenly at the Isle of Artaeum, the home port of the Psychic Order. King Orgnum and all of his ships had been utterly annihilated. Sometimes making people hate you, she said, holding her son Uriel close, is how you make a profit. And sold out. What was it? 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7? Yes. And by Green Baron's Eyes done. Take those inkwells. Just in case we get slapped by tentacles. Yeah. I didn't think there'd be 2, but holy moly. Stay away from me, foul things. Okay, the House of Troubles. Nope. Walking the World, Volume 11. Yes. Alright, House of Troubles. Among the ancient ancestral spirits who accompanied Saint Veloth and the Chaya into the promised land of Morrowind, the 4 Daedra Lords, Malakath, Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, and Sheogorath, are known as the 4 corners of the House of Troubles. These Daedra Lords rebelled against the council and admonition of the tribunal, causing great kin strife and confusion among the clans and great houses. Malakath, Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, and Sheogorath are holy in that they serve a role of obstacles during the testing. Through time they have sometimes become associated with local enemies, like the Nords, Akaviri, or Mountain Orcs. Malakath is a reanimated tongue that was Trinimac. Malakath is a weak but vengeful god. The Dark Elves say is Malak, the god king of the Orcs. He tests the Dharma for physical weakness. Morlag Bal is in Morrowind, the King of Rape. He tries to upset the bloodlines of houses and otherwise ruin the Dunmer gene pool. A race of monsters said to live in Morlag Amur are the result of his seduction of Vivek during the previous era. Sheogorath is the King of Madness. He always tests the Dunmer for mental weakness. In many legends, he is called upon by one Dunmer faction against another. In half of these stories, he does not betray those who called him, further confusing the issue of his place in the scheme of things. Can he help us? Is he not an obstacle? He is often associated with the fear other races have of Dunmer, especially those who, like the Empire, might prove as useful allies. Miru's Dagon is the god of destruction. He is associated with natural dangers like fire, earthquakes, and floods. To some, he represents the inhospitable land of Morrowind. He tests the Dunmer will to survive and persevere. The worship of these four malevolent spirits is against the law and practice of the temple. However, the Four Corners seldom fail to discover those greedy, reckless, or mad enough to serve them. By ancient temple law and custom, and also by imperial law, the lives of witches and warlocks are forfeit, and imperial garrisons join ordinators and buoyant armigers of the temple in tracking down and destroying these foul covens in the wilderness refuges and ancient ruins where they conceal their profane worships. Oops, meant to take it. Okay, the pig children. Nope, okay. By Tyston Bane. No one, not the oldest dark elf of Mount Dagothr or the ancient sage of solitude himself, can recall a time when the Orc did not ravage our fair Tamriel. Whatever foul and pestilent danger of oblivion conjured them up could scarcely have created a more constant threat to the well-being of the civilized races of Tamriel than the obnoxious Orc. Yikes. Orcs are thankfully easy to recognize from other humanoids by their size, commonly 40 pertons in height and 15,000 angates in weight, their brutal pig-like features and their stench. They are consistently belligerent, morally grotesque, intellectually moronic, and unclean. By all rights, the civilized races of Tamriel should have been able to purge the land of their blight eras ago, but their ferocity, animal cunning, and curious tribal loyalty have made them inevitable as leeches in a stagnant pool. Tales of orcish barbarity precede written record, when Justiaga wrote of the Order of Diagnos joining the armies of Daggerfall and Sentinel to hold at bay the wicked orcs in their foul Orsinian fastness and burn Orcs in cleansing flame in First Era 1950, she assumed that any reader would be aware of the savagery of the orcs. When the siege was completed 30 years later, after the death of many heroes, including Gaiden Shinchi, and the destruction of Orsinium scattered the orcish survivors throughout the Hrothgarian mountains, she further wrote, "The free peoples rejoiced for that their ancient fell enemy was dispersed into diverse parts. Obviously, the orcs had been terrorizing the region of the Iliac Bay at least since the early years of the First Era." Okay, Kroninger V2, we've read that. The Hope of the Redoran. Yep. Life of Uriel Septim 7. Indeed. V2. Song of Pelennor Volume 3. Don't see that reach coming. No, we haven't read Volume 3. The Song of Pelennor, Volume 3, On His Enemy. Editor's note, Volumes 1 to 6 are taken from the so-called Roman manuscript located in the Imperial Library. It is a transcription of all the fragments collected by an unknown scholar of the... Hold on, let me see. I might have read this one. Sorry about that sound. We haven't updated our screenshots since we were last in Apocrypha and I've read a bunch of books. Just want to be sure. Okay, 6 and 7 we've read, but not this one. Okay, back to Apocrypha. We will read Volume 3. Okay. Pellinor Whitestrake was the enemy of all elf kind that lived in Cyrod in those days. Mainly, though, he took it upon himself to slay the sorcerer kings of the Aelids in pre-arranged open combats rather than at war. The fields of rebellion he left to the growing armies of the Paravania and his bull nephew. Pellinor called out Haramir of Copper and Tea into a duel at the Tor, and ate his neck veins while screaming praise to Raymond, a name that no one knew yet. Gord, however, Shaper's head was smashed upon the goat-faced altar of Ninandava, and in his wisdom Pellinor set a small plague spell to keep that evil from reforming by Welkind magic. Later that season, Pellinor slew Hadhul on the granite steps of Seatar, the Fire King's spears knowing their first refuge. For a time, no weapon of the Aelids could pierce his armor, which Pellinor admitted was unlike any crafted by men, but would say no more even when pressed. When Huna, whom Pellinor raised from grain slave to hoplite and loved well, took death from an arrowhead made from the beak of Selephalel the singer, the Whitestrake went on his first madness. He wrought destruction from Narlame all the way to Seladil, and erased those lands with the maps of elves and men, and all things in them, and Perith was forced to make sacrifices to the gods to keep them from leaving the earth in their disgust. And then came the storming of Whitegold, where the Aelids had made pact with the Aurorans of Meridia, and summoned them, and appointed the terrible and golden-hued half-elf Umaril the Unfeathered as their champion. And for the first time since his coming, it was Pellinor who was called out to battle by another, for Umaril had the blood of Ada and would never know death. Cool. Spirit of the Daedra. Don't think so. How you would show us death, defeat, and fear. We do not die, we do not fear death. Destroy the body, and the animus is cast into the darkness, but the animus returns. We are not all brave. We feel pain and fear it. We feel shame and fear it. We feel loss and fear it. We hate the darkness and fear it. The scamps have small thoughts and cannot fear greatly. The verme have no thoughts and cannot fear. The Dromora have deep thoughts and must master fear to overcome it. The clanborn. We are not born, we have not fathers nor mothers, yet we have kin and clans. The clan form is strong, it shapes body and thought. In the clan form is strength and purpose. The oathborn. We serve by choice, we serve the strong so that their strengths might shield us. Clans serve by long practice, but practice may change. Dromora have long served Dagon, but not always so. Practice is secure when oath bonds are secure, and trust is shared. When oath bonds are weak, there is pain and shame and loss and darkness and great fear. How we think about man? Perhaps you find scamps comic and verme brutish. How then do you imagine we view you humans? You are the prey, and we are the huntsmen. The scamps are the hounds, and the verme the beaters. Your flesh is sweet, and the chase is diverting. As you may sometimes praise the fox or hare, admiring its cunning and speed, and lamenting as the hounds tear its flesh, so do we sometimes admire our prey, and secretly applaud when it cheats our snares or eludes pursuit. But like all worldly things, you will in time wear and be used up. You age, grow ugly, weak, and foolish. You are always lost, late or soon. Sometimes the prey turns upon us and bites. It is a small thing. When wounded or weary, we fly away to restore. Sometimes a precious thing is lost, but that risk makes the chase all the sweeter. Man's mystery. Man is mortal and doomed to death and failure and loss. This lies beyond our comprehension. Why do you not despair? Damn. Well, we're just enjoying the life we have while we have it. Leave me alone, scary things. I'm just trying to hop on. Okay, fragment on Artaeum. Does not seem like it, although I seem to remember it. Opusculus lame bal. Let's load this save again, just to check. Because I think I've read Fragment on the same. It is ringing a bell to me. You're gonna have to hear the noise one more time, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna save it this time so we don't have to keep doing that. No, I guess not. Maybe we've seen the book title, but we haven't read the book. Okay. Fragment on Artaeum by Talse Il Anselma. The Isle of Artaeum, okay, I did say that right, is the third largest island in the Somerset archipelago, located south of the Meridian village of Portanza and west of the mainland village of Runcibe. It is best known for being home to the Sigic Order, perhaps the oldest monastic group in Tamriel. The earliest written record of Sigics is from the 20th year of the First Era. It tells the tale of a renowned Breton sage and author Voanet, travelling to the Isle of Artaeum to meet with Iakesis, the right master of the Sigics. Even then, the Sigics were the counsellors of kings and proponents of the Elder Way, taught to them by the original race that inhabited Tamriel. The Elder Way is a philosophy of meditation and study set to bind the forces of nature to the individual will. It differs from Magica in origin, but the effects are much the same. That said, it is perhaps more than coincidence that the Isle of Artaeum literally vanished from the shores of Somerset at the beginning of the Second Era, at about the time of the founding of the Mages Guild in Tamriel. Various historians and scholars have published theories about this. Perhaps none but Iakesis on his own could shed light on the matter. 500 years passed and Artaeum returned. The Sigics on the isle consisted of persons, mostly elves, who had disappeared and were presumed dead in the Second Era. They could not or would not offer any explanation for Artaeum's whereabouts during that time, or the fate of Iakesis and the original Council of Artaeum. Currently, the Sigics are led by the Lord Master Celebrus, who has presided over the Council of Artaeum for the last 250 years. The Council's influence in Tamriel and politics is tidal. The kings of Somerset, particularly those of Meridian, have often sought the Sigics' opinion. Emperor Uriel V was much influenced by the Council in the early, most glorious parts of his reign, before his disastrous attack on Akavir. It has even been suggested that the fleet of King Orcam of Piandonia was destroyed by a joint effort of Emperor Antiochus and the Sigic Order. Right, we just read about that in the Wolf Queen book. The last four emperors, Uriel VI, Morihafa, Pelagius IV, and Uriel VII, have been suspicious of the Sigics enough to refuse ambassadors from the Isle of Artaeum within the imperial city. The Isle of Artaeum is difficult to chart geographically. It is said that it shifts continuously either at random or by decree of the council. Visitors to the island are so rare as to be almost unheard of. Anyone desirous of a meeting with a Sigic may find contacts in Portanza and Runcibe, as well as many of the kingdoms of Somerset. Were it more accessible, Artaeum would be a favoured destination for travellers. I've been to the isle once and still dream of its idyllic orchards and clear pastures, its still and silent lagoons, its misty woodlands, and the unique Sigic architecture that seems to be as natural as its surroundings as well as wondrous in its own right. The Sepulchre Tower in particular I would study, for it is a relic from a civilization that predates the High Elves by several hundred years and is still used in certain rites by the Sigics. Perhaps one day I might return. Note, the author is currently on the Isle of Artaeum by gracious consent of Master Sargenius of the Council of Artaeum. Okay. Opusculus Lame Baal. Opusculus Lame Baal ta Mesomorti. A brief account of Lame Baal and the restless death. Mabe Awenil, scribe. Translation by University of Gwilym Press. 3rd Era 105. As brighter grows light, darker becomes shadow. So it passed with the Daedra Molak Baal looked on Archaea and thought the Aedra prideful of his dominion over the death of man and Mer, and it was soothed. Baal, whose sphere is the wanton oppression and entrapment of immortal souls, sought to thwart Archaea, who knew that not man nor Mer nor beast folk of all Nirn could escape eventual death. The Aedra was doubtless of his sphere, and so Molak Baal set upon Nirn to best death. Tamriel was still young and filled with danger and wondrous magic, when Baal walked in the aspect of a man and took a virgin, Lame Beolthag, from the Nedic peoples. Savage and loveless, Baal profaned her body, and her screams became the shrieking winds, which still haunt certain winding fjords of Skyrim. Shedding a lone droplet of blood on her brow, Bal left Nern, having sown his wrath. Violated and comatose, LeMay was found by nomads and cared for. A fortnight hence the nomad word woman enshrouded LeMay in pall, for she had passed into death. In their way, the nomads built a bonfire to immolate the husk. That night, LeMay rose from her funeral pyre and set upon the coven still aflame. She ripped the throats of the women, ate the eyes of the children, and raped their men as cruelly as Bal had ravished her. Eesh. And so LeMay, who is known to us as Blood Matron, imprecated her foul aspect upon the folk of Tamriel, and begat a brood of countless abominations, from which came the vampires, most cunning of the night horrors, and so was the scourge of undeath wrought upon Tamriel, cruelly mocking Arcade's rhythm of life and death through all the coming eras of the Yatada, and for all his sadness, Arcade knew this could not be undone. Ouch. Songs of the Return, Volume 24. Yep. Shadow marks? Nope. By Delvin Mallory. Oh! We've met Delvin Mallory in the Riften, under the Ratway. That place. Need to know your way around, eh? We wouldn't stumble into a necromancer's house and fall into another trap set by the city guard. We need to read this book from cover to cover. Learning to identify the shadow mark can mean the difference between making a fortune and ending up with a blade in your gut. The clever little marks are carved all over Skyrim, mostly on the door frames at fronts of buildings, but you can find them pretty much anywhere a thief's been. It's the way we talk to each other without talking, keeps the newer thieves from becoming dead thieves and all that nonsense. There aren't that many of the bloody things, so I don't want to hear any excuses about not having the time to learn them. Anyway, enough of my gabbing. Time to put your wizard cap on and do a little research. Glossary of shadow marks. The Guild. This is the symbol for the Guild. This means a place is as safe as a blackened cistern. If you see this shadow mark, someone from the Guild is nearby for certain. Safe. We usually leave this shadow mark when we've scouted and found a safe way around something. A hallway without traps, or maybe a house that's already cleared out. If you see one of these, head the way it's pointing and you'll be fine. Danger. If you see this shadow mark, head the other way and take your life in your own hands. It means there's something ahead or beyond that door that wants to turn you inside out. Escape route. Now, on a rare occasion, it better be a rare occasion if you want to work in the guild, but you find yourself in jail, look for this little beauty. You see the shadow mark and escape is just a few steps away. Protected. We put these shadow marks on places we don't want you to go. As in, stay out of there, or there's going to be a boo at the backside. These people are under the guild protection and should never be robbed or assaulted. Fence. This should quickly become your favourite shadow mark. The person near this mark will buy your hard-earned stolen goods for a fair price. But dot doesn't really work when you say stolen goods anyway. Thieves' cash. Who says we only take and never give back? You find this shadow mark near a chest or maybe a hollowed log, you're in for a surprise, a gift from the guild for the thief in the field. Whoever said membership didn't have its privileges. Loot. For something near the shadow mark worth stealing. Saves you from breaking into a place only to find the people don't even have two septim to rub together. Empty. The opposite of the loot shadow mark. Pass on this place. There's nothing inside. Okay. Thank you, Delvin. Sure that will come in handy. Next up is Magic of the Sky. Magic from the Sky. Yep, we've done that one. A Red Book of Riddles. No, okay. This handy bookie doth contain a diverse manner of riddles and follies, and by means of carefully study, the prudente scholalie gentlemane may find himself no longer discomfited by the sharpy wit of his fellows. Okay. Proposing and puzzling of riddles is a convention of polite aristocratic Western society. Nobles and social aspirants collect books of riddles and study them, hoping thereby to increase the chances of their appearing sly and witty in conversation. Okay, the question. It has a tail, a side, and a head. I call it what I call a snake. It has no body and it is dead. The answer, it must be a drake. Okay. A question. Poets know the hearts of men and mer, but beasts can't know my heart, you see. This book was written by a bear. The answer, it is not a book of poetry. The question, I gave you a sock, not unlike a box, with hammers and nails all around it. 2 lids open when it knocks. The answer, it must have been a great hit. I don't get any of those. Right, walking the world again. Antecedents of Dwemer, I'm pretty sure we've read. Indeed. Wolf Cream V5. And Thurska Revised History. We just read that, right? It won't be here. It was Thursk something. Yeah. We'll still grab it. Okay. Yeah, I'm well out of your reach. Calm it down. Are we heading into the next chapter now? Not just yet. Got a pod. 2 Brothers of Darkness. Just read that, didn't know? We did not? Fragment on Arteum, for sure we've just read. Broad Plentiful Healing. Brothers of Darkness. No, but we've got 2 of them. The Brothers of Darkness by Pilan Assi. As their name suggests, did we not just read about the Dark Brotherhood? Yeah, we definitely read this. We just forget to pick it up. Font of Stamina, cool. Okay, well, whatever it is detected me for all of 2 seconds. Okay, tentacles. Gonna be very mean. Just keep moving and they can't hurt you. This, however, can. Is there more? Oh, yes, there is. Yeah, okay. Duly noted. Did save it, right? Okay, there's another one over there. There's a font of stamina there. Is that one as well? Nice. And breathe. Glories and Laments and Remonada. Glories and Laments not there. Remonada. Also not there. Okay. Probably haven't read them, but I am going to check. Yeah, Glories and Laments is there. Remonada isn't. Okay. Back we go. Okay. Remonada. Chapter 1. Sankrator and the Birth of Rim. And in those days the Empire of the Cyrodiils was dead, save in memory only, but through war and slug famine and iniquitous rulers, the west split from the east, and Calovia's estrangement lasted some 400 of years, and the earth was sick with this sundering. Once worthy western kings of Anvil and Sarchel, of Falkreath and Deladil, became through pride and habit as like fief barons and forgot covenant. In the heartland things were no better, as arcanists and false moth princes lay in drugged stupor or the studies of vileness, and no one sat on the throne in dusted generations. Snakes and the warnings of snakes went unheeded, and the land bled with ghosts and deep-set holes into cold harbours. It is said that even the Kemel Adabal, the amulet of the kings of glory, had been lost, and its people saw no reason to find it. And it was in this darkness that King Hrol set out from the lands beyond Lost Twill, with a sortie of questing knights numbered 18 less 1, all of the western sons and daughters. For Hrol had seen in his visions the snakes to come, and sought to heal all the borders of his forebears. And to this host appeared at last a spirit who resembled none other than El Estia, queen of ancient times, who bore in her left hand the dragon fire of the Akatosh, and in her right hand the jewels of the covenant, and on her breast a wound that spilt void onto her mangled feet. And seeing El Estia and Kemel Adabal, Hrol and his knights wailed and set to their knees, and prayed for all things to become as right. Unto them the spirit said, I am the healer of all men, and the mother of dragons. But as you have run so many times from me, so shall I run until you learn my pain, which renders you and all this land dead. And the spirit fled from them, and they split among hills and forests to find her, all grieving that they had become a villainous people. Hrol and his shield fame were the only ones to find her, and the king spoke to her, saying, I love you, sweet Aless, sweet wife of Shor and of Oriel and the sacred bull, and would render this land alive again, not through pain but through a return to the dragon fires of covenant, to join east and west and throw off all ruin. And the shield fane bore witness to the spirit opening naked to his king, carving on a nearby rock the words, and Hrol did love unto a hillock, before dying in the sight of their union. When the 15 other knights found King Hrol, they saw him dead after his labours against a mound of mud, and they parted each in their way, and some went mad, and the 2 that returned to their homeland beyond Twill would say nothing of Hrol, and acted ashamed for him. But after 9 months that mound of mud became as a small mountain, and there were whispers among the shepherds and bulls. A small community of believers gathered around that growing hill during the days of its first churning, and they were the first to name it the Golden Hill, Sankrator. And it was the shepherdess said Yenna who dared climb the hill when she heard its first cry, and at its peak she saw what it had yielded, an infant she named Raymond, which is light of man, and in the child's forehead was the Kemel Adabal, alive with the dragon fires of yore and divine promise, and none dared obstruct said Yenna when she climbed the steps of White Gold Tower to place the babe Raymond on his throne, where he spoke as an adult, saying, I am Cyrodiil come. Coolio. Let's retrace our steps to the other seeker. Chronicles of Unkshuleft. seem like one we've read. A scroll of Guardian Circles as well. Nope. Okay. Let's read. Chronicles of Nuncheleft. This is a chronicle of events of historical significance to the Dwemer freehold colony of Nuncheleft. Text was probably recorded by an Ultima for his written Altmaris. I might have read this one actually. Let's save again. Nope. Okay. Okay. This is a chronicle of events of historical significance to the Dwemer freehold colony of Uncheleft. The text was probably recorded by an Altma, for it is written in Altmaris. 23. The death of Lord Elandar. It happened in second planting, PD 1220, that Lord Elandar, on a journey in the western uplands, came to Uncheleft, and Protector Angchard and General Rakunfunch met him there, and Dalan Zangshu also came to the meeting. They talked together long by themselves, but this only was known of their business. They were to be friends of each other. They parted, and each went home to his own colony. Bluefanch and her sons came to hear of this meeting, and saw in this secret meeting a treasonable plot against the councils. They often talked of this among themselves. When spring came, the councils proclaimed as usual a council meet in the halls of Bams am Stend. The people accordingly assembled, handfuls of ale and song, drinking bravely, and much and many things were talked over at the drink table, and among other things were comparisons between different Dwemer, and at last among the councillors themselves. One said that Lord Elandar excelled his fellow councillors by far, and in every way. At this, Councillor Bluefanch was very angry, and said that she was in no way less than Lord Elandar, and that she was eager to prove it. Instantly both parties were so inflamed that they challenged each other to battle, and ran to their arms. But some citizens who were less drunk and more understanding came between them, and quieted them, and each went back to his colony, but nobody expected that they would ever meet at peace again together. But then in the fall, Lord Elandar received a message from Councillor Bluefanch, inviting him to a parley at Hendor Stardums, and all Elandar's kin and citizens strongly urged him not to come, featuring treachery, but Lord Elandar would not listen to counsel, not even to carrying with him his honour guard. And sadly it came to pass that while travelling to Hendor Stardums in Chinsich Pass, a host of foul creatures set upon Lord Elandar and killed him, and all of his party, and many citizens said thereafter that Bluefanch and her sons had conjured these beasts and set them upon Lord Elandar, but nothing was proven. Lord Elandar lies buried at a place called Leftunch. Alright, rest in peace. More books over here. Hawker Attacks. Shadow Marks. Book 4 of the Poison Song. 5 Songs of King Wolfhearth. Myths of Sheogorath. I believe we've done that one. The rest I am sure of. Yeah, we have indeed. Common Soldier. Okay, got another scry. Subus does something. Uh-huh. So scared of these things. Okay. Not even close. Oh, that looks worrying. It does look like we're getting closer to Merak. There's a scry. Oh. Got a lurker. Yeah. Okay. 296 gold, petty soul gem, and a necklace of dwindling frost. Don't mind if I do. So what is this? This is like a blessing. I don't think I'm supposed to go in it, am I? No, probably not. It's a bunch of stamina. Yeah, I guess this scry is the only thing to do in here. How did that open? Came from there, I think. How do I get to this stuff? Oh, well, I guess I just walk around, huh? So that opens the doors. And what have we got in here? Frost for all, soul gem. Dinner wraps, soul gem, mage light. And a vessel. Soul gem. Effects of the Elder Scrolls, I think. That was... Did we get that from the main quest? All of the snow prints. Doesn't seem like it. Arteum, gold. Raven Rock Volume 2. We've got that right now, haven't we? Yep. Beef of Virtue and Ebony Armor of Rejuvenation. Stamina regenerates 30% faster. That would be sick, but it's heavy armor. Beef of Virtue. Yeah, we've read that one. I'm sure we've got plenty of stuff we can drop. Ruin books. And then wraps, I guess. Wraps can go first. Okay, Fall of the Snowprince. An account of a battle of the Mosring as transcribed by Lochheim, chronicler to the chieftain in Gyalda White-Eye. From whence he came we did not know, but into the battle he rode, on a brilliant steed of pallid white. Elf we called him, for elf he was, yet unlike any other of his kind we had ever seen before that day, his spear and armour bore the radiant and terrible glow of unknown magicka, and so adorned this unknown rider seemed more white than warrior. What troubled, nay frightened us most at that moment was the call that rose from the elven ranks. It was not fear, not wonder, but an unabashed and unbridled joy, the kind of felicity felt by a damned man who has been granted a second chance at life. For at that time the elves were as damned and near death as ever they had been during the great skirmishes of Solstheim. The Battle of Amosring was to be the final stand between Nord and Elf on our fair island. Led by Ysgramor, we had driven the elven scourge from Skyrim, and were intent on cleansing Solstheim of their kind as well. Our warriors, armed with the finest axes and swords Nord craftsmen could forge, cut great swaths through the enemy ranks. The slopes of Amosring ran red with elf blood. Why then would our foe rejoice? Could one rider bring such hope to an army so hopeless? To most of our kind, the meaning of the call was clear, but the words were but a litany of elven chants and cries. There were some among us, however, the scholars and chroniclers, who knew well the words and shuddered at their significance. The Snow Prince is come, doom is at hand. There was then a great calm that overcame the elves that still stood. Through their mass the Snow Prince did ride, and as a longboat slices the icy waters of the Fjelding, he parted the ranks of his kin. The magnificent white horse slowed to a gallop, then a trot, and the unknown elf rider moved to the front of the line at a slow, almost ghost-like pace. A Nord warrior sees much in a life of bloodshed and battle, and is rarely surprised by anything armed combat may bring, but few among us that day could have imagined the awe and uncertainty of a raging battlefield that all at once went motionless and silent, such as the effect the Snow Prince had on us all. For when the joyous cries of the elves had ended, there remained a quiet known only in the solitude of slumber. It was then our combined host, elf and Nord alike, we joined in a terrible understanding. Victory or defeat mattered little that day on the slopes of the Mosering Mountains. The one truth we all shared was that death would come to many that day, victor and vanquished alike. The glorious Snow Prince and elf, unlike any other, did come that day to bring death to our kind, and death he so brought. Like a sudden violent snow squall that rends travellers blind and threatens to tear loose the very foundations of the sturdiest hall, the Snow Prince did sweep into our numbers. Indeed, the ice and snow did begin to swirl and churn about the elf, as if called upon to serve his bidding. The spinning of that gleaming spear whistled a dirge to all those who would stand in the way of the Snow Prince, and our mightiest fell before him that day. Ulfki Anvil Hand, Strom the White, Freda Oakenwand, Heimdall the Frenzied, all lay dead at the foot of the Mosering Mountains. For the first time that day, it seemed the tide of battle had actually turned. The elves, spurred on by the deeds of the Snow Prince, rallied together for one last charge against our ranks. It was then in a single instant that the battle of the Mosering came to a sudden and unexpected end. Finna, daughter of Joffrey, a lass of only 12 years and squire to her mother, watched as the Snow Prince cut down her only parent. In her rage and sorrow, Finna picked up Joffrey's sword and threw it savagely at her mother's killer. When the elf's gleaming spear stopped its deadly dance, the battlefield fell silent, and all eyes turned to the Snow Prince. No one that day was more surprised than the elf himself at the sight that greeted them all, for upon his great steed the Snow Prince still sat, the sword of Joffrey buried deeply in his breast. And then he fell from his horse, from the battle, from life. The Snow Prince lay dead, slain by a child. With their saviour defeated, the spirits of the remaining elven warriors soon shattered. Many fled, and those that remained on the battlefield were soon cut down by our broad Nord axes. When the day was done, all that remained was the carnage of the battlefield, and from that battlefield came a dim reminder of valour and skill, for the brilliant armour and spear of the Snow Prince still shined. Even in death, this mighty and unknown elf filled us with awe. It is common practice to burn the corpses of our fallen foes. This is as much a necessity as it is custom, for death brings with it disease and dread. Our chieftains wished to cleanse Solstheim of the elven horde in death as well as life. It was decided, however, that such was not to be the fate of the Snow Prince. One so mighty in war, yet so loved by his kin, deserved better, even in death, even if an enemy of our people. And so we brought the body of the Snow Prince wrapped in fine silks to a freshly dug barrow. Sorry about that. The gleaming arrow and spear were presented on a pedestal of honour, and the tomb was arrayed with treasures worthy of royalty. All of the mighty chieftains agreed with this course, that the elf should be so honoured. His body would be preserved in the barrow for as long as the earth chose, but would not be offered the protection of our Stalrim, which was reserved for Norded alone. So ends this account of the Battle of the Mosering and the fall of the magnificent elven Snow Prince. May our gods honour him in death, and may we never meet his kind again in life. And there we go. So another book that we're gonna read. Don't believe so. No, okay. Okay, so I think I opened this door, which leads back to, not back to, but to the next chapter, I guess. I wonder if we're approaching the end. It feels like it. That green glow sounds like we're close to Merak. Onto Magica. Does this help if I take it now and have it later? I mean, it doesn't hurt. Chapter 5. It's another font of Magica right there. Ooh, let's just take it. To stamina. We might need it, so I'll leave it for now. Oh, right, Oh. Oh, hello, Seeker. Alright then. Herbane's Bestiary Automatons. And a book on Gasta something. Not in Gasta, we haven't read that. Herbane's Bestiary, got Hagravens and Ice Race, but not Automatons. Okay. Scroll of Bane of the Undead, Spell Tome, Car. Right, we need to put some stuff back. Charcoal's 4, equals 2. Sorry, 3, over 3, quills 2. Ruin books are 2.5. Okay, we'll drop a few quills then. I already forgot the book that I just picked up. Alright, Herbane's Bestiary Automatons. 9 Half-Fire. The dwarves have been extinct for many an age, and perhaps for the best. To see men and women the size of large children, all with beards, would be a most disturbing sight. Okay. Still, whatever wrath the dwarves brought from the gods that had consumed an entire civilization surely must have been an awe-inspiring thing to witness. The remnants of their civilization lie buried in the hearts of mountains, and scholars and thieves the world over descend on the skeletal remains of dwarven cities like vultures, to scrape clean the bones of the past, old knowledge waiting to be exhumed and treasures to be discovered. But many men lay murdered in those halls of the damned, because those dwarven ruins do not release their treasures without a fight. My kin would tell the stories long ago, but when I was just a child, about how adept the dwarves were at building machines. They would say that before our time, dwarves harnessed the power of the earth, and wielded fire and hammers to reshape steel and bronze with a mechanical brilliance that breathed life into these now ancient constructs of metal and magic. In the dark halls and chambers, amid the ceaseless droning of grinding gears and venting steam, they lie in wait to confound or destroy would-be plunderers of the dwarven sanctums, as the grim watchmen of the last vestiges of culture from a dead race. I descended into the humid darkness of Muzulft. The slow hiss of steam, creaking of metal, and the rattle of old gears powering an empty city would unknow most men. I could hear things in the darkness, skittering across the floor just out of sight, and as I stepped over the bodies of plunderers or scholars who had not made it far, I knew it was not rats wandering these halls. Small mechanical spiders set upon me with rapid movements, and machines sprouted from the walls, and uncurled from spheres into contraptions that rolled on top of gears, for legs and crossbows for arms. I could not help but marvel at these single-purpose machines built for the murder of men. My sword and my shield are my strength, and I am undeterred by such things, because I had heard of greater things that roam these depths, and indeed something else in these chambers stirred, and it echoed with massive weight. As it lumbered closer, its feet struck the ground as if walking on massive pistons, and as it loomed out of darkness, I could see it clear for the first time, axe for one hand, hammer for the other, as tall as 5 men, made of dull bronze with a face moulded in the image of its masters, a steam centurion. The stories were true. These were the guardians of the greatest dwarven treasures. We fought, and the dwarves must truly be extinct, because our battle was surely booming enough to wake the dead. It came at me with hammer and axe, in human strength and great fortitude, and a purpose of nothing but murder. I dodged as it crushed the stone around me with futile strikes, and I thrust and slashed at it with my blade, and took every opening afforded as we shook the halls of violence. I refused to be undone by a machine. Where the average man would be long dead, I stood over the husk of his dead automaton, its steam escaping like a final gasp. I could have taken the dwarven artifacts and metal, but left them there for others, for I would not hex my journey with the possessions of dead men, and maybe that is where countless others go wrong. I will continue to my journey across the lands, and perhaps one day Herebein will meet a worthy challenge, for I have yet to see what would make me tremble. Alright, well, congratulations for beating a dwarven centurion. I've been several. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. Angusta Quata Quakis. An obscure text in the language of the Slode, purportedly written by the second-era Western necromancer Angusta. Angusta Quata Quakis Axtas so novax letero oix gemile. So raneta risfas sin pacintaj membra kaj alias. Individual cusion yamaniere tuxcas soraneta activado in xi acperas informao unuavis prisu locao so xiumonatage convenao sed nature nature, yes, I understand. Anqua pri alias actuasoj activecao so society. Nemalofte anaxtas crome plej diversas spexta materials educa oix distra. So interata cavaco letera kaj vejao axtas unus sonque alternative canasao por distribui, something to do with distribution. So en havon so papera quack, sed alisonque so en havao so diversaj verjao Antuix vible ne povas kaj ex nevus xiam absti 100% sosaba. En malvasti circusonta paperfolio exemple epsos publicigi illustraxaon, cuj pro copyrightage kiasau ne axtas usepsoj en so interneto, alesonque so masoltaj costau reta distribuo forigas so spacagun limuguan kaj per maxas pli amplexan en havon por ne paroli pri xixora actualeco, tuj circunstancao rax per guixos en so aspect so quacoa, cuja setele servos ancoix kiel xeneraso retejo soranetao. Yeah, you know, that's one of my favorite books. I really feel like I know exactly what it's talking about. Activate pedestal. Huh. Save. The pedestal stands empty. Empty. What book would you like to place? Boneless limbs, delving pincers, gnashing blades, or prying oars. What do I get out of each one? Doesn't tell me what I gain out of this. Why would I want to leave a book behind here? I assume it would maybe give me some bonus? for the upcoming fight. But then I'd have to give up that book forever, I would assume. Okay, well let's loot everything else here first. Maybe... Oh no, there's 4 pedestals, so we probably have to leave a book on each one. That makes sense. So bonus limbs, delving pincers, gnashing blades, and prying orbs. I'm sorry to leave you all behind. Plenty of chests here. Amethyst, gold, last king of the Iliads, extended invisibility, big dead, frostbite, varieties of Daedra. Varieties of Daedra have read, right? Maybe not. Okay. You can keep the quills. I guess at this point, ruined books can go. Let me check, because I feel like I've probably read that. Just checking to see if there was any of those spell terms I didn't already know. Okay, let's quick save. Okay, let me know you've done that. Game. Alright, everything has to disappear. Okay. Load this other save, just to see if we've got the book. No. Okay. Okay, then Varieties of Daedra is up next. Varieties of Daedra by Aranea Drefan, healer and dissident priest. There is little chance of our ever understanding the various orders of Daedra and their relationships to the Daedra lords and their dominions. Of the varieties of Daedra that appear in our world, and the varieties of their relationships to their fellows and their Daedra patrons, there is no end. In one place and time they are seen to be this, and in another place and time they seem to be the opposite, and in another place and time they are seen to be both this and that in completely contradictory terms. What Daedra serves this prince? What Daedra gives orders, and what Daedra serves, and in what hierarchy, and under what circumstances? What Daedra exist in fellowship with one another? What Daedra have an eternal enmity to one another? And what Daedra are solitary or social, and by turns solitary or social. There are no limits to the varieties of behaviours that may be observed, and in one place there may be this, and in another place there may be that. And all rules describing them are always found to be contradictory and an exception to others. However, from whom may we seek answers to our questions about these orders? From mortals, who know little but what they may observe of another world? From the gods, who speak in riddles of enigmas wrapped in mysteries and who keep things from us? From the better to preserve their dominion over us? From the Daedra themselves, who are never the models of straightforwardness or truth-telling, but rather are famous for misstatements and obfuscations. And even were the Daedra to speak the truth, how could we know if they know themselves, or whether there is any truth about them that is to be known? Or are all arrangements among the Daedra protean and never subject to change? In short, what is to be known is little, and what is to be trusted is nothing. These things being said, I shall venture to relate what I have observed and heard of the relationships of the servants of Lord Dagon in my brief service to the Telvanni wizard Divay Fear, when I sought him out and offered to bring peace into the victims of Corpus in his sanitarium, once the prophecies of the Incarnate had been fulfilled, and Dagorfer had been destroyed, and the Blight had been banished from the island of Vardenfell forever. Divay Fear told me that he by choice trafficked only with 2 Daedra powers, Mehrunes Dagon and Azura. Azura, he said, knew and understood all things, and declined to speak of these things, or only spoke in riddles. Mehrunes Dagon, on the other hand, out of pride, fixity of purpose, and a predictable lack of subtlety in thought, knew nothing and understood nothing, and was inclined to speak freely and without falsehood. Divay Fear said that Dagon's chief servants, the Dromora, were like him in pride, fixed purpose, and lack of subtlety, with the addition of the peculiar traits of honour and loyalty, both within their class and within their relationship to Lord Dagon. And Devei said that the Dremora were ordered into clans and castes, and these clans and castes were well defined. Individual Dremora might rise or fall in ranks or move back and forth among clans, but only when regulated by complex oaths and only at the will and pleasure of their Lord Dagon. The Dremora refer to themselves as the kin, the people, contrasting themselves to other Daedra, whom they consider unthinking animals. The term Kinaz refers to a member of the Dremora race, he of the kin. The least of kin castes are the churls, the undistinguished rabble of the lowest rank of Dremora. Churls are obsequious to superiors but ferociously cruel to humans and other Daedra. Next in rank are the caitiffs, creatures of uncalculating zeal, energy without discrimination. Caitiffs are used as irregulars in the faction wars of the Daedra, as berserkers and shock troops, undisciplined and unreliable but eager and willing. The highest of a regular rank and file of Dremora troops are the Kinvals, warrior knights who distinguished themselves in battle and shown the deliberate steadiness of potential war leaders. Above the rank and file warriors of the Churl, Caitiff, and Kinval castes are the officer castes. The Kinreeve is a clan sheriff or clan officer. Kinreeves are typically associated either with a clan fighting unit or an administrative office in the order of battle. The Kin Marcher is a lord and high officer of a Daedric citadel, outpost, or gate. A Kin Marcher's command is usually associated both with a unit and with a fief, the location or territory for which he is responsible. Above the Kin Marcher is a Markinaz, or Grand Duke. A Markinaz is a Lord of Lords and member of the Markin, Mehrunes Dagon's Council of Lords. The highest rank of Dremora is the Valkinaz, or Prince. This warrior duke is a member of the Valkin, Mehrunes Dagon's personal guard. The Valkinaz are rarely encountered on Tamriel. Normally they remain by Mehrunes Dagon's side or serve as commanders of operations of particular importance or interest to Dagon. The varieties of other Daedra I encountered while I served in Devei Fir's Corpusarium, Ogrims and Golden Saints, Daedroths and Winged Twilights, Scamps and Clanfear. There is much that might be said, but little that is helpful or reliable. I did note, however, that when Devei Fir sought a Daedra of a character like unto the Dremora, but of greater power and greater inclination for independence and initiative, or solely as a master, he summoned Zivalai, who are like the Dremora in personality and temperament, except that they hate subordination, and are liable to disloyalty and betrayal when they feel they have not been treated with a proper deference and respect. The feral beast-like Daedra, like the Clanfear and the Daedroth, appear in the service of many different Daedric powers, and many represent common creatures existing like wild animals in the wildernesses of Oblivion. Other savage, semi-intelligent creatures like Scamps and Spider Daedra may also be found in the realms of various Daedra lords. The case of the elemental Atronax, on the other hand, is less certain. Flame and Frost Atronax, for example, appear to be highly intelligent, but not all varieties of elemental Atronax seem to be social or to have the power of speech. Devei Fir preferred not to summon or deal with these creatures, had little experience with them, and showed no inclination to speculate upon their nature, so I learned little about them during my time at Telfir. Alrighty then. Pod. 16 Accords of Madness, Volume 12. That one we've literally read that in this episode. Magic from the Spy, the Apprentice's Assistant. Nope. Okay, we'll read that one then. And Poison Song Book 6, I know we've read. Take another ruined book. The Apprentice's Assistant. Advice from Valenwood's most prestigious spellcaster. No doubt you have heard tales of my adventures. You haven't written your name. Stories carried from province to province all of Tamriel in awe of my feats of magical prowess. More than once I am sure you have thought, if only I had Aramril's ability, then I too could seek fame and fortune in magic duels. Okay, Aramril. Never heard of you. It is true, of course. Great fame and limitless fortune await those who are successful. But to be successful one needs to learn from the best. That is why you have purchased this book, so that I may teach you. I am, of course, the best. Here, then, is my advice. Follow it, and you too can make a name for yourself throughout Tamriel. Have we read this book? Let me check. Sounds kind of familiar. May really bragging about himself. Nope. I might. Here then is my advice. Follow it and you too can make a name for yourself throughout Tamriel. 1. To know your opponent is to know his weakness. Infinitely more versatile than a simple blade of steel, a good mage has a wide array of spells at her disposal. More than that, she knows when to best use them. She knows that frost spells can stop a charging beast or keep a savage brute from swinging his sword. She knows that shock spells can drain her opponent's magicka. She knows that illusion spells can set a group of enemies against each other should she find herself in a less than fair fight. An all too common reality when her opponents know they cannot win in single combat, and that there are spells that can save her in a moment when all seems lost. 2. To know yourself is to know your limits. Even the best mage has a finite reserve of magicka. None born yet have been graced with Magnus's infinite reserves of power, and so a good mage does not ever overextend herself. She makes sure she always has enough magicka to keep herself safe. Failing that, she makes sure she has a sizable supply of potions at the ready. Failing that, she makes sure she always has an escape route. Not that the great Aramril has ever fled a fight, but of course you do not necessarily share her superb natural ability. That is why you must practice. 3. Wards can kill. You. There is no question that wards are an essential tool of any aspiring mage. They can block incoming spells, negating your opponent's attack, and wasting his magicka. A good mage knows, however, to not rely too heavily on her ward. Keeping a ward ready for too long will leave a caster drained of magicka, unable to retaliate, and at worst, unable to maintain the ward, and therefore completely defenseless. 4. 2 hands are not always better than 1. Any advanced spellcasters learn to cast spells with both hands, dealing more damage. There are certainly times when this is to your advantage, such as when an opponent is already weakened, or when it is likely to draw a bigger reaction from the crowd that is no doubt gathered to watch you. It is not always the best strategy, however. Concentration spells, for example, can often be used on the ground when an opponent is especially nimble. In that instance, using both hands independently can cover more ground at the same time. The mage throwing fireballs with both hands cannot immediately raise a ward to defend herself, or heal while she continues to attack. 5. Always rise to a challenge, especially when you know you can win. Remember that your first priority is of course to stay alive. Following closely behind though is your need to please the crowd. You are, after all, depending on their generosity to fund your adventures. Here then, more than magic comes into play. If you can gain a sense of your opponent's ability before the duel begins, you can enter into the event with confidence. Knowing that you outclass your opponent is of great importance, as it means you can confidently give the crowd a better show. Likewise, knowing ahead of time that you could very well lose a duel, you are afforded an opportunity to suddenly find yourself engaged elsewhere and be unable to attend the event. By no means do I suggest that I have ever done such a thing. I simply find that my great fame occasionally means I am unable to respond to every single request for a duel. All this is meant to be like Lockhart, Professor Lockhart from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Keep these few things in mind, keep your wits about you, and you too can make a name for yourself by putting on great displays of magical prowess. Take care, though, for if you become successful enough, you may find yourself facing a challenge from me. That sounds so Lockhart. I wonder if that inspired it somehow. That'd be pretty funny. Detected? He's detecting me. There's bad guys here too. It makes sense for there to be bad guys. We've already fought one. Delving pincers. Down you go. Ah, okay. Alright. Scroll of Harmony, Spell Tome Stoneflesh, Night Mother's Truth, Poison Song, Book 4. Take some more ruined books, please. Let's read Stoneflesh. And we've learned a new spell. Should probably look at some of these. Stoneflesh improves armor by 60 points for 60 seconds. Could have its uses, to be fair. What else did we learn today? Oak flesh, maybe? Frostbite. 8 points of damage per second. Frost. Clairvoyance shows the path to the current goal. I can't remember what else we specifically learned from this one. Okay, aversion to fire, gold, soldier, scroll of harmony. Cake and the Diamond, Poison Song Book 1, Words of Clan Mother, Anisi. Cake and the Diamond, I'm pretty sure we read, yeah. What was the other one? Words of Clan Mother, Anisi. No. Okay, that's a new one. Some of these books are actually less valuable than the ruined books, aren't they? I have to bear this in mind. Like Myths of Sheogorath. Okay, the worst value I think is going to be 3. The rest of these. So yeah, for now, ruined books first. Words of Clan Mother Anisi. To her favourite daughter. Anisi tells you, you are no longer a mewing kitten, and you have learned to keep secrets from Anisi. And so Anisi tells you, in the beginning there were 2 little mates, Anur and Fadome. After many phases, Fadome said to Anur, let us wed and make children to share our happiness. And they gave birth to Alkosh. These are the Khajiit, the vines. We read about those earlier. Things are starting to connect. Alkosh, the first cat. And Anur said, Alkosh, we give you time, for what is as fast or as slow as a cat. And they gave birth to Kenarfi, the wind. Kenarfi, to you we can give the sky, for what can fly higher than the wind? And they gave birth to Magrus, the cat's eye. Magnus, to you we give the sun, for what is brighter than the eye of a cat. And they gave birth to Mara, the mother cat. Mara, you are love, for what is more loving than a mother? And they gave birth to Srendar, the runt. Srendar, we give you mercy, for how does a runt survive except by mercy? I mean, it's basically the 9 divines with different names. Mara's the same, but Srendar, Stendar, Magnus, not a 9 divine, but Kenarfi, I'm not sure. And many phases passed, and Anur and Fadome were happy, and Anur said, we should have more children to share our happiness, and Fadome agreed, and she gave birth to Hermora, and she gave birth to Hersin, and she gave birth to Merun, and Mafala, and Sangin, and Sheogorath, and many others, okay. So Daedric Prince is entering the cut. I think that's Hersin's obvious. Hermora, probably Hermes Mora. Merun's Dagon, Mephala, Sanguine, Sheogorath. And Fadome said, Hermora, you are the tide, for who can say whether the moons predict the tides, or the tides predict the moons? Hersin, you are the hungry cat, for what hunts better than a cat with an empty belly? Merun, you are the Jakashit, for what is more destructive than a kitten? Cats. Mafala, you are the clan mother, for what is more secretive in the ways of the clan mothers? Sangin, you are the blood cat, for who can control the urges of blood? Sheogorath, you are the skooma cat, for what is crazier than a cat on skooma? Nice. And Anur said, 2 litters is enough, for too many children will steal our happiness. But Kenarfi went to Fadome and said, Fadome, mother, Kenarfi grows lonely so high above the world where not even my brother Alkosh can fly. Fadome took pity on her and tricked Abnor to make her pregnant again. And Fadome gave birth to the moons and their motions, and she gave birth to Nirni, the majestic sands and lush forests, and she gave birth to Azura, the dusk and the dawn. So Nan, Azura, yep. And from the beginning, Nirni and Azura fought for their mother's favour. Anor caught Fadome while she was still birthing, and he was angry. Anor struck Fadome, and she fled to birth the last of her litter, far away in the great darkness. Fadome's children heard what had happened, and they all came to be with her and protect her from Arnor's anger. And Fadome gave birth to Lorkaj, the last of her litter, in the great darkness, and the heart of Lorkaj was filled with the great darkness. And when he was born, the great darkness knew its name, and it was Namira. And Faramir knew her time was near. Faramir said, Shakaje, to you Faramir gives Velatis, for what is steadier than the phases of the moons. Your eternal motions will protect us from Achnor's anger, and the moons left to take their place in the heavens. And Achnor growled and shook the great darkness, but he could not cross Velatis. And Faramir said, Nirni, to you Faramir leaves her greatest gift. You will give birth to many people as Faramir gave birth today. When Nirni saw that Azura had nothing, Nirni left smiling. And all Faramir's children left except Azura. And Faramir said, to you, my favored daughter, Faramir leaves her greatest gift. To you, Faramir leaves her secrets. And Faramir told her favored daughter 3 things. Right, because Azura is supposed to know all, right? Faramir said, when Nirni is filled with her children, take one of them and change them. Make the fastest, cleverest, most beautiful people, and call them Khajiit. Of course. And Faramir said, the Khajiit must be the best climbers, for if Massa and Secunda fail, they must climb Kanafi's breath to set the moons back in their courses. And Faramir said, the Khajiit must be the best deceivers, for they must always hide their nature from the children of Achnor. And Faramir said, the Khajiit must be the best survivors, for Nirni would be jealous, and she will make the sands harsh and the forests ungiving, and the Khajiit will always be hungry and at war with Nirni. With these words, Faramir died. After many phases, Nirni came to Lorkhaj and said, Lorkhaj, Faramir told me to give birth to many children, but there is no place for them. And Lorkhaj said, Lorkhaj makes a place for children, and Lorkhaj puts you there so you can give birth. But the heart of Lorkhaj was filled with a great darkness, and Lorkhaj tricked his siblings so that they were forced into this new place with Nirni. And many of Faramir's children escaped and became the stars, and many of Faramir's children died to make Nirni's path stable, and the survivors stayed and punished Lorkhaj. The children of Faramir tore out the heart of Lorkhaj and hid it deep within Nirni, and they said, we curse you, noisy Lorkhaj, to work Nirni for many phases. But Nirni soon forgave Lorkhaj, for Nirni could make children, and she filled herself with children, but cried because her favourite children, the forest people, did not know their shape. And Azura came to her and said, poor Nirni, stop your tears. Azura makes for you a gift of a new people. Nirni stopped weeping, and Azura spoke the first secret to the moons, and they parted and let Azura pass. And Azura took some forest people who were torn between man and beast, and she placed them in the best deserts and forests of Nirni. And Azura in her wisdom made them of many shapes, one for every purpose, and Azura named them Khajiit, and told them her second secret, and taught them the value of secrets. And Azura bound the new Khajiit to a lunar lattice, as is proper for Nirni's secret defenders. Then Azura spoke the third secret, and the moon shone down on the marshes, and then light became sugar. But Ifer heard the first secret and snuck in behind Azura. That's Ifer, right? The Breton gods? I can't remember what Ifer was for. Something to do with nature, I guess. Was it Breton or maybe? Anyway, and Ifer could not appreciate secrets, and he told Nirni of Azura's trick. So Nirni made the deserts hot and the sands biting, and Nirni made the forests wet and filled with poisons, and Nirni thanked Ifer and let him change the forest people also. And Ifer did not have Azura's subtle wisdom, so Ifer made the forest people elves, always and never beasts. Maybe it's a wood elf god. Bosma, yeah. And Ifer named them Bosma, and from that moment they were no longer in the same litter as the Khajiit. And because Ifer had no appreciation for secrets, he shouted the first secret across all the heavens with his last breath, so that all of Faramir's children could cross the lattice. But Azura, in her wisdom, closed the ears of angry Achnor and noisy Lorkhaj, so they alone did not hear the word. Okay, cool. So we have the Khajiit perspective of how the world began. Or at least one clan mother. Okay, round we go. Gnashing Blades. How about it? Okay, so we came from there. That's the first pedestal. Okay. Praying orbs. That do anything? Doesn't look like it. Maybe it only does something once we activate the final thing. Did we put the black book here? Where's Marcus pointing here? I can't activate anything. Am I missing a puzzle? We're only four. This is chapter 5, right? Yeah. So there's only been 4 books so far, unless there's another one somewhere that I've just missed. Or I need to align the books with the chapter I got them from. Is there an intuitive way to remember? Because I really don't remember. So what if I grab this book and put it on this one here? No. Okay, so clearly there is some puzzle involving these books. Maybe it's for symbols. That would make sense. Okay, so do these books have symbols on them that potentially match up with these? Says on Apocrypha, not straight away. That no, it doesn't look like it. I guess we have to figure it out. I mean, these look like pincers. I guess we'll put pincers there. These are teeth. Gnashing blades. I would think. An eye. Praying orbs. Sure. And this better be limbs. Bonus limbs. Yeah, tentacles. Alright, we figured it out. We're geniuses. Now we just... I mean... I feel like this is probably... the last... thing before we face Marak. Chapter 6 is now revealed. Here we go. No, not yet. Okay. I mean, we're outside, so this feels like it could be the last one. You've got... Oh, we can't open this? Oh, it's just, okay. For some reason, it's just not working. The Wild Elves. Nope, we have not read that one. At least I think not. The Wild Elves by Kierjo Chorvak. In the wilds of most every province of Tamriel, descended philosophically, if not directly, from the original inhabitants of the land, are the Aelids, commonly called the Wild Elves, while three races of elven stock, the Altma or High Elves, the Bosma or Wood Elves, and the Dunma or Dark Elves, have assimilated well into the new cultures of Tamriel. The Aelids and their brethren have remained aloof toward our civilization, preferring to practice the old ways far from the eyes of the world. The Wild Elves speak a variation of Old Cyrodiilic, opting to shun Tamrielic and separating themselves from the mainstream of Tamriel even further than the least urbanized of their elven cousins. In temperament, they are dark-spirited and taciturn, though this is from the point of view of outsiders, or Pelani in their tongue, and doubtless they act differently within their own tribes. Indeed, one of the finest sages of the University of Gwilym was a civilized Aeliad elf, Tuhane Fira, First Era 2790 to Second Era 27, whose published work on Wild Elves suggests a lively, vibrant culture. Fira is one of the very few Aeliads to speak freely on his people and religion, and he himself said, "The nature of the Aeliad tribes is multitude, their personalities often widely differing from their neighbour tribes." The Nature of Aelidic Poesy, Part 8, University of Gwilym Press, Second Era 12. Like any alien culture, Wild Elves are often feared by the simple people of Tamriel. The Aeliads continue to be one of the greatest enigmas of the continent of Tamriel. They seldom appear in the pages of written history in any role, and then only as a strange sight the chronicler stumbles upon before they vanish into the wood. When probable fiction is filtered from common legend, we are left with almost nothing. The mysterious ways of the Aeliads have remained shrouded since before the First Era, and may well remain so for thousands of years to come. Okay, Wild Elves. Not the longest of books, but still a cool one. History of the Aeliads and that. Okay. Scrolls, Soul Gem, Grand Healing, The Art of War Magic. A destruction book. The Art of War Magic by Zurin Arctus. Oh, that's the... Is that the founder of something to do with the Sigic Order or Mages Guild? He comes up a lot, Zurin Arctus, with commentary by other learned masters. Chapter 3. Dispositions. Master Arctus said, 1. The moment to prepare your offense is the moment the enemy becomes vulnerable to attack. Leros Kyle. Knowledge of the enemy's mage's mind is of the foremost importance. Once you know his mind, you will know his weaknesses. Oh, don't tell me that other book we read was just this book, but about that guy who was like, oh, I'm the best mage. He's just copied the advice, probably. Sedmar, Master Arctus advised Tiber Septim before the Battle of Five Bridges not to commit his reserves until the enemy was victorious. Tiber Septim said, if the enemy is already victorious, what use committing the reserve? To which Master Arctus replied, only in victory will the enemy be vulnerable to defeat. Tiber Septim went on to rout an enemy army twice the size of his. 2. The enemy's vulnerability may be his strongest point. Your weakness may enable you to strike the decisive blow. Marangro In the wars between the Nords and the Timer, the Nord shamans invariably use their mastery of the winds to cool down storms before battle to confuse and dismay the Chimer warriors. One day a clever Chimer sorcerer conjured up an ice demon and commanded him to hide in the rocks near the rear of the Chimer army. When the Nords cooled down the storms as usual, the Chimer warriors began to waver, but the ice demon rose up as the storm struck, and the Chimer turned in fear from what they believed was a Nord demon, and charged into the enemy line less afraid of the storm than of the demon. The Nords expected the Chimer to flee as usual, were caught off guard when the Chimer attacked out of the midst of the storm. The Chimer were victorious that day. 3. When planning a campaign, take account of both the arcane and the mundane. The skillful battle mage ensures a fair and balance. A weight lifted by one hand is heavier than two weights lifted by both hands. 4. When the arcane and mundane are in balance, the army will move effortlessly, like a swinging door on well-oiled hinges. When they are out of balance, the army will be like a three-legged dog, with one leg always dragging the dust. 5. Thus, when the army strikes a blow, it will be like a thunderclap out of the clouds of sky. The best victories are those unforeseen by the enemy, but obvious to everyone afterwards. 6. A skillful battle mage ensures that the enemy is already defeated before the battle begins. A close-fought battle is to be avoided. Fortunes of war may turn aside the most powerful sorcery, and courage may undo the best laid plans. Instead, win your victory ahead of time. When the enemy knows he is defeated before the battle begins, you may not need to fight. 7. Victory in battle is only the least kind of victory. Victory without battle is the acme of skill. 8. Conserving your power is another key to victory. Putting forth your strength to win a battle is no demonstration of skill. This is what we call tactics, the least form of the art of war magic. Fulidun de Farkun. By tactics, the Master Arctis includes all the common battle magics. These are only the first steps in an understanding of war magic. Any hedge mage can burn up his enemies with fire. Destroying the enemy is the last resort of a skillful battle mage. 9. The battle is only a leaf on the tree. If the leaf falls, does the tree die? When a branch is lopped off, the tree is weakened. When the trunk is girdled, the tree is doomed. 10. If you plan your dispositions well, your victories will seem easy and you will win no acclaim. If you plan your dispositions poorly, your victories will seem difficult and your fame will be widespread. Marangro Sul. Those commonly believed to be the greatest practitioners of war are almost always those with the least skill. The true masters are not known to the multitude. Alright. There we go. Tips for, I guess, winning some fights. Now let's limp over and dump some more ruined books in that pod before we face Barak. Which I assume we're doing at this point. There we go. Okay, yeah, this looks like final boss land. The doors have shut behind me. I probably should have saved first. Should save now. Detected. By who? Oh, these are seekers. So maybe not the final battle just yet. Well, there's a word wall. Ow. Wait, I can't see my health bar. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. What? How did I miss? Okay, now I can. I don't know why it happened before. Let's activate the font of stamina. Consider healing. Nice. I don't want to learn the word of power just yet. But I do want to loot the Seeker. Scroll of Blizzard, Songs of Return, Volume 24. Yep, we've read that. What's back here? Last King of the Aliads, Scroll of Call to Arms, Firebolt, Waters of Oblivion. A couple of rune books back. What was it? Firebolt? Yeah, okay. Let's just go through all of these just in case. Yep. I see the word wall, don't worry. Is it going to be tentacles? No. Good. Oh, there's going to be some there. Okay. Here. Nope. Nothing up here. Yes, I know the game's guiding me towards the word war. An explorer's got to explore, you know. Was actually anything round the back? I didn't even check properly. You might get whipped if we get too close. No. Okay, let's learn this word of power and apocrypha. Armor, dragon aspect. Use the bend will shout to tame Sahratar. Uh-oh. I think whoever Sahratar is about to attack us. Let's go to shouts. Where's the... Oh, okay. Strength, armor. Once a day, take on a mighty aspect of a dragon delivering colossal blows. Okay, well, let's unlock that. Alright, we need to, obviously, use the Bend Will Shout. Hey, we got him. Okay, defeat Marak. Where's Marak? Hey, friend. You look kind of goofy, Sahratar. I love it. Okay, not the first time we've ridden on a dragon's back. But, okay. Oh, we're riding the dragon. We're not just, floating through a cutscene. We're actually controlling this. When riding a dragon, you can lock onto a nearby target and attack it with magic. You can also command the dragon to attack your target. Fast travel while riding the dragon by using your world map. What, you can travel around the world with dragons now? Oh, so I guess I can command dragons outside Solstheim and Apocrypha as well. That is interesting. Okay. For more detailed information, see the help section of the main menu. Hey, am I controlling this? Space, target lock. I completely forgot everything I was supposed to do. Alright, oh, so these guys are just meant to be practice. Yeah, kill those seekers. I still can't really figure out what I'm controlling here. Oh, control, command, dragon to attack target. Okay. Yeah, neat. How about you attack the target again? Yeah. Come on, man. What the heck are you attacking? Come on. There we go. I can kill locusts faster than this, come on. Almost dead. I'm not making it go into the water, am I? Okay. Just got to seek a left. Oh, there it goes. So, am I piloting this? The arrow keys don't seem to be doing much. Use E to land. But can I go back then? Yeah, I think I am controlling this to some degree. Am I? No. This is really cool though. This looks like a blue-eyes white dragon from this angle.
Dragonborn beats the last Dragonborn at the sight of Apocrypha. No doubt, just as Hermaeus Mora intended. He is a fickle master, you know.
I'm aware.
But now I will be free of him. My time in Apocrypha is over.
Oh, he's got a
You are
dragon
here
too.
for full power,
Or 2 or
and
3.
thus subject to my full power. You will die, and with the power of your soul, I will return to Solstheim and be master of my own fate once again.
We'll see. Oh, that didn't do much. Interesting. I guess, Ooh. Oh, man. Well, the first try is always the most difficult, because you don't know what he's going to do. Wait, why can't I... I'm clearly under the carry weight, why can't I not run? Alright, he's got a fire shield, hasn't he? Okay. We're gonna add Tanon. I wish I had more Tanon. Okay. Oh, what? He's become invulnerable. Do I need to get back on my dragon? Do I need to save? I'm gonna save. Oh, he's... Oh, boy. I'm gonna need some potions here. In fact, have another one. Okay. I hope I'm doing... Oh, wait, there's a dead dragon over here. Booty Crow. Don't know why I took the time to get all of those dragon bones and scales. What I did. Alright, we're taking a momentary break. Anything 5 or below I think I can go, but I know I already have. Six two, I guess. Oh no, we need that one. Okay, that's really good. Really mystic. Oh yeah, I need mystic tuning gloves. Don't want to get rid of any of that. Or really any of that. Yeah, I guess it is just going to be more books, isn't it? Say anything 10 or under now? Yeah, I think yeah, that's what we have. I can't remember which poison songs we've already stored away, so I'm just going to keep all of these. Not too much to give away. Dragon scales 25. I guess anything under 25, it's a duplicate. Yeah, I think Dragon Break is one we have as well. Okay, I'll do. Oh, I get it. He's absorbing all of these dragon souls to stay alive. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down now, buddy. Still taking all of these bones. You know what? You can keep the scales. Not as valuable. And get rid of more of these books as well. Dragonborn is... $15 into 500, 30 something. Okay. Anything else can go. Oh, we got it down to 375. Magic weapons, no. Glass shield. Got loads of scrolls. Oh. I guess probably we give up a Dragonborn. Okay, so he's absorbing the souls of the nearby dragons to stay alive. Alright, I need a different shout here. What's gonna... Because Fire Breath did not do anything. Maybe Frost Breath? Nah, you know what? Yeah, let's go with Cooler Valor. Cooler Buddy to help. Alright, Feldir. Oh, what? No. I died so quickly. And what even killed me? Is this gonna be right to the start? And yeah, okay, I'm quick loading that because for some reason I wasn't allowed to run. Oh, come on, man. Okay. Going into items and coming out. Oh boy. Yeah, let's eat all of our soup. And our venison. And yeah, potions, sure. Okay. I don't know why I grabbed all of the scales again. Stop it. Right, let's get rid of all the books that were duplicates or... Okay, that's good, and yeah, the misc items that we're not really going to care about. Okay, cool. Oh boy, he's what? Okay, cool. Don't use both my hands for healing. Still want fire breath. I'll probably change that in a sec. Okay. Quick save. Yeah. I could just sit back and let my dragon handle it. Hey, you're in the... Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna... Let's go ahead and heal that up, yeah. You're standing in the gooey, the icky stuff. I need to find a way to get close to him. Okay. Oh, the last soul he took was my dragon, so now he's no longer my ally. Alright, well let me loot him first. Gold and sapphire, I can't take the bones. Okay, now we call my friend, because I think this is the last Go on, Leif. Go on, Leif. Okay. Okay, we're good. Back to the double weapons. What? I cast? Go on, Leif, you good?
Get your feet to escape me, Mirak.
What's happening?
You can hide nothing from me here. No matter. I have found a new Dragonborn to serve me.
Well, I hope my life doesn't end quite like that.
May he be rewarded for his service, as I am.
Mirak, harbor fantasies of rebellion against me. Some easy glamor. Serve me
I get his soul?
faithfully, and you will continue to be richly rewarded.
Oh, thanks, man. Dragon soul absorbs. Do I then get every soul? Soul. I think I get every soul that Marak originally took from me. Yeah, I've got 15 dragon souls now. Holy crap! I did not have that amount before. Yeah, I think I got every soul back that Marak stole, and I think even more than that. I definitely did not have that many dragon souls before. That's pretty dope. Saratan, sorry man. Let's loot all these other dragons. Relonikiv, rest in peace, my brother. Whether we were able to call the Southern Guard hero in Apocrypha. Cruzy Krell, yeah, that's who we dumped all of our stuff on. And Sarata, wait. Okay, it was only 3 dragons. And there we have it. Mirak is defeated. Was that 3rd try, I'd say? Maybe 4th. I did reload once, but then I did that because I spawned and I couldn't run even though I wasn't actually over carry weight, so I reloaded. I'd say 3. That's fair. Looks like his tail's taking a drink from the Mora juice. Alright, let's go back to Marak. I'm eager to look at this weapon. Marak's sword. 15 points of stamina. Absorb. Light armor helmet increases magicka by 50 points. Marak's boots add 5% of a dragon breath and spell absorption of Marak's robes. Oh, so it doesn't do anything unless you're wearing his robes. Robes absorb 15% of a magicka from dragon breath and spells. Chance on hit to spawn a tentacle explosion. Oh, maybe that's what he did sometimes. Sword absorbs stamina. Staff sprays writhing tentacles on the ground that stagger and poison foes that enter. I probably did that unwittingly several times. Of course, we will grab all of his stuff. 34 armor. Marak's helmet is 58 armor and is increased magic by 15 points. I mean, I can still keep the helmet just for whenever I want to do alchemy. Yeah, I'll turn into Marak. No problem. Probably not with boots and robes though. I'm good with it. I'm good with that. Yeah, these are only good against dragons. Oh, can I not see the front of me? Okay. Alright, and wait. Oh, that's Hermaeus Mora's weapon. I guess I can't touch that one. Here, have another dragon bone back. To add to your current list of bones. Black Book Waking Dream. So, is this it? This is me completing Dragonborn main quest line. What the heck is this? This is like all the skill trees. I get to pick one? Oh, I can clear my perks. For one of these, I want to? I don't think I want to. Like, I'm pretty happy with the way I've been leveling up so far. I guess if I come back here, I can... Oh, I can just come back here whenever I want and clear whichever perk tree I want. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to do anything right now. 2 soul time. I'm already on the boat.
northern maiden is shipshape and ready to go.
Oh, Sorgalaf,
For passage.
Leglide,
Captain Gallant.
Captain Jarland, Ayla, it's so good to see you all. It's been a long time.
Talk to Captain Gallant if you're looking to book.
Oh yeah, I'm getting passage, I'm going home. Ah, I enjoyed this. I enjoyed this very much. Iraq was an interesting foe. Hermaeus Mora was
shipshape and ready to go.
doing his thing. Stealing the dragon souls was a nice touch. I did like that. Like, it actually affects your gameplay if you don't complete the quest line. Apocrypha was amazing. Could have maybe put more variations of villains.
I'm thinking of making some apple.
My favorite drinking.
Like, we had Seekers, we had Lurkers, and that was pretty much it.
Yes?
I don't even know if we picked up any alchemy ingredients. I put a small pearl back. That's why I would have left that there before, so gonna assume I didn't do that. I don't believe, yeah, Ayla shouldn't have anything because everything I picked up was in Apocrypha land. Could have used a potion of the warrior, to be fair. Could have used adrenaline rush. I don't know. I try and challenge myself to fight not using all of my available stuff. Or I just forget, either way. Damn, look at the load off. We're eating all of that food and 119 out of 375. Nice. Alright, well, it's been a very long episode. It was daytime when I started recording, and now the sun has fallen, even in the summer. But yes, we have completed the Dragonborn DLC quest line, or at least the main part. There's plenty of side quests that should be interesting to do as well. So we'll definitely do those at some point, but we completed at the summit of Apocrypha. The majority of the episode was actually just using the knowledge that Hermaeus Mora was gifting us. We read a ton of books. That was like the majority of it. We worked our way through that the Black Book. When was it? Waking Dreams. We worked our way up to the top. We collected books on the way, we solved the puzzle with the books, and we fought Mirak, who we kept killing, but he kept using, well, just when he was about to die. We didn't actually kill him, but every time he was about to die, he absorbed a nearby dragon soul to restore his health, which made things a bit difficult. I mean, we did lose to him a couple of times, so there's that. To be fair, we lost to him once because I didn't know what he was going to be able to do. And the second time, okay, I just honestly lost to him the second time. But yeah, we beat Mirak. Well, we beat Mirak. We didn't actually kill him. We flew on a dragon's back. That I also completely forgot. Sahratar, shout out to Sahratar. Rest in peace to that guy. He served us well. He was going to attack us, I think, but within 2 seconds he defected to my side. but yeah, we defeated Marak, and then as he tried to escape, Hermaeus Mora impaled him as he left, and was like, hey, you're the Dragonborn I like now, so how about a perk reset on whatever you want? And loads of Dragon Souls and Marak's stuff, which I'm wearing his helmet now. It's got more protection than my previous armor did, and 50 Magicka is more useful than Alchemy in combat, so yeah, I can always change into the Alchemy helmet whenever I'm mixing up potions. Anyway, we've completed Dragonborn DLC. What did I think of it? I really liked it. Yeah. There wasn't that many quests in like the main quest. I think it was like 6 or 7 quests total, but yeah, it was interesting figuring out the mystery, going to the Dwemer Ruin. Neloth was a cool character. Freeing people from the stones was interesting, or finding out what the stones were first, who Marak was an interesting mystery. Confronting Marak, going to his temple with Freya was good. Yeah. It wasn't the most incredible thing in the world, but it did the job. It was a solid DLC. I liked that Marak was able to steal your Dragon Souls after the initial confrontation with him, and that he taunt you every time he did. I liked Apocrypha, talking to Hermaeus Mora, exploring his world, getting a bunch of free literature was good. Yeah, I think that about covers it. And we've still got more of Solstheim to explore, so we're not done yet. So the Skull, of course, were pretty interesting as well. Storm was a cool character before he bit the dust. Yeah. Good stuff. In the next episode, we will be doing we're going to be doing a miscellaneous quest. It says talk to Aventus Aretino. I don't know who this is. We heard some interesting rumors about him. Something to do with the Dark Brotherhood or something like that. So maybe we can talk the kid out of it, you know? Just say, hey man, I know you don't like whoever or someone, but maybe you should not kill them or have them killed. Yeah. We're going to be doing that in the next episode. And yeah, I think that will just about do it. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And yeah, I will see you hopefully on the next video. Take care.